Irene Woodhead and Neil P. Woodhead. Narrated by Ramon Diocampo. Prologue. What a horrible dream! Ones and zeros everywhere. And I thought I saw a 2. Futurama. Okay, I'll put it in a different way. How did you kill them? There was this little boy. He suffocated. It just happened. Then there was a girl. She just died too. Bled to death. The sound of a gunshot almost deafens me. A bullet to the shoulder throws the corrupt government official onto his back. My ears are ringing. I can barely hear Vicky cuss under her breath as she flings the gun aside. Bastard! 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 How I hate them! Holy crap, Vic. What have you just done? Gleb Gretchkin, a prominent figure in the town hall's cultural department, is squirming on the floor, apparently not in a hurry to croak. His wound isn't life-threatening, and his vitality is still in the green as a bleed debuff ticks away, stripping the pedophile of his health. He's a scumbag, don't you understand? He doesn't deserve to live. Ah, he groans. You're gonna pay for that. I'm gonna wipe you out. Oh! Enough! Wake up! I shake Vicky by the shoulders, trying to bring her back to her senses. Let's go! Where do you want us to go? We need to finish him off first. I'm a bit worried about her attitude, but I can see the fury and righteous anger buffs hovering in the tag above her head. I grab her by the hand and drag her toward the door. I also pick up the gun, just to be on the safe side. I open the trunk of Gretchkin's SUV and look for a hose and an empty can. While Vicky inspects the other cars, I siphon off the gas. Here, I found another one. Vicky hands me an empty can. It takes us some time to fill both. Then I take them and go back into Gretchkin's house. Gretchkin's cowering behind the couch. A bloody trail lies in his wake. As I enter, he shudders and starts muttering. I cuss as I remember something. I reach into my pocket for the handkerchief I'd taken from the corrupt Colonel Dimidrol, Gretchkin's best friend. I pour some vodka over it and wipe the gun clean. Vicky leaves to do the same with the fingerprints in Wheezy and Zach's car, the two junkies who, on Dimidrol's orders, have kidnapped me and Vicky in a dark alley, stuffed us in the trunk, and brought us here. What are you doing? Gretchkin asks clearly, enunciating every word. I can't feel my legs. What's wrong with me? I peer at the profile of this ignoble non-entity, which has already been sentenced to death by the mysterious interface in my head. Social status level, -1. This has resulted in a dramatic drop in all of his characteristics. His debuffs aren't exactly energy-promoting either. His metabolism is deep in the red, his mobility virtually non-existent. Once he'd confessed to all his crimes, the game system declassified him, changing his social status to negative and issuing me a system quest to eliminate the pedophile. Which is exactly what I'm going to do now. I can hear something moaning nearby, but it's not Gretchkin. Wheezy raises his bloodied head, his foot twitching. He's still alive, but I don't feel like killing him yet. He can stay alive, for the time being. I glance at the clock hanging above the door. It's well past 3 in the morning. Trying to stay away from the burning fireplace, I pour the gas over the bodies, the furniture, and the pool table, then use the second can to douse the veranda, the hall, and the wooden staircase leading to the second floor. The remainder I use to make a hot trail to the house. I return to the lounge holding the gun in the handkerchief and laid it into Zach's hands. Please, don't leave me, Gretchkin pleads. $1 million. In cash. Please. I leave the empty cans in the house. Snatching a lighter from the couch's armrest, I survey the scene of our nightmare. Then I walk outside. Vicky stands next to me and lays her head on my shoulder. Even if hell doesn't exist, we're going to make a personal one for him, here on planet Earth, in this particular local segment of our galaxy. Let it all burn to hell. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpse a silhouette appear from around the corner. The last thing I hear are the claps of several gunshots. As I pass out, Vicky's scream echoes through my mind. Chapter 1. Restart. Warning. Forceful activation of the time cheat heroic ability following the user's death. Creating a database backup. Deleting the logs. Clearing the user's operating memory. Reboot in 3, 2, 1. Augmented reality. Platform. Home edition. I could still see the smoky crimson flames imprinted on my retinas. I could smell the steely odor of blood and hear someone shrieking. I could taste the gas and the damp, loose earth in my mouth when I woke up. "Phil, I'm home!" Vicky's cheerful voice rang in the hallway, awakening me from my nightmare. She walked into the bedroom, leaned over me, and kissed me. "Vicky, sweetie." I rubbed my eyes and stretched, feeling all my bones ache. Then I couldn't help it any longer. I scooped her up and pulled her toward me. Laughing, she fell into my embrace. Still holding her, I rolled onto her, supporting myself on my elbows. "You didn't expect me, did you?" Vicky gave me a brazen smile. "I thought you were enjoying your freedom. Maybe not with the girls, but you could have gone out with your friends for the weekend." "No, I didn't expect you. And no, I wasn't going to enjoy my freedom. You know very well I don't do weekends. I went for a jog in the morning, did some market research trying to work out a few things, then I had my boxing practice and pumped some weights. By the evening, I was so tired I zonked out reading some Adizes. His books are so beneficial they put me to sleep." She shut me up with a kiss and reached under my shirt. "Why did you—" I began, meaning to ask her why she'd come back from her parents so early. She was supposed to spend all weekend there. But the blood drained from my brain. For the next quarter of an hour, I had no desire to ask her anything. When we finally lay there quietly, I tried to pull together the tatters of my dream, but could only remember a few images. The woods, a cellar, rain, some bad people, and my utter helplessness. I remembered my unasked question. "So, what made you come back earlier than planned?" "You know, we were sitting there at the table having dinner and talking, my parents, my brother, and my daughter." She fell silent, reminiscing. "And all of a sudden, I felt I had to go and see you. I felt as if I was losing you. At first, I wanted to give you a call, but then Dad decided to go on an overnight fishing trip, and Mom had her own things to do. So I gave Xena a kiss and jumped into the car. I was in such a hurry to get back home before nightfall, I very nearly had an accident. I skidded into the opposite lane just when a white Land Cruiser sped right past me." She droned as if it didn't happen to her. "Then I walked in, hearing you wheezing in your sleep, and felt a whole lot better straight away." Impressed by her story, I pulled her toward me. That was my empathy at work. I could physically sense the potential loss and something truly terrible that could have happened to us, but luckily didn't. For a while, we lay in silence. Then, Vicky lifted her head from my chest and sprang back to her feet. I got up too and followed her into the bathroom, unable to take my eyes off her well-rounded backside. "How about we have dinner?" she asked as we took a shower together. "Mom sent us over a whole heap of pies." "Are they deep-fried?" "No, she sent them raw." She lashed out at me with her sponge. "Some are egg and onion, some are cabbage, and the others are potato." I only asked, I said, ducking out of the way. Give her my thanks. Okay, I give up. Her reaction was pretty understandable. She was sick and tired of my lecturing her about healthy eating. What did you expect me to do if every time I took a bite of French fries, the system showered me with warnings and debuffs? If you listen to the interface, everything fried increased the risk of cancer and raised your cholesterol levels. It would have been okay, but every time I saw my health drop even 0.001%, it eroded every pleasure I had in eating. While Vicky was getting dressed, I managed to slice some fresh veg for our dinner. That was the only way I could neutralize the effects of fat food, courtesy of the system. Listen, Phil. Vicky came back into the kitchen. My mom has been pestering me about you. I'd have loved to tell her something, but what can I say? I can't keep explaining to them that you're such a nice, reliable, intelligent guy, then drop the bombshell that you're unemployed. Should we go and see them together next week, maybe? It's about time I introduce you to them. My parents had indeed liked her. When we'd arrived at their place together a couple of weeks ago, they'd been lost for words because they'd expected me alone. But as soon as the effect had worn off, Mom began squawking. Don't just stand there on the doorstep, son. Come in and introduce us. I'd like you to meet Vicky, I said. We're seeing each other. We met at work. Vicky, these are... I'm Kira, this wanker's sister. My sister gave Vicky a hug. Come in. Don't stand on ceremony. Make yourself at home. It had gone well, but now I was a bit worried how the meeting with her parents would go. As I pondered over this, Vicky switched over to another sore subject. Listen, so, what's on your agenda? Have you made up your mind? You're sure you don't want to try Whitehill Limited? I know their HR manager. They're major distributors in their field, but their sales reps don't last long, so they're constantly short of staff. How about you give them a try? Even an average rep earns a decent living there, and you're one hell of a salesman. I could talk to them. Please, sweetie, don't start. I know you're used to only relying on yourself, so allow me to do the same. I've got a business idea, and I'm sure it's going to work, but I still need a little bit of time to prepare everything and start everything properly. I'm not just doing all this market research for nothing. But you never even talk about it. Why can't you tell me? Could it be that you don't even have an idea, or are you not only trying to fool me but also yourself? Yes, I do have an idea, I began. A telephone call interrupted me. Wait a sec. I'll get it, I said. I looked at the phone screen. Well, look who's calling. Alec, as large as life. I hadn't seen nor heard from him for quite a while, almost since I gave him my old apartment. With an understanding nod, Vicky got up and started doing the washing up. I walked out onto the balcony so that the noise of the running water didn't drown my voice out. Hi there. Good evening, Mr. Panfilov. Evening, Romuald. Why are you so official? I asked, slightly baffled by his formal manner. It had never happened to him before. There is something I need to ask you, Mr. Panfilov, he drawled glibly. What's with our business? When is the launch? I realized he was half-canned. I can't talk to you right now. We're going to start any week now. I'll give you a call. I could hear a woman's laughter in the background, and his own voice whispering, We'll start any week now. You're going to be my secretary. Then he switched back to me. Mr. Panfilov? Well, just make sure it's all sorted, because if you don't... Right, I said. I have no idea who you're with or where, but I suggest you split and call me back later. Over. I hung up. I really didn't like the almost condescending tone of his voice. I stayed on the balcony, waiting for him to call back. Everything all right? Vicky's voice came from the kitchen. Who was it? It's okay. I won't be long. I waited a couple of minutes until finally the screen lit up again, showing Alec's toothy grin. It was the picture of him I'd taken for his phone book profile. "Phil, I'm alone now, just like you asked," Alec said in his normal voice. "What's up?" "You'd better tell me who you're out boozing with. What did you want from me?" Sorry if I upset you. Today's a day off, so I've had a few drinks with the guys from work, and I'm just sitting here socializing. There is this girl, Irina. I think I like her." Alec paused, reluctant to go on. "And?" "Well, I told her I was going to quit and start my own business, like I was your partner. So she started nagging that she wanted to be in it too, and I see. I'd like to ask you about something. Before you promise anything, please run everything past me first. Otherwise, nothing will pan out. Agreed?" "Wood up. Sorry, Phil. You shouldn't think I'm crocked. I've only had a few beers. I'm gonna get Irina now, and we'll go to my place." "Where do you live?" "I've rented a place next to work. It's really run down, but at least it's cheap. $5,000 all in." "Listen. So do you want me to quit? And the guys as well?" "Which guys?" "My guys. The lads who very nearly beat the crap out of you, remember? Tarzan and the other two. I got them working for me. And if we do have to quit, we've still got a month's work in front of us." "Okay. Just let them work for the time being, seeing as you've got them already. But I might need your help very soon, so you can quit from this Monday onwards. It'll take us about a month to get the show on the road." "Yes, boss. Sorry for having troubled you. Don't hold it against me." He hung up. By my calculations, 3 weeks should have been enough to finalize everything we had to do to launch our little enterprise. I'd had a lot of ideas, but they all summed up to a few things. To bring my physical stats above average, level up insight, and wait for optimization. Once that's done, I could concentrate on my business. I planned to start with just one thing: opening a recruitment agency. One activity was much easier to promote than several. Also, I'd already had a few successful referrals like Alec and Fatso. And once our agency had made a name for itself, we could start broadening out the range of our services. There were 2 more factors at play there. Firstly, I didn't know what kinds of perks I could receive at the next level of insight. You never know, I might be able to see hidden treasures by looking at maps, or even new plutonium deposits. And secondly, processing a large flow of job seekers would allow me to handpick the best people for my own company. I went back to Vicky. She'd already poured out the tea and was sitting at the kitchen table hugging her legs, glued to her telephone. On seeing me, she looked up quizzically. "That was Alec," I answered her silent question. "He asked me the same thing as you, when we're going to start the business." "Alec? Who's that?" I realized they hadn't met. They'd never had the occasion. "Just a friend," I said, unwilling to go into details. "He's going to help me with the business." She didn't seem too convinced, but she didn't show it. All I could see in my interface was her slightly deflated mood and her prickled interest. "You're going to meet him as soon as I get the chance, and as far as this business is concerned," I chuckled, "this isn't just an idea. I know exactly how to launch and develop it. All I'm asking you for is a little bit of patience. You won't be disappointed, I promise." "Phil, I'm only worried about you, don't you understand? I just can't work out what's going on in your head. I'm afraid you're thinking about going back to your old lifestyle." She lowered her gaze. "Look me in the eye, sweetie." I pressed my hand to my heart. I swear on everything that's holy that I haven't even thought of anything of the kind. I'm following a plan, and this plan is going to bring success to our family. There was a spark of surprise in her eyes. A smile lit up her face. "Are we a family? Really?" "Yes, we are. And next weekend, we're gonna see your parents just as you suggested." "In that case," she said slyly, as if she was up to something. She suddenly dropped her head, letting her hair fall over her face, then stood up, holding her outstretched arms in front of her, doing an impersonation of that girl from the Ring movie. "You'd better watch out. The ancient evil has awoken in me. It wants you." Even if my relationship was going well, my leveling up strategy wasn't. All I'd achieved in 2 weeks was a level 13 in social status, +1 to both strength and agility, and +2 to stamina. Just as I'd planned, I'd invested the 3 system characteristic points into perception, +2, and intellect, +1. Even if I'd become any smarter, I hadn't noticed it. But my heightened perception had immediately made my world a lot brighter. I now had 20/20 vision, my hearing was excellent, and so was my palate. I was even capable of telling the difference between various types of tea and coffee, which I'd never noticed before. Just think that I used to equally enjoy that instant powdered crap and proper, freshly ground coffee. As for my eyesight, the only thing I'd been able to see in the night sky without glasses was the North Star, and now I derived a particular pleasure from studying the heavens. How fragile planet Earth was, and just how insignificant was humanity. You never know. Maybe it was true about all those senior races visiting us from thousands of light years away, and the mysterious Volfors who looked suspiciously like horror movie demons. I hadn't yet touched the system skill points I'd received for leveling up, so now I had a total of 5. It wouldn't have been wise to invest them now because the initial skill levels normally don't take much time to achieve. Which was why I was waiting for the learning skills optimization period to expire so that I could invest all the available system points into it. If I'd calculated everything correctly, touch wood, then I might be able to learn new skills and level up my existing ones at a truly cosmic speed. Almost like in World of Warcraft. I only had 10 days left to wait. Philip Phil Panfilov, age 32, current status, unemployed, social status level, 13, class, book reader, level 8, divorced, children, none. Main characteristics, strength, 9, agility, 7, intellect, 20, stamina, 9, perception, 11, charisma, 14, luck, 10. At 8 points, my reading skill had already overtaken empathy. These days, I wasn't perusing sales manuals anymore. I chose the books relevant to my skills, as I'd already found out, through trial and error, that knowing the theory of a given skill, be it boxing or vending, considerably increased its leveling rate. I hadn't yet attacked Martha Stewart's cooking books, but I fully intended to, because a high level of cooking just might allow me to prepare buff-rich food. Ha! Wouldn't it be cool to eat a hearty bowl full of borscht, knowing that it gives you +2 to strength and 30% to satisfaction for 3 hours? These days, I was cooking much more often compared to the time I'd lived with Yana, which had allowed me to make another level in cooking. Now, whenever Vicky was at work, I concentrated on XP grinding. We'd get out of bed together and have breakfast sharing our plans for the day or discussing a movie or a series we'd watched the night before. Then she'd leave for work and I would head off to a dilapidated school stadium nearby, its soccer pitch with lopsided netless goal mouths overgrown with yellowed weeds. Grass peeked out of the holes in the rubberized running track which I used to circle every day, trying to improve my distance. With every training session and every fraction of the skill gained, my running felt increasingly easier. One fine morning I discovered that I was already on my 5th mile, and I wasn't even out of breath. Nothing was hurting. If someone called me on my phone, I'd be able to speak to them normally without them even noticing I was running. I'd raised running 3 more points and made level 5. Once I'd realized that it took me very little time to restore, thanks to the booster, I started going to the gym every day. Ditto for my boxing sessions. Even though my strength wasn't growing as fast as in the beginning, I still had less than 20% left to the average 10 points, which was about a week's training. I'd also received a new skill: athletics. It came without a description, so I'd had to ask Martha about it. Apparently, unlike in Morrowind, where athletics only conditioned a character for running and swimming, my game system used it as the ability to compete. In other words, having this skill activated meant that the system now considered you a proper athlete, albeit an amateur, and not a wimp. Admittedly, I was starting to feel like an athlete. My six-pack might still be concealed under a layer of fat, but there wasn't much of that fat left either. When I'd put my old glasses on just to check if my increase in perception had indeed improved my eyesight, they refused to stay put. In actual fact, my goofy mug had thinned out so much that it now fit in the proverbial mug shot. If Kira were to be believed, I'd shed a few years. The only thing which still reminded me of my past was my admittedly shrunken belly, which, although it had stopped pouring over my belt, was still visible, unless pulled in. Last time I'd seen Alec was when he'd moved out of my old apartment. That day, I'd gone there early to make sure everything was hunky-dory. He hadn't let me down. The place looked fine. He'd even managed to do some repairs. The only thing my former landlady found to complain about were the claw marks in the couch left by Boris, the she-cat. We came to a reasonable agreement about this, considering the couch's ancient history. The same day, I'd come across Fatso in the yard. He changed an awful lot. Maybe not on the outside, but his vitality had considerably grown, and his mood figures were high. The stable job seemed to have instilled a bit of discipline in him. It had also calmed his wife down, disabling her built-in scold mode. Altogether, it had improved his satisfaction, pacifying the formerly unemployed juicehead, and considerably improving his health. Last week, I'd received an invitation for a birthday party from Cyril Cyrilenko, my ex-coworker from Ultrapack. I'd wanted to invite Vicky along, but she'd refused, saying she wouldn't feel comfortable after what had happened with Marina and Dennis. So in the end, I went there alone. Cyril had chosen a modest but cozy venue with attentive waiters, cold beer, good food, and upbeat live music. There were about 10 of us, all his friends and colleagues. I didn't know some of them, so I sat at a table between Greg and Marina. Their trial period had nearly come to an end, but neither of them seemed to be too worried about it. Seeing as Dennis had been fired for sexually harassing Marina, and as I had also left the company, Pavel was likely to keep both trainees, especially as their sales results had been excellent. Greg was one of those people who could sell sand to Arabs, while Marina was enthusiastically working her way through the client list I'd compiled for her, working on the not a day without a sale basis. After Greg had made up with his pregnant wife, Alina, his paternal instinct seemed to have kicked in. Having sat with us for a couple of hours, he apologized to Cyril and went home. As for Marina, she'd brought a date along, some postgraduate or other. I was truly happy I'd been able to help my friends and change the course of their lives in some way. Who knows, maybe this small readjustment would change their lives dramatically for the better. Or was it already doing so? By the way, the system had classified my attendance as a socially meaningful action and rewarded it with some XP points. Apparently, the ability to always stand by your friends in good times as well as bad was considered a virtue. I hadn't heard from Yana, even though my mom had called her mother for some unknown reason and asked how she was doing. That's my mom for you. She's constantly worrying about everyone. As far as I understood, their conversation had been curt and brief, ending with Mrs. Orlova's demand to leave her family alone. Mom had accepted this with comprehension. I'd only found this out by pure chance from Dad when the two of us went to our summer cottage one weekend to help build the bathhouse. I'd used the occasion to weed the vegetable garden, bringing my agriculture skill to level 2. I'd also used the hand pump to water the whole garden. No amount of time in the gym can compare to hand-watering a garden. My muscles were still indignant of the fact, remembering all the effort. One morning on my way back home from my run, I'd met Mr. Panikoff, the dear old-age pensioner. I tensed up. By then, the whole dark incident involving Valiadis and Khafor had already begun to fade from my memory. Deep inside, I'd been expecting something like this to happen. Still, my worst expectations hadn't come true. All that had happened was he'd issued me another quest. Apparently, his children had given him a tablet with his favorite sports newspaper app already installed, but it stopped working whenever his Wi-Fi was out of range. As soon as I walked the old gentleman back to our building's door and within range of his Wi-Fi, the app started up, and the quest was closed, rewarding me with 5 more reputation points and a negligible amount of XP. I'd bought myself a mid-range laptop, perfect for writing and doing online search. It was lightweight, with a wide screen and a long-life battery. I developed the habit of taking it with me in my sports bag so that I could pop into a cafe on my way back from a gym practice and do a bit of writing. This had become my favorite time of the day. I was yet to tackle novel-length manuscripts, but at least my vignettes and short stories had found their reader, harvesting likes and comments. That in itself was motivation enough, not to mention the fact that they improved my ranking on that particular writer's portal. I'd gone as far as to write the story of Alec and Fatso, whom I'd rolled into one character. It had become a one-day wonder, hitting the portal's most read list. The readers demanded a sequel, which I didn't have because the story's prototypes were too busy working and basically leading an uneventful life. If it went on like this, I might write a sci-fi story, in which the MC would receive the same kind of interface as I now had. Like, about some puny guy who was too scared to fight. Why not? It might be interesting. In any case, my writing and MS Word skills kept leveling at a rate of knots. That showed both in their numerical values and in the way I felt. Words came easier. My fingers flitted over the keyboard, and ideas seemed to come out of nowhere, so that I'd even had to start a special file in my smartphone to jot them down. The change in my lifestyle had also indirectly affected my other skills: self-discipline, +2, self-control, +1, perseverance, +2, and long-term planning, +1. Indeed, these days I found it easier to follow my own plans, nipping all attempts at procrastination and cowardly moments of "I don't feel like it" in the bud. The major part of XP I now had I'd amassed by leveling up skills and characteristics, but some of it I'd also received for completing the tasks I'd set for myself. Any athletics-related goals counted, like an effort to run 100 meters more than the day before, as well as helping my family with their everyday tasks. For instance, helping my dad at their summer cottage that day had resulted in me receiving a hefty 500 points. What upset me a little was that I still couldn't level up insight. I'd already got into the habit of IDing everything in sight. It had become as involuntary and automatic as turning round in the street to double-check a pretty woman's posterior. Still, it didn't seem enough. The skills seemed to have frozen at about 40%, halfway between levels 2 and 3. All the hundreds of object identifications I performed every day garnered me a fraction of a percent. Ditto for using the interface map. Whenever I asked Martha about it, her response was like a catch-22 situation. My level of insight wasn't enough to receive the answer to the question of how to level up insight. I had this idea that its leveling rate could increase whenever I used the interface for the benefit of society. Alternatively, the skill's level cap could be tied to the current social status level, but I had no means of checking out these two theories yet. But the biggest improvement, apart from running, had proven to be my boxing skills, +3, which had brought the total up to level 4. Main skills and abilities. Learning skills, 3, a primary skill currently undergoing optimization, +4. Reading, 8. MS Word, 7. Empathy, 7. PC skills, 7. Vending, 6. Communication skills, 6. Creative writing, 6. Russian language skills, 6. Running, 5. Intuition, 5. Cooking, 5. Online search, 5. MS Excel, 5. Boxing, 4. Perseverance, 4. Decision-making, 4. Hand-to-hand combat, 4. Self-discipline, 4. Self-control, 4. Seduction, 4. English language skills, 3. Long-term planning, 3. Speed typing, 3. Manners, 3. Driving, 2. Push-bike riding, 2. Leadership, 2. Marketing, 2. Map reading, 2. Public speaking, 2. Fishing, 2. Agriculture, 2. Power of persuasion, 2. Athletics, 1. Playing World of Warcraft, 8. A secondary skill currently undergoing optimization, -8. System skills, Insight, 2. Optimization, 1. Heroism, 1. System skill points available, 5. But as for the money, I was slowly but surely running out. After I'd paid the rent on the new flat and bought the laptop, I had to shell out a lot for my individual boxing lessons. And I also took Vicky out from time to time. I had put a certain amount away for a rainy day, but I loathed to dip into it, determined to level up financial discipline. Spending is easy. Saving and making the money grow is much harder. The $2,000 I had to pay my coach for every boxing session was quickly depleting my budget. If I wanted to continue training with what little money I still had left, I had to join the group. It would certainly be wiser and much cheaper. So once the next session was over, I stopped him. "Mr. Maltov, I need a quick word with you."
"What is it?"
He glanced at his watch, apparently in a hurry.
"Go on, then, but make it quick."
"Do you remember when I first came, you refused to let me join the group? Do you think I'm good enough now? Am I ready?"
He frowned. "When you're ready, I'll let you know. In my personal opinion, you're still a while behind the other guys. You'll be holding them back. You've made some progress, I agree. You're night and day compared to what you used to be. But they're young guys who've been training since early childhood, and you're still a wimp. Every boxer that's worth his salt will punch your lights out."
"Yeah, but—"
"Are you serious? Listen, I have an important tournament coming up, and I won't have the time to mollycoddle you in the group. It's one thing when you pay for your own training, and quite another when you start impinging on the time of the really promising guys who work hard to prepare for the competition. It's absolutely out of the question. Carry on for another 6 months, and then we'll see."
"But I don't have money for another 6 months, sir. I could pay you for another couple of sessions, and after that, I'll either have to quit or look for another gym."
"Does that mean you're stopping with a one-on-one training?"
"I'm afraid so. 2 more sessions is all I can manage. But I don't want to give up boxing."
"Now listen, I have to run. There are people waiting for me. I have 2 groups. One trains Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, the others Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Both start at 7 p.m. Come, and we'll see. If you can't keep up, I'll kick you out. As simple as that. You sign up and pay at the reception. That's it. I need to rush. See ya."
He left, leaving me to decide how to fit it into my schedule. I wanted to keep the weekend evenings free, just in case I wanted to take Vicky out. So it looked like it would have to be Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Consumed by these thoughts, I headed to the locker room when some jerk barged past me, knocking my shoulder.
"Is the corridor not big enough?"
he asked, swinging around.
"I could cut you down to size a little bit if you want."
I decided not to make a big thing of it.
"Sorry, I was miles away."
"Yuri!" another guy called him from the boxing hall. "We're all waiting for you. Get your ass in gear."
"Coming!"
Yuri shouted, then turned back to me.
"Listen, Are you the guy who trains with Maltov?
Yes. And what of it?
Aha. I see now. You're the daddy's boy who takes private lessons every day. Fancy sparring with me?
No, thanks.
As you wish. See you around. Wuss.
Laughing, he disappeared into the hall.
Yeah, right. I don't think so.
He had boxing all leveled up. Compared to his 7 points, my 4 were a joke. I looked at the calendar on my smartphone. Without it, I wouldn't be able to stick to a strict schedule. I wouldn't even know which day of the week it was. Aha! Today was Wednesday, which meant this had been the group which I wanted to join. No, I didn't fancy training with such a bunch of uncourteous and unfriendly individuals. Having thus come to a decision, I headed for the reception and laid the magnetic locker bracelet on the desk. A petite blonde called Katya scooped up the bracelet and gave me my card.
"Are you all done, Phil?"
She flashed me a pearly smile.
"How did it go?"
Everything went fine, thanks. Listen, Katya, I'm stopping one-on-one training with Matov and transferring to his group. Can you sign me up for Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays?
"Just a minute. When are you starting?"
"Next week. I'm leaving town for the weekend. I'll finish up the one-on-ones for this week if it's possible."
"Of course,"
she replied, tapping something into the computer.
"Now, evening boxing sessions starting Tuesday at 7 p.m. Don't be late, otherwise Matov might not let you in."
"I know," I smiled, remembering his proverbial, 1 minute late and it's finished.
"Are you going to pay straight away? It's $4,000 a month."
"I'm afraid I don't have it on me. I'll pay just before the session."
"Very well. See you then."
Back home, I was greeted by Boris the she-cat, who complained bitterly, peppering her diatribe with a feline equivalent of F-words. I'd been out the whole day and she'd missed me. Having said that, she was probably just hungry. "Can I at least change into something dry?" I begged. "I'm soaked through." Still, she wouldn't leave me alone, rubbing against my legs. My conversations with Boris, and with Richie the Pooch before that, probably didn't fit the pattern of a completely sane person. But I couldn't help it. I understand that it's probably naive and stupid to see a human being in every man and animal, but that was just me. I opened the kitchen cupboard. The shelf where I kept cat food was empty. I'd forgotten to buy it again. I had this urge to get dressed and rush out to the shop, but hesitated. I really didn't want to get wet again. "Go and drink some milk," I remonstrated with the cat. Contrary to stereotypes, Boris wasn't fond of milk. No idea why, but she'd always preferred industrial cat food to milk and even meat. Could they be indeed lacing it with something? Nevertheless, her hunger was so strong she attacked her milk with gusto. Still, unwilling to upset her, I called Vicky.
"Hi," she replied. "I'm coming over to see you soon."
"Great, I'll be waiting. Can you go past the shop for me?"
"Easy. What do you need?"
"Just some coffee and a bag of cat food. Could you bring that?"
"Not a problem. Kisses. See you soon."
I turned on the TV for some ambience, peeled off my soaked clothes, and threw them in the washer when I overheard an anxious voice off-screen. "An all-points alert has been put out for Joseph Kogan, a 6-year-old boy last seen in the local mall, dressed in... Please contact the search and rescue team." That was the mall where I did my shopping. I hurried into the room to catch the precious snippets of identification data, the boy's picture, date of birth, description, and height. Now I had enough kid points. I opened the map. He was alive. He was out of town, though, somewhere in the northeast. I zoomed in to the max on the house. It didn't look like a posh villa. I surveyed the outhouses and the fenced-off yard. A white SUV was parked by the house. I didn't observe any movement. The boy's marker was quivering on the map, indicating that the object was moving around slowly inside. I reached onto the bookshelf and pulled out a fat encyclopedia, reaching for a sturdy, well-used Nokia stashed behind it. I'd bought several such antiques in a seedy phone repair shop by an underground crossing specifically for occasions like this. I got dressed, slid the phone, the charger, and a SIM card into my pocket, and went outside, calling Uber on the way. So as not to get wet, I waited for the cab in the doorway. After about 5 minutes, a battered old Lada pulled up. The driver's rating was very low, and I saw why the moment we'd pulled away. He started grumbling, complaining about everything. "Jesus Christ, I've just washed the car, and now it's bucketing down. It'll take me ages to clean all those muddy footprints." I gave a sympathetic chuckle, which he must have taken as me being contrary. "Something you don't like?" he snapped. "I'm in my own car. I can do what the hell I want." "Where to?" "I gave my destination when I booked you," I said, slightly annoyed. I was trying to word a search query, and he was distracting me. "Is it so hard to give me an answer?" "Absolutely not. Vernadsky Street, 306. "Which Vernadsky is it?" He decided to show off. "The geoscientist?" "Dunno. Maybe." "That's young people for you these days. Nobody knows the history of their own country. When I was young—" The phone vibrated in my pocket. It was Vicky. "Where have you got to?" she laughed. "Did you go out yourself to get cat food? Was Boris too impatient for her dinner?" "I'm going to go and look at an office," I ad-libbed. "It's a good offer. I don't want to lose it." "No way! You don't mean it! How cool is that? Okay, I'll wait for you. You tell me about it later. I'll cook something for dinner. Love you." "Likewise." I took the telephone from my ear. "He's gonna look at an office," the driver muttered under his breath. "Everyone's a businessman these days. All those iPhones, offices, businesses, everywhere you turn, it's nothing but commerce." I tried to distance myself from his grumbling. I'd already come far enough to do what I'd intended to do when I'd left the house and ventured back into the rain. I inserted the battery into the phone and waited for it to boot up. Then I typed a text message. "You can find the missing boy Joseph Kogan at a house located on the Northeast Highway, 20 miles from town. The exact coordinates are—" I sent the message to the 2 numbers I had for the search and rescue team, pulled the SIM card out, broke it, removed the battery, opened the window a crack, and flung everything out by the roadside. "Are you hot?" the driver asked, casting an unhappy glance at the window. "Me? Yes, it's a bit stuffy in here. Could you take me somewhere else instead? I've changed my mind. I won't be going to Vernadsky Street." Having lied to Vicky, now I had to lay the groundwork for my fib. I opened the map and searched for all business centers with rentable premises. I then narrowed my search to the offers of less than 500 square feet, security and cleaning staff included, in the immediate vicinity of my house with a rentable value between. I found a suitable offer 6 blocks away from my place. I Googled it, then dialed the number given on the site, but nobody picked up. Never mind. Even if there was no one in administration at this late hour, at least I could go and see for myself. That way, I'd have something to tell Vicky. That's it, then. Let's go there. The driver kept grumbling. I looked up. "Hello?" he demanded. "Where to now?" "Chekhov Street, 72, please." The moment I leaned back in the seat and tried to relax, my phone rang again. The number didn't show. For a while, I just stared at the screen, wondering if I should answer it. It wasn't as if I was afraid of phone calls from strangers, but I was a bit reluctant to talk to the likes of police investigator Igorevsky just now. Finally, I decided that the uncertainty was worse than taking the call from a potential police officer. The driver, too, was getting annoyed. "Are you going to pick it up or what?" I did. "Hello?" a strange male voice said. "You've just found our number?" "That's right. Is this Chekhov Business Center?" "Yes, go on, I'm listening," the voice urged, impatient. "What was it you wanted?" "I called you about office rental. Could I come now and take a look? What exactly do you have in mind? He asked, all businesslike. What surface area? Something around 500 feet. We do have something to offer you, but I'm leaving in half an hour. Do you think you can make it? I'll be there in 10 minutes. Good. I'll meet you at the entrance. Even though he'd never introduced himself, he was apparently happy to land a potential customer. I, too, felt slightly elated. The initial reason for my phoning, my desire to justify my sudden disappearance from home, had already taken a back seat. I was curious to see the office where I might possibly start my first real business. What if I actually liked it? We finally arrived at the center, the driver pulling up by the curb without continuing to the parking lot. Have a nice day, I sincerely wished him. He could use some positivity. Not bothering to reply, he pulled away sharply as soon as I closed the door. I took a good look around. The parking lot was almost empty if you didn't count 2 rather shabby cars parked in the slots for the company administration. The 4-story Soviet-era administrative building was rather squat and unpresentable. A massive staircase faced with crumbling tiles led to the front doors. 2 flower beds lined the entrance. A long, unkempt hedge grew along the fence. A cumbersome concrete awning overhung the facade, sporting an unassuming sign of vinyl letters. Chekhov Business Center. I climbed the stairs and leaned my weight against the heavy wooden door. I was greeted by a typical office smell. The hall still preserved the aura of a Soviet-style government building, complete with a local version of Maxwell's Demon, an old lady doorkeeper sitting at a flimsy desk with an ancient rotary-dial telephone. Her kind usually decided who deserved the right to be let in. Although apparently dozing off, she was nevertheless vigilant. My arrival provoking a knee-jerk reaction in her.
"Where do you think you're going?"
she asked cantankerously the moment I'd crossed some invisible threshold. Good evening. Sorry, I don't know your name. My empathy prompted the right approach. As long as I showed respect to her age, everything would be fine.
I'm Auntie Ira.
Excuse me, Auntie Ira. I'm here about renting some space. When I called, they told me to come here for a viewing.
Who told you that? You know what time it is? There's nobody here now.
Some guy, but I don't know his name.
Come tomorrow, she announced, then mumbled under her breath. I should have locked the doors, lazy cow.
While she was still grumbling, complaining about all sorts of folks who kept coming and going at every ungodly hour, I dialed the number again. Before it even started ringing, the old lady waved her hands and exclaimed, "Mr. Gorelick, you still here?"
"I am," a man mumbled, walking down the stairs in the company of a woman. "Do me a favor, Auntie Ira, and try to at least pretend you're not asleep."
"God forbid!" the old lady exclaimed with another wave of her hands. The man left his companion and headed over to me with a spring in his step.
"Was it you who called me about the space?"
"That's right. I just spoke to you not long ago. My name's Phil."
"I'm Stefan Gorelick. I'm the manager here."
His female companion, an ample peroxide blonde with hair permed into tight curls, walked over to us.
"Are we finished, Steve? I need to be off. My husband keeps calling."
"Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. Frolova," the man said with a faint smile. "I really appreciate your help with the paperwork."
"You're very welcome,"
she replied with a blush, then left. While Gorelick watched her leave, I quickly studied his profile. Stefan Gorelick, age 46, current status, manager, social status level 6, class, angler, level 5, married, wife, Maria Gorelick, children, Vasily, son, age 25, criminal record, yes, reputation, indifference, 0 of 30, interest, 58%, fear, 14%, mood, 49%. The fact that his interest in me was pretty high was quite clear. When you have available premises that don't pay for themselves, every new tenant is a feather in the manager's cap. His rather average mood could be explained by the long working day and possibly a missed lunch break. But fear? What could he be afraid of? Could it be just a light anxiety brought about by his adultery? Possible. Not wanting to increase his anxiety by focusing on his unzipped fly, I elected not to say anything. "Come and have a look," he called me. As we climbed the stairs, he asked, "What kind of company have you got?" "A recruitment agency." "How many staff?" he asked, wheezing. "At the moment, just myself," I replied, then added, seeing the surprise in his face, "We haven't started yet." We went up to the 3rd floor. My eye fell on the ubiquitous fire hazard regulations on the wall next to a fire extinguisher. An endless corridor stretched out on both sides of us. "To the right," Gorelick wheezed. He stopped by a metal door painted a cheerful light blue, which admittedly didn't look very serious. "This one was previously occupied by some MLM guys," he explained. "They sold makeup, perfume, that sort of thing. Things went well for them, so they moved to the center." He sorted through a bunch of keys, found the right one, unlocked the door, and gestured me inside. "Come in, please." As I stepped in, a faint wave of excitement swept over me. Behind my back, the manager flipped the light switch, flooding the room with a cold fluorescent light. "It's just been recarpeted," he said. "The blinds are new. They even left a couple of desks and chairs behind as part of their rent. If you need the landline, you'll have to have it reconnected." "And the internet?" "They'll do it at the same time as they connect the landline. We have a permanent contract with the providers, so they'll get it all done within 24 hours. In total, it's under 500 square feet, which will cost you 46 rubles a square foot." He produced his phone and made some quick calculations. "In total, it's 23 grand a month. If you pay for an extended period, I can give you a discount." "What kind of period? And what kind of discount?" "If you pay up front for the first quarter, we could make it 20 grand a month." "I'll have to think about it." "Think, but not too long. A lot of people come and ask us about available premises, and this office is the best we have. Would you like to look at something else? Something cheaper, maybe?" I took another wander around the room to check out all the little things that might need fixing or redecorating. The walls were a bit shabby in places. One of the plinths had come away from the wall. There was also an oily patch on the floor and a window catch that didn't work. "A thorough cleaning will cost you a couple grand," the manager said. "And you can count the same for a paint job." "Thanks," I said sincerely. Considering my lifestyle over the last years, I was a total noob in everything concerning cleaning, painting, and decorating. If I made up my mind, I'd have to have a chat with Alec. He might know someone who could use a job like this. "Do you want to look at anything else?" the manager said impatiently. "I really need to go." "Yes, why not? Just to compare." 10 minutes later, we went back downstairs. Their other offers hadn't impressed me at all. In fact, they shocked me. One of the rooms hadn't been redecorated since Soviet times. Its parquet floor had sunk, its walls painted a ghastly dark blue to shoulder height, its window frames loose and crumbling. Another room was too big, and a third one too small, resembling a broom closet. Having viewed this last one, I decided to do a bit of haggling for the first one. "So," I summed up, "is this all you have?" "Not really. We have another room on this floor, and 4 more on the 4th floor. Could I venture a guess that they're even worse than the ones we've already seen? This place is really in a state." "Well, you know, the owner won't lay out anything for decoration," he complained. "He says, let the tenants do it themselves. And you know what tenants are like these days. They can barely scrape together enough money to pay the rent, and even then they're late." "So, seeing as you have so many unrented premises which bring nothing in, maybe you could bring the price down a tad for the first one. You know which one I mean, don't you?" "How am I supposed to charge less? It's at rock bottom now. 20 grand for a great office. All inclusive. The electricity, the heating, the cleaning, and even security. I laughed. Security? You mean that old lady by the front door? He gave me a bitter grin. It's up to you. I don't have anything else to offer you. I'd say 30 rubles per square foot is all it's worth. So, taking into account the relatively recent decoration, the cleaning and security in the form of an ancient old lady, I suggest 15 grand a month. What do you mean, 15? He seethed with indignation. A great office like this with cleaning and security can't cost less than 19 grand a month, and paid quarterly. In the end, we agreed on 17 and a half. Gorelick gave me a week to think it over, promising to hold it for me for a symbolic advance. In fact, I'd already made up my mind. The only thing I still had to think over was how to come up with $750 for the first 3 months. My initial plan hadn't counted on paying the advance. Furthermore, I'd naively expected to talk him into being able to pay at the end of the month, hoping to find a few clients and make a bit of money. But the more I looked into the finer details of my idea, the more I realized I'd be lucky if I broke even straight off, with or without the advantage of the interface. Which was the reason why I kept delaying the launch, telling myself I had to level up a bit more. The system registered the new task as a matter of course. Find the rent money, sign the rental agreement, and pay the Chekhov Business Center for the first 3 months. Deadline, July 1. I paid Gorelick the 2,000 advance, which went straight into his pocket, considerably improving his mood. Once back downstairs, I noted his cell number and bade my goodbye to him. As I headed for the door, I heard him giving the security babushka a good dressing down for having let in a certain Veronica, who apparently was a persistent non-payer. "But that wasn't me," the old lady replied indignantly. "That was during old Tamara's shift." As I rode home, I remembered the missing boy and checked the map. He was on his way back to town in an ambulance. Excellent. I just hoped he'd be all right. Still, I kept getting this nagging feeling that all was not well with the boy. Chapter 2. Meeting the Parents. The man who is fortunate in his choice of son-in-law gains a son. The man unfortunate in his choice loses his daughter also. Democritus. Having arrived at Vicky's hometown, we took a walk in the courtyard where she'd spent her childhood. Everything about it was depressing. Even my old yard, complete with Yagoza and his alcoholic buddies, looked brighter and more lively in comparison with the junk-filled yard of this old house. Even trees didn't grow here. A discarded plastic bag rustled in a sickly-looking bush, caught on one of the branches. The entire town in general, with its population of less than 20,000, exuded an aura of depression. During the couple of hours that we'd spent driving there, Vicky told me that young people used every opportunity to leave the place the moment they'd finished school. They settled in big cities and moved their parents over, which was why, with every passing year, the town's original population shrank, replaced by newcomers from the ex-Soviet Asian republics. Nobody came out to greet us. As we climbed to the 5th floor of the dilapidated prefab remnant from Khrushchev's times, the more disheartened Vicky grew. I could see that her relationship with her parents wasn't the warmest. Still, they doted on Zina, their granddaughter, which remained the only link between their parents and their daughter. Vicky's mood proved to be contagious as I started worrying about our meeting's outcome. I could already list all the reasons why they wouldn't like me. I had neither a job nor a place of my own. I didn't have a car, and on top of it all, I was divorced. The list could go on. But still, I decided to carry on to the end and do everything correctly like a good mensch. The moment we'd stepped in, it became painfully obvious that nobody here was happy to see me. Everything pointed to the fact, the brusqueness of her parents, the grim "Hi," mumbled by her brother Victor. not to mention my interface reputation reading dislike. As Vicky was talking to her daughter and her parents in the kitchen, I was sent to wait in her brother's room. Victor, hospitably, hid behind his computer, engrossed in Counter-Strike. Over the next hour, we only exchanged a couple of meaningless phrases. Then, they called us. We all sat around a cramped table and waited for Aunt Toma to serve up the pelmeni.
"So, you're not working, are you?"
Uncle Alexei asked grimly, stabbing a pelmen with his fork.
"Dad, didn't I tell you just now that Phil is starting his own business?"
Vicky piped up.
"And you should hush up when men are talking,"
Aunt Toma chastised her daughter.
"I suggest you take Zena and go out for a walk,"
Uncle Alexei suggested.
"We'll carry on without you."
Vicky and I had spent some time discussing how I should address them before we finally settled on Uncle Alexei and Aunt Toma. I didn't want to address them formally, but was reluctant to call them Mom and Dad, which was admittedly a bit too early. Like this, it was nice and neutral. Without saying a word, Vicky rose from the table and went to get Zena dressed. Her daughter seemed to be the only one who'd received me well. We'd immediately found common language, discussing her favorite cartoons while I was introduced to everybody else, and found my bearings in this new situation. But as for her parents and her younger brother, things hadn't gone as smoothly. Vicky's dad was a working-class man who'd spent all his life busting his hump for a construction company. For him, stability and reliability were the cornerstone virtues. Her mother worked for the same company as a bookkeeper and completely shared her husband's views. Up until now, they'd never stopped blaming Vicky for the breakup of her first unsuccessful marriage when she'd got hitched practically with the first guy who'd asked her. In their opinion, she'd made a completely irrational and improper choice. They even derived a particular gleeful pleasure from her current status as a divorcee and single mother, as in, "We told you so."
"Eat," Uncle Alexei commanded. "These are real pelmenis. Toma spent all morning making them. We made the stuffing last night, so you can't get any fresher than that. Come on, pour some sour cream over them. That's real stuff, not like the crap they sell in town. Eat."
"I am eating, thank you. And very nice they are, too."
"Help yourself. So, what about your job?"
He got back to his original question.
"From what Vicky told us, you didn't even last a month at her company."
"And why did you split up with your ex?" Aunt Toma inquired, placing more salads and starters on the table. I switched my attention to her, then looked back at him, wondering whose question to answer first. The father decided it for me.
"Give it a break, Toma. Go sit down and stop fussing about."
She perched herself on a chair. Both of them looked at me, awaiting my answer. "At the moment, I don't work. I quit Vicky's company because I decided to open my own business. They asked me to stay, but for me, it was now or never. That's why I left. I'm going into—" I paused to fill my mouth with pelmenis, realizing that Vicky's father probably wouldn't appreciate my recruitment agency idea.
"What are you going into?"
"Just some business."
"Monkey business."
Young Victor snickered as he stuffed his face with food. He seemed to be the only one who felt comfortable in this oppressive atmosphere. Vicky's father gave him a sonorous slap on the back of the head.
"Shut up and listen when your elders are talking."
Victor lowered his face over his plate. His ears went red. His mood had plummeted as his father had humiliated him in front of a stranger.
"So, what kind of business is it?"
"In the service sector," I replied vaguely.
"What's that, peanut salesman?" Uncle Alexei insisted. "Or someone who wipes other people's asses for them?"
"It's more like a supply and demand sort of thing." He chuckled away his discontent as he waded through his pelmenis. My reputation with him had dropped to the lowest possible dislike reading. One more faux pas on my part could result in unbridled animosity. I had my work cut out for me. I could feel it. Boring me with his glare, the 50-year-old Uncle Alexei frowned his ample eyebrows. He looked impressive. Now I understood where Vicky had got her shapely body. He was a huge man, almost 7 foot tall, with arms used to hard physical labor. My potential father-in-law sat straight as a ramrod, towering over us at this small kitchen table like a mythical giant. The fork in his calloused bear paw looked like a child's toy. It took all of my self-restraint not to lower my eyes first.
"Very well," he summed up. "You've made everything clear, meaning nothing is clear. I'm not sure you know yourself what you want. You're just leading Vicky up the garden path."
"You really shouldn't talk like that, Uncle Alexei," I said. "I have everything sorted. We'll never go without. I just don't like talking about things that aren't even done yet. Once I do it, I'll tell you everything. But now, it's pretty pointless."
He chuckled. "Yeah, right. Pull the other one, it's got bells on." "Okay, let's leave it like that. And what kind of person are you? Tell us a bit about yourself. What's your trade? Who are your parents? Vicky said you used to be married."
"I was. I met my first wife online. She was still at college." Victor pricked up his ears, apparently interested. Aunt Toma craned her neck so as not to miss one word. Then she jumped up and exclaimed, "Wait a sec, Phil. Let me pour the tea first, and then you'll tell us." She was a fragile, petite woman 2 years her husband's junior who was visibly afraid of him, but still had boundless respect for him, obeying his every word as if it was set in stone. Being a mother, it didn't stop her interfering in our conversation. As she was fussing with the kettle and the teapot, scalding the tea leaves with boiling water, and slicing the cream cake we'd brought along, I'd finished my plate and thanked her. Indeed, her pelmenis were exceptional. And the whole time I sensed the appraising stares of my potential father-in-law. Which was why I couldn't read the quest message that had suddenly appeared in my view without my face making funny grimaces. I was forced to minimize the window and leave it until a more appropriate time. "Dad, are we going to watch the soccer? It's Croatia versus Argentina," Victor said, then switched his gaze to me. "Are you watching the World Cup?" "Oh, yes. That would be great." He smiled and gave me a satisfied nod. "Your reputation with Victor Koval has improved. Current reputation, indifference, 5 out of 30.
"You can talk about soccer later," Uncle Alexei said. "Come on, Mother, sit down. Carry on telling us about yourself, Phil."
"My parents are quite ordinary," I said. "My dad is a fireman, and my mom's a schoolteacher." "Your reputation with Mr. Alexei Koval has improved. Current reputation, dislike, 20 out of 30. Your reputation with Mrs. Tamara Toma Koval has improved. Current reputation, dislike, 5 out of 30. I fought the temptation to look at the system messages flickering in my view because I'd have hated them to have thought that I was shifty-eyed. In any case, my parents' professions apparently seemed to have passed the litmus test, so I had to continue in the same vein, trying not to tell any lies. "What does she teach?" Victor asked. "Russian language and literature. They're both retired now."
"So, they're retirees then."
Uncle Alexei came to some conclusions only apparent to himself. "And what kind of pensions do they hand out these days?" Aunt Toma exclaimed. "They're a joke! Do you help them out?" "I try to as much as I can," I replied, remembering my gardening stint at their summer cottage. I wasn't exactly lying, but I felt some pangs of conscience because she did mean financial help. "I also have an elder sister, Kira, who works at the bank." "Is she married?" Aunt Toma interrupted me. "Your sister, I mean." "She's divorced. She's raising a son who's slightly younger than Zena," I replied willingly, trying to satisfy her curiosity. Still, I didn't like the straightforwardness of her question. I felt I was being interviewed for the position of son-in-law.
Come on, keep going, Uncle Alexei said. You're not a spring chicken anymore. What have you done in your life?
Take our Vicky, for instance, Aunt Toma began. We would have thought that she would have made a career in the city. Now she's a deputy director at a factory, she said proudly.
Deputy director, I repeated mechanically.
Of course.
She gave me a look of disbelief at my apparent naivete.
You must know, seeing as you two work together, no?
Just give him a chance to tell us about himself, Vicky's father snapped.
I won't say a word more.
She made a mouth-zipping gesture. All this time, Victor had been busy stuffing himself with a cake. Seeing as nobody had been watching it, he'd already demolished a third of it. He could certainly work his jaws. But as for Vicky working as a deputy director, I might have to have a word with her in order not to burst their bubble. Her parents were sitting expectantly, waiting for me to reply. I plucked up my courage and began. I finished college where I studied economics. It's true that since my internship I've never worked in this profession, so for the last 10 years I basically just went with the flow. You know what they say about turds never sinking. I caught the faint glimpse of a smile on the man's lips. Apparently he appreciated a little self-deprecation. My next words I chose just as carefully as if I were negotiating a minefield. So basically, I was in sales for some time. Uncle Alexei pulled a sour face. What do you mean? As in shop assistant? Not exactly. I didn't have to stand behind a counter. I moved around a lot, offering various goods and services. He squinted sardonically at me. Goods or services? Depending who I worked for, Uncle Alexei. Do you qualify satellite dishes as goods? And advertising them in a paper, is it a service? I wasn't particularly successful, though, which was why I moved on to writing.
And what is it that you wrote?
Vicky's mother asked in surprise. I could understand her. It's not every day you get to entertain a real author in your kitchen. I didn't mean it like that, Aunt Toma. I wrote articles for various websites and businesses. Seeing as they'd stopped interrupting me, I finished up in one breath in all sincerity, albeit omitting my gaming past. I didn't earn much doing that either. That's exactly why my first wife, Yana, left me. She put up with it for 4 years, waiting for me to either make it or get my act together. But it just so happened that I finally got my act together only after I'd lost her. I still remember that day last May. It felt like I'd been hit by a ton of bricks. I walked out onto the balcony and took stock of my life, asking myself what I'd done with it. The answer was, I'd done nothing. I turned 32 last winter, and what did I have to show for it? I didn't have a job or a place of my own. I didn't even have children. And now I'd lost my wife as well. You can't imagine how I felt. I was gutted. Resting her cheek in her cupped hand, Aunt Toma listened to me open-mouthed, enthralled by my story as she mechanically continued to stir the long-dissolved sugar in her cup. Uncle Alexei silently gnashed his teeth. Even Victor froze with a piece of cake in his mouth. Come on, Charisma. Give it your all. Communication skills, get on with it. Empathy, do your job. I was so gutted that it felt as if a switch had been flipped on in my head. I started running in the mornings. I found a job straight away. I signed up for a gym and started boxing and pumping iron. Work-wise, things went just fine. Vicky can tell you. I was a successful salesman. Our boss paid me large bonuses and wanted me to stay. But by then, I'd already decided I was done working for a boss. I used this last cliché to make sure the phrase was imprinted in their brains. I already found an office the other day. I'll be launching in 2 or 3 weeks, depending on how fast I can register the company. So basically, I just got my act together. The deadly silence was broken by the sound of Aunt Toma's teaspoon falling to the floor. As I awaited their response, or at least any coherent reaction to my story, I picked up my mug and took a sip of strongly brewed tea to wet my whistle. I could hear the front door open. Vicky's voice rang out in the hallway. "We're back. Have you finished interrogating Philly?"
Philly.
Victor rolled his eyes and dissolved into broken-voiced teenage laughter.
Gran, I'm thirsty,
Xena announced, appearing in the kitchen. Aunt Toma jumped up to pour her some water. Victor rose from the table, too.
Thanks, Mom. It was great. Dad, can I go and play now?
Sit yourself down, Vicky's father barked. We're not finished yet. Victoria, come back here. This concerns you, too.
As Xena was drinking her water, Victor surrendered his place to his sister. She sat down, looking at our faces, very concerned.
Now, Uncle Alexei summed it all up. Victoria, I've listened to your fancy man and had a think. He sings a nice song, very pleasant to listen to, only I have no faith in him at all. You're a grown woman now. You've been married before, so it's up to you how you want to live your life. All I want to say, don't expect us to give you our blessing for a match with this loafer.
We won't. Don't even ask.
Aunt Toma enthusiastically nodded her agreement.
We don't believe him, and you shouldn't either.
Keep your mouth shut, Tamara. No one wants to know your opinion.
Vicky's father slammed his fist down on the table and pronounced his verdict in a voice ringing with indignation.
A fucking salesman. He calls himself a businessman. At his age, your mother and I already had a small place of our own. We had a car and a summer cottage. You wanted for nothing, and Victor was already on the way. And all this we did ourselves, your mother and I. Our whole lives we've been working hard without ever complaining. And what is this guy? He's piss poor. He's trying to get out of the crap he got himself into through his own laziness by sponging off you. I bet it was you who found him that job in the first place, and then your bosses must have realized what a big mouth he was and kicked him out by the scruff of his neck. And you believe all his bullshit. Or are you covering up for him on purpose? You should think with your head and not with your pussy. That's exactly what he's counting on. He wants to make you fall for him and marry him. All he needs is a free ride and someone to warm his bed in place of his ex-wife. He just saw you were pretty, had a good job, and a place of your own, so he decided to turn on the charm. Nothing more. He won't be coming here anymore. He uttered the last words slowly and calmly, which added an additional gravity to his words. You could tell he wasn't speaking lightly. This was a man who thought everything through in his own way and made his final decision. Your reputation with Mr. Alexei Koval has decreased. Current reputation, animosity, 10 of 30. You've been dealt critical damage, verbal injury, minus 50% to spirit, minus 50% to confidence.
Uncle Alexei.
I closed the devastating messages and made one last attempt at writing the unwritable. He shook his head, unwilling to listen. I've said everything, he said softly. Get out of my house. I rose slowly, still in disbelief this was actually happening, then very near collapsed on the floor. I was feverish and nauseous, almost fainting. My vision blurred. I wanted to rub the strange haze from my eyes. I closed the reputation message with Vicky's mother without even reading it. She would agree with everything he said or did anyway. Supporting me by the elbow, Vicky sat straight as a rod and said in a level, mechanical voice, staring fixedly in front of herself.
Phil, wait. Xena, get your stuff together. We're going home.
What's that now? Her mother protested. The child has no business living under the same roof as a strange man. That's a scandal. Mom, Vicky exclaimed, a tear rolling down her cheek. I've been your mom for 30 years now. I'm not giving you Xena. Once you've split up with him, you can have her. The school is on vacation anyway. She has no business being in town. At least here the food's decent and the air's better.
Mom, please don't cry.
Xena tried to console her. Vicky gave her a peck on the cheek and eased herself away. Kicking the chair away, she rose and dragged me to the door. "Vic, wait." I tried to stop her. She snatched her hand away. "I'll be waiting for you in the car." With those words, she left. Me? I couldn't do the same without giving some answer to her father's slanderous assumptions. I knew very well that my every word could be conceived as a feeble attempt to redeem myself, but I wanted to pour some oil over troubled waters, unwilling to burn any bridges. "There is some truth in what you've just said," I told him. "I'm not going to justify my behavior. I can't prove anything to you now anyway. The time will come when you realize you were wrong. Thank you very much for your hospitality. On Toma, your pelmenis are out of this world. I've never eaten anything like them." No one replied. Vicky's mother had demonstratively turned her back on me, rattling the plates as she cleared away the table. My once potential father-in-law was rolling a cigarette, ignoring me entirely. All right. All the best, then. Staggering. What was it with me? I headed for the hallway and began putting my shoes on. Victor was the only one of them who came out to see me off. "What a shame you're going to miss the soccer," he whispered. "It's starting in an hour, and you'll be on the road for at least 2 or 3 hours. I might make it for the second half. See you, Victor. Nice to have met you. Don't play too much Counter-Strike. Stay in touch with the real world." He grinned and shook my proffered hand. I softly closed the door behind me and left their hospitable abode. Stumbling, I managed to negotiate 2 flights of stairs before my legs gave way under me, and I slid down the wall to the floor. I felt weak and lethargic. Could this be the consequence of him having critted me? I reopened the closed messages and carefully read through them. Aha! It had nothing to do with a crit. While we'd been busy eating pelmenis, I'd received a system quest. It was the first time I'd ever come across such an ad hoc system ability to generate quests. And to top it all, the quest description seemed to run forever. System Quest Alert. Family Bonds 1. This is the first part of the quest chain concerning the Koval family. You need to win their trust and approval, bringing a reputation with each family member to not less than amicability. Current reputation. With Victoria's father, Mr. Alexei Koval, animosity, 25 of 30. With Victoria's mother, Mrs. Tamara Toma Koval, animosity, 10 of 30. With Victoria's brother, Victor, animosity, 10 of 30. With Victoria's daughter, Zena, indifference, 0 of 30. Rewards. XP, 2,000 points. Reputation with Victoria Koval, 30 points. Current reputation. Psychological reputation. Amicability, 25 of 30. Emotional reputation. Love, 1 of 1. Penalties. Reputation with Victoria Koval, 20 points. Current reputation. Psychological reputation. Amicability, 25 of 30. Emotional reputation. Love, 1 of 1. XP, 2,000 points. Warning: a decrease in your reputation with any one family member to animosity or lower will result in your failing the quest. The quest message showed my old reputation numbers with them. I had a funny feeling I knew what the next messages would be about. Nevertheless, I read them too. System Quest Alert. Family Bonds 1. Quest failed. Your reputation with Victoria Koval has decreased. Current psychological reputation. Amicability, 5 of 30. Current emotional reputation. Love, 1 of 1. XP lost, 2,000 points. Current level, 13. XP points gained, 8,700 of 14,000. Ouch. That was tough. So that's how the system rewarded a user for failing quests and the loss of XP. By making them feel sick. Oh well. This was the proverbial carrot and stick, I suppose. I'd already consumed quite a few carrots, and I'd finally got a taste of the stick. Frankly, I didn't wish to repeat the experience, what I felt could be best described as an extreme case of alcohol poisoning coupled with a fever and high blood pressure. Was the system indeed capable of controlling my body's biochemistry? Was it possible for it to synthesize some nasty substance and inject it into my bloodstream? Some kind of toxin, maybe? What I also found strange was the division of reputation into psychological and emotional. With Yana, it hadn't been like that. Nor with Kira or my parents, come to think of it. Their readings were simple. Love. 1 of 1. Period. What was this now? Some new approach offered by Insight? But it hadn't reached level 3 yet. Or was the system capable of self-learning so it could now tell the finer aspects of human relationships? I might have to ask Martha about it. At the moment, it was all academic. I clambered back to my feet and staggered down the stairs, holding tightly onto the banister so as not to fall flat again. I still felt awful, but the system didn't seem to think so. It rewarded me with the same debuff I'd received when I just started tackling the interface. Apathy. Duration, 18 hours. You're emotionally drained. Your central nervous system needs some rest. We recommend that you get some quality sleep, a balanced diet, and some exercise. Warning: the state of apathy can easily escalate to depression. -5% to satisfaction every 6 hours. -1% to vitality every 5 hours. -6% to vigor every 6 hours. -2% to metabolism every 6 hours. -5% to confidence every 6 hours. -2% to willpower every 6 hours. I clenched my teeth and, mustering the last of my strength and willpower, stumbled out of the front door toward the car. Everything was fine. Everything would turn out well. Come to think of it, what had happened just now? Just a misunderstanding, that's all. I would go home now, open my business, employ Alec, and start working. Clients would come, and with them, money would start coming too. We'd make a name for ourselves, and then Vicky and I would come back here. I might ask my own parents, and also Kira, to come with us to lend it more weight. The main thing now was, I had to get my act together and make sure I didn't lose what was left of Vicky's amicability. Strange. Whenever had I lost her respect? I met so many people these days, I made a habit of closing reputation messages without even reading them. One day I was absent-mindedly crossing the street, and I was absolutely flooded with animosity messages from all the drivers. More than likely, that was how I must have overlooked the message informing me of Vicky's drop of reputation. By now, I was shivering and shaking all over. I staggered over to the car, grabbed the passenger side door handle, and yanked on it several times before I realized that the door was locked and there was nobody in the car. Where was Vicky? Damn it. Then I heard someone scream. Chapter 3. I'm free. You couldn't wipe it out, no matter how hard you tried. Freedom is just something I carry inside. Sergei Shnurov. Freedom. I looked around, trying to locate Vicky, but I couldn't see her. Some children were playing in a sandpit. A young mother on a bench was looking anxiously right and left. She must have heard her scream, too. Suddenly, I felt a whole lot better. My fever, weakness, and nausea were gone. Apparently, the penalty for the failed quest had just expired. The pain from the stick was much worse than the pleasure derived from the carrot. It was out of all proportion, really. They only rewarded you with a couple of seconds of pleasure for reaching a new level, while this agony had lasted for a good 5 minutes. The scream definitely seemed to have come from the row of doors at the far end of the apartment block. I took another look around and ran over to them. I had to go almost to the end of the building when I noticed a group of people by one of the many front doors. Only then did I take the situation in and breathe a sigh of relief. Vicky was standing there, surrounded by women, chatting to them cheerfully. No, she only appeared to be cheerful because her mood was still not too hot after the visit to her parents. "Vicky?" I asked. "There he is," she said to the women, and only then turned to me. "You okay?" "I'm fine," I nodded, looking at her friends. I'd overestimated their age at first glance. Now I could see they were the same age as Vicky, but slightly worse for wear. Two of them, Irina and Olga, resembled little sheep, with their hair permed short in an old-fashioned way. Their clothes, too, befitted women in their 40s or older. The third one, Natalia, was probably considered a raving beauty by local standards. She was wearing an acid-pink tracksuit, her long, raven-black hair pulled back in a ponytail. She had Botoxed lips, thickly painted eyebrows, and the waxen complexion of an Instagram doll. All three sported high interest in my respect, Natalia's being the highest at over 60%. I had to play it cool with them, considering Vicky's jealous streak. "Okay, girls, we've got to go," she said to her friends. "I'll see you around." "Wait a second, Vic. Aren't you going to introduce us to your fiancé?" Natalia pouted her lips. "Please."
"She's right, Vic," Olga nodded. "Introduce us."
Vicky nodded her permission. "My name's Philip," I began. "And you must be Vicky's friends, of course."
"I'm Natasha,"
the dark-haired girl said languidly.
"Olga. Irina,"
the two little sheep echoed. "Was it my imagination, or was one of you screaming just now?" I asked. "Because it was really loud. That's why I came running. I thought someone was hurting Vicky." "As if," Natasha chuckled. "She could see most people off if she wanted to. She knows how to defend herself. It was actually me you heard screaming. Or not even screaming, I was just happy for her. You've just proposed to her, haven't you?" she said with a wink.
"Yes, he has,"
Vicky replied for me. "So have you all introduced yourselves now? We need to go." "Where are you rushing off to? Just because you've had an argument with your parents? We thought you were coming for the whole weekend," Natasha butted in. "Let's go to my place. I live alone. There's nobody there to pester you. We can sit down for a chat and a drink and get to know each other a bit better. I have some martini left. How about that?" I didn't need my intuition to tell me it wasn't such a healthy idea. I already knew, from my experience with Vicky, among other things, that this elevated interest from the opposite sex toward a complete stranger was bad news. And seeing as this girl was apparently either Vicky's best friend or sworn enemy, I had to tread very carefully. Still, I felt a degree of guilt toward Vicky about our failed meeting with her parents, so I left it up to her. If she wanted us to go, fine. If not, we could just go home. In any case, I'd already decided to spend all weekend with her. As it was, I'd been busy every waking moment pushing myself to the limit, afraid of missing a single second without having leveled up, so by now I felt completely depleted. A change of scenery would do me a world of good. Then I noticed some shopping bags loaded with groceries on a nearby bench. "Are those yours?" I asked Olga. "Would you like me to take them up to your apartment for you?" She appeared scared.
"Oh, no, it's all right. I can manage." "Her husband is really jealous," Irina explained. "He'll punch your lights out first and ask questions afterward."
"Vic, that's one knight in shining armor you have," Natasha commented on my attempt at chivalry. "Can I borrow him?" Joke. "Yeah, right. Dream on," Vicky quipped, ignoring the fact that it had been meant as a joke. Her voice rang with the unfamiliar tough notes of a street urchin. "Thanks for the invitation, though. We have to be going." "Look who's talking." Natasha stood with her hands on her hips, speaking louder with every word. "We're a big city lady now, aren't we? Nose in the air, and not just your nose. Too squeamish to visit your childhood friend? She's got a posh job in a big company, a car, and a place of her own, and now she's getting married to a big businessman. What did you do to deserve that? You couldn't study at school to save your life. Where's the justice here? Some people have it all."
"Zip it," Olga said quietly. "Don't start." "Natasha, please don't," Irina concurred. "I don't mind," Vicky joined in. "Let her speak. It's perfectly clear what she's implying. But who's she to judge?" She turned to me and handed me the car keys. "Go down and wait in the car." The attention of all the girls turned to me. So that's how it was then. Quite an eye-opener. Once back in the company of her old street friends, our cute girl next door had reverted to the role of an alpha bitch in our nascent family. Without saying a word, I took the keys from her. "Nice having met you girls." I smiled and nodded. "See you around." "Likewise," Natasha replied for everyone. "Bye, Phil." As I walked back to the car, I wondered if I jumped the gun with my proposal. As she had just shown, I didn't really know the real Vicky at all. Could it be that I trusted the system's reputation reading too much? Love, 1 of 1, yeah, right. But what was love, anyway, but a biochemical process in the body? A psychological attachment, maybe. In any case, a romantic infatuation wasn't exactly love. My father had always tried to impress upon me the importance of looking before you leap, and once you've made up your mind, you just had to go for it. With my impulsive tendencies, explosive character, and inability to think ahead, I was his exact opposite. He would have spent another couple of years checking all available scenarios, and once he decided on a potential mate, he'd spend another 2 or 3 years checking out whether she was right for him. According to my parents, they'd been friends for already 3 years before they finally started dating. The dating stage lasted another year, until finally, my dad had proposed to her. Well, I was nothing like my father in this respect. Until today, nothing in Vicky had made me feel uncomfortable. She appeared to be a good and faithful friend, a trustworthy ally, a consummate lover, and an excellent housekeeper. Also, she'd promised me to be a good wife. All of this was indeed true, and until now, it still outweighed the vague, yet undefined feeling that something wasn't quite right in our relationship. I sat in the car and turned on the radio. Without listening to the DJ's happy chattering, I tried to work out what had just happened at her parents'. Had all this taken place a couple of months ago, when I still hadn't had this weird game interface in my head, I would have acted differently. I would have exaggerated my achievements, unhesitant to sugarcoat my questionable accomplishments in order to endear myself to her parents, and would have undoubtedly stooped to blatantly lying to them if the situation had required it. In those days, I used to do a lot of things differently. After that first night we'd spent together, I probably wouldn't have invited her to the movies at all. Now that I had this crazy software in my head, I seemed to be doing things that I'd always wanted to do, but never had. Being honest, correct, and sympathetic is only easy in our dreams. That's how we like to view ourselves, and that's exactly how we try to justify some of our more than questionable actions. We tell lies in order not to rock the boat. We half-heartedly apologize as we unflinchingly deny help not only to strangers, but also to the people that we hold dear. Gradually, the borders of the lie we live in begin to expand as we become brazen with impunity, or just fear to face the truth. We live with spouses we don't love. We go to a job that we hate. We flatter our idiot boss. And then we even have the temerity to love ourselves the way we are. But the main object of our lie is inevitably ourselves. We lie to ourselves in little and large ways. We promise ourselves to do tomorrow what we didn't feel like doing today. We assure ourselves we'll start a new life, but we never do. We quit smoking, then start up again. We stop drinking, then reach for a new bottle because there's always an occasion. We decide to start working out and read useful books, but instead we glue ourselves to the couch, leafing through cheap novels, the names of their heroes easily forgotten and replaced by those from yet another fantasy world. We decide to briefly check out social media feed, then spend hours scrolling through it in anticipation of those tiny micro-doses of happiness hormones, aka new likes and comments. This is our right, isn't it? We all study and work hard. Some of us have a house to keep. We do get tired.
We need some rest, after all. Everybody does it. Come to think of it, we're doing fine, aren't we? But still, this hamster wheel conceals an oppressive feeling of self-deceit. We admit it during our rare moments of lucidity when we make new to-do lists, read motivational articles, count calories, pack our gym bag, upload a top 100 list of the best books of all time fully intending to read them all. We quit smoking, find a new job, and start taking new courses and seminars. Then, we report it all on social media, replacing the beautiful expectation of a new, successful life with more microscopic injections of happiness derived from the more likes we receive for our post about us starting a new life. I, of all people, knew the ugly truth about all these great, unfulfilled plans and new, starry-eyed beginnings which are doomed to fail. I needed an appraisal from an impartial piece of alien software in order to see myself for what I truly was, not the imaginary Phil I'd believed myself to be. As they say in the movie, you have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have absolutely been found wanting. Which meant that today's bout of idiotic honesty with Vicky's parents was rooted in my recent interface experience. Who knows? Had I read the System Quest message straight away, I might indeed have reverted to being devious and telling lies to them. At least I wouldn't have opened up so much in front of strangers. But now, the cat was out of the bag. The strangest thing was, I knew perfectly well I wouldn't have lied to them. Sooner or later, the truth would out anyway, and I didn't want to start a family with lies, half-truths, or exaggerations. Honesty was indeed the best policy, even with oneself. When I'd heard Natasha scream, my first thought was that it could be some incredible new development, courtesy of the program. I thought I'd recognized Vicky's voice, imagining her to have been attacked by some hooligans and hoping to use my newly acquired fighting skills to defend her. Her father would see it and change his opinion of me. He'd shake my hand, invite me back into the house, and we'd sit and watch the soccer game all together. I smiled at my own naivete and my belief in fairy stories. The yard appeared deserted. Friday night was here, but the sun was still high in the sky. Tonight was the longest day of the year. At least it definitely felt that way to me. The Groundhog Days I'd been living just lately. Jogging, training, reading, leveling up, a quick dinner and a bit of downtime with Vicky. Then it was back to bed. Went so quickly, I didn't even see the passing of them. It seemed that I'd get out of bed, and then it was time to go back to sleep again. But today felt long, stretching like treacle, and seemingly having no end. I glanced at my watch. I'd been waiting already for half an hour. I got out of the car, locked it, and decided to go see Vicky and find out if everything was all right. Halfway there, I saw her coming toward me, her head hung low. She walked quickly, stooping. I could see she was in a bad mood. "Vic? Are you okay?" She looked up at me and nodded, then turned toward the car. I followed her in silence. As we drove back, she didn't say a word. To all my questions and attempts to strike up a conversation, she replied with a curt yes or no. I wanted to leave her alone, but decided to give it one last try. "Listen," I said, "what's all this about you being a deputy director at some factory? Did your dad mean Ultrapack?" "Why do you ask? Have you got a problem with that?" "It's just all his accusations were based on this little untruth. That's all." "Were they really? And I thought that he was talking about you being a useless, unemployed loser. I don't think it had anything to do with my job." It hurt to hear this from somebody you loved. Still, I suppressed the bout of anger. All she'd done was say it loud and clear, whatever I might have thought about it. "I just asked," I said, "do you really think I'm a loser?" "I don't think anything. Just leave me alone." She tugged on the steering wheel to overtake a car. I said nothing until she'd finished the maneuver. She tensed up, white-knuckling the wheel. I could sense her unwillingness to talk. I could see in her profile that she was afraid. Her fear was at 14%. Not much, but still. Was it the fear of an inexperienced driver on the road? Or was it the fear of our potential confrontation? Okay, let's not talk about me, I tried again. Why are your parents so sure— Shut up, please. The more you speak, the worse you make it. Vicky, if we can't clear the air in moments like these, how can we live together? What do you want to hear? She asked listlessly, leaning back in her seat. I remembered what her father had said about her having made a career. She'd bought a car and an apartment. I also thought about Natalia's accusations. Then I remembered what Vicky had told me about herself. It's been 3 years I've been working for UltraPack, she'd said. I started as office manager, then they transferred me to HR. No matter how hard I tried to dismiss it, something just didn't sum up. How can an office manager buy an apartment in just 3 years, seeing as her father had made a point of telling me that she'd done it all on her own? Especially because before that, she could barely make ends meet. Are you telling lies to your parents because of the apartment? I asked, pulling all of my suspicions into one sentence. I didn't lie to them, she replied. For them, an HR manager is a big shot because she decides whom to hire. An HR manager? Your father told me you were a deputy director. So what if I did tell them that? She snapped, furious. What's that got to do with you? Does it hurt anyone? And they feel great that their daughter has made it. All my childhood, they were pushing me around. All my younger years, they were shitty with me. And now they're proud of me. Is that enough for you? That's nobody's business, least of all yours. Your reputation with Victoria Koval has decreased. Current psychological reputation, indifference, 25 of 30. Current emotional reputation, love, 1 of 1. How is it possible? How could a person be indifferent to someone she loved? What kind of love was that? For the first time, I doubted the adequacy of the program's rating system. What could a heartless, artificial intellect possibly know about the explosive cocktail of human feelings if it had to rely on the data downloaded from the universal infospace? What kind of oversimplification was that? Or could it just be that my insight skill wasn't yet up to scratch? I left her alone, not having enough courage to ask her about the source of her managerial income, which was apparently enough to buy her an apartment. An oppressive silence hung in the car. I finally fell asleep to the rustling of the tires on the tarmac. I was shaken awake. Get out. We've arrived. I climbed out of the car and stopped, waiting for her to follow me. Instead, Vicky rolled down the window. I'm going to my place, she snapped, then sharply pulled away, leaving me in the yard. I stood there a long time, not having the power to decide whether I could take such behavior. What was I supposed to do now? Should I try to make up with her straight away, or should I give her some space? My heart was heavy. I felt like shit. The program was going crazy, creating and deleting new tasks. Make up with Vicky, get Vicky back, go to Vicky's, speak to Vicky, sort it out with Vicky, split up with Vicky. In the end, all the tasks mentioning her name disappeared, leaving only the one about me raising the money for the office rent. I got home and cooked myself a simple dinner, all the while thinking I'd jumped the gun after all. I'd had my fill of emotions and relationships for this particular stage of my life. Regardless of whether Vicky and I made up or split up, my efforts in this respect would take way too much time and energy. Her style of bringing me close, then pushing me away, was pure manipulation, and it wasn't going to work with me anymore. For the second time this month, the first being her ungrounded bout of jealousy over Marina, I decided to take a break and see how things panned out. She could always come back to me if she wanted to, and if she didn't, her priorities would be clear. The program disrupted my train of thought, rewarding me with 2,000 XP for a socially meaningful action. What could that be for? I scrolled through crime reports. As I methodically looked through the local news on our city portal, I stumbled across a message reporting the finding of the 6-year-old Joseph Kogan. The identity of his abductor hadn't been disclosed, in the interests of the investigation. Still, something in it had awoken a vague memory of my earlier nightmare about the pedophile official. I spent the whole night writing up the concept of my agency. I envisioned vending as our main source of income at the initial stage. Yes, exactly the same as I'd formerly done at UltraPack. I might not have my own warehouses or logistics, but I did possess what was valued the most in this world: information. By varying search filters, I could work out who needed something and what kind of price they were prepared to pay for it. I could also see who had this particular thing up for sale. This was basic commerce, the kind that Vicky's father had described as a peanut salesman. It also included broker services, matching large suppliers up with equally large buyers. The social purpose of my business was going to remain the same: a recruitment agency. Although I wasn't going to make millions doing it, it could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. It would provide me with some initial income and allow me to accrue some XP. But most importantly, I, or my agency rather, would make a name and a reputation from it. And after that, we could start tackling bigger business, like the recruitment of top management for leading brands. The most valuable resource of any company is its workforce. What was it Comrade Stalin, may he rot in hell, once said? Workforce is key. In my case, this couldn't have been truer. And once I had a name, money would follow. Then I might start thinking about opening a sports department. But I could only do that if I could somehow extend my license for the program. I could start talent scouting in soccer, ice hockey, tennis, boxing, and other sports. I could also work with socially vulnerable kids from disadvantaged or single-parent families and orphanages. I could match them with understanding coaches or sports schools which would be beneficial to them. And this approach could work in other areas, too. How many talented artists, writers, singers, dancers, or actors were wallowing in obscurity? Very few could make it big. And then there were medical diagnostics, missing persons search, bounty hunting, the tracing of dangerous criminals, a detective agency. Lots of things to do, but I couldn't possibly pull them all off alone. And what if I could use the initial agency only as a starting point? That way I could accumulate some funds and gather a team of the best minds in the most promising scientific fields. And then I stopped myself from daydreaming. No good trying to plan too far ahead. Still, I made a mental list of things worth looking into: augmented reality, the universal infospace, biotechnologies, blockchain technologies, wetware. I could create an international company, choose a few of the most promising fields, then find some good investors, which was a piece of cake with my interface. All the prospects took my breath away. All I needed was time. The countdown till the end of my license was ticking. Damn it! What had I wasted all this precious time on? On building, then successfully ruining my relationship with Vicky? Or on running around like a headless chicken selling packaging materials to all and sundry? On boxing? Or spending hours jogging around the stadium like a donkey on a millstone? Or on leveling up cooking and agriculture? The realization of my own stupidity was sobering. In 3 days' time, optimization would have run its course, which would bring my learning skills level to 7. I had 5 available skill points I'd saved during the last 5 level-ups, and I fully intended to invest them into learning skills too. That would bring it to level 12, giving me plus 450% to skill development rate. Add to this the 50% bonus to the development of primary skills, and that would bring it to 500. If we multiplied it by the stat boosters effects, which tripled your XP gained from skill use, that would give us 1500%. That meant that I'd be able to develop any skill 15 times faster than an ordinary person. I might try to choose some totally undeveloped skill like soccer, shooting, or a foreign language, and level it up for a couple of days just to see how fast it would go. And if it worked... My lips stretched into a smile at the thought. This might end up being the craziest leveling stretch, both in my gaming experience as well as in real life. And I still had the activation of heroic skills to look forward to. On top of all that, I was waiting for more new offerings from the system, like a kid on Christmas Eve. What else would I learn about the universal infospace once I'd reached the next level of insight? The mere thought of all those goodies, so dear to the heart of any gamer, calmed and reassured me in anticipation of the new day, and possibly also a new life, without Vicky. I relegated the memory of my failed visit to her parents to the trash can of my memory, complete with her father's illogical and unfair attacks, as well as the strange behavior of Vicky herself, regardless of how much I loved her. Chapter 4. The right things aren't always the best. Making a decision was only the beginning of things. Paulo Coelho, The Alchemist. The next day, I awoke at 10 a.m. Recently, I'd only needed 6 hours of sleep, even though at the time of my gaming raids, 9 hours hadn't been enough. In those days, I'd had no incentive to get out of bed. On the contrary, once I'd awoken and had breakfast with Yana, I would go back to bed and lose myself in colorful, perfectly logical dreams. Back then, I would have never said no to a few extra hours of sleep. But not now. Whether it was due to my working out, my steady schedule, or my improved recovery rate, courtesy of the booster. But all in all, these days I jumped to my feet the moment I awoke, which gave me an additional 3 hours to my daytime, allowing me to accomplish so much more. And today, I'd only slept a little more than 4 hours. The moment I was awake, I impulsively took out my phone and checked the message notifications to see if there was anything from Vicky. There wasn't. That was a relief. My phone screen was pristine these days, free from all the icons, as I'd removed all the games and deleted all the social media apps. They might be convenient information-wise, but on the other hand, this convenience provoked a Pavlov's dog reaction, constantly prompting you to check out this and that. It might sound funny, but I used to reach for my phone even during sex just to see who'd written what. I spent the first hour of each day doing mundane chores. Not the kind that we are conditioned to consider monotonous and boring, but something totally different. To me, it was a sequence of habitual actions necessary to steer my day to its maximum productivity. Put the kettle on, feed the cat, brush my teeth, splash some water on my face, have a shave, take a shower, do 5 minutes of exercise, collect and take out the garbage, sort my washed clothes and put them away, pack my gym bag. All this took me just over half an hour. After that, I'd make a light breakfast. By then, I'd finally start getting hungry, as normally I had no appetite after I just got up. I'd top up my fuel tank with proteins, fats, and carbs, eating unhurriedly without pausing to look at the news feeds in my phone. Later, I'd drink my first and only mug of coffee for the day, large with just 1 sugar, both for the taste and to give my brain a glucose boost, while making a mental list of all the important things to do today, as well as those that could wait till tomorrow. So these were my plans for the weekend. I set aside 2 hours a day for stamina, strength, and agility training, plus another hour to get to the gym, get changed, and come back again. My one-on-one boxing sessions with Matov had finished, and the group training wouldn't start until Tuesday. That meant 6 hours of physical training this Saturday and Sunday. I also had to go to our summer cottage to check up on my parents, and if Kira managed to do the same, I would see her there too. That was a minimum of 5 hours, but if they needed some help, I might spend the whole day there. Leveling up was all well and good, but my parents were quite old now, and I had no idea how much longer they might last. My every visit strengthened their bond with this world, giving them a charge of positive emotions and, consequently, a reason to live. I scheduled my trip for tomorrow. Today, I had too many other things to do. On top of everything else, I had to work out a few potential insight development scenarios. It had been quite a while since I'd last received quests from strangers, it might be worth my while taking a walk around town, looking to see if I could find anybody sporting the exclamation mark of a quest giver hovering above their head. I scheduled this task for tomorrow as well. Also, the office rent couldn't wait any longer. I absolutely needed a place where I could start to receive my unemployed clients, because I viewed the unemployed as my main target market, and we had officially over 100,000 of them in our city alone. Naturally, some of them still worked somewhere undeclared, receiving under-the-counter payments, but some of them were bound to be truly without work, especially because those who already had work were unlikely to give my new unknown agency a try. People like them aren't normally in a hurry. They upload their CVs to employment sites and wait for the best offer. The program duly classified this task as a priority, shoving my visit to my parents into second place. I had a week until the rent payment deadline. All kinds of ways of earning a quick buck passed through my head. Playing online poker seemed like a relatively easy way to do so, but my heart wasn't in it. The very idea of making money through gambling met with some sort of inner resentment and rejection, even though the possibility of using poker to check my post-optimization leveling rates seemed more than attractive. I could try and raise some money through bounty hunting. According to the official website of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation, they promised 1,000,000 rubles for each criminal caught. Still, I had no idea how I was going to explain my knowledge of their whereabouts, especially if they were located in different parts of the country. I set this aside as a last resort. What a shame I couldn't assist Justice without having all these reservations. Why couldn't I just email them the coordinates of all these wanted crooks from my computer? Was it because every such letter would provoke an investigation, triggering an unhealthy interest in me? As in, who was I? Where did I get my information from? What connection did I have with the criminal? So generally, I did want to help them, but I wanted to do it so as not to attract the attention of all the intelligence services. Having said that, wait a sec. We lived in a globalized world, didn't we? Why was I focused on our country alone? Gripped by excitement, I brought my laptop to the kitchen. Within a minute, I'd found the Rewards for Justice site. This was a program created by the U.S. Department of State in order to fight international terrorism. One of the site pages read, "You may submit information anonymously. The personal information requested is not required, although it will help us to contact you in the event that there are any questions. All information you provide will be kept strictly confidential. You may be eligible for a reward. In addition, you and your family may be eligible for relocation if necessary." I tried to listen to the voice of my intuition, but it didn't seem to protest. Just to be on the safe side, I Googled some information about the program. Apparently, it had already helped to arrest a number of terrorists, and a reward had already been paid out to those who tipped them off. I read a few discussions, which confirmed a few cases when the reward had been paid out within a few weeks. Oh well, it might be worth a try. The list of the most dangerous terrorists was split into regions. I checked them one by one, initiating my own search every time. Not all of them could be located, due to a lack of information. The first one was a Jabbar Aziz Haqqani, 52 years old, a terrorist with Yemeni roots who'd lived a long time in the States. I had all the information about him. He'd sponsored various terrorist organizations in the U.S., including Al-Qaeda. He was involved in the explosions in NYC and Chicago, with over 100 dead. The reward for the information about his current whereabouts was $5 million, and judging by some other sums mentioned on the site, it wasn't the limit. The information about Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, one of the ISIL leaders, had been valued at $25 million. When I'd Googled Haqqani's name, one of the first listings was the link to his profile on the FBI site. There, I had more than enough kid points. Ditto for Wikipedia. The date and place of birth, photographs taken at different times in his life, his height, weight, and family information. I committed it all to memory. A new marker lit up on my internal map, showing a small Saudi town, Al-Karkir, almost on the Yemeni border. Hakani was in a large house in the north of the town, not far from the power station. I jotted down his coordinates, returned to his profile on the Rewards for Justice site, and pressed the Submit a Tip button. I entered the house address and the coordinates into the form. After some deliberation, I also entered my name, email address, and phone number. I made a mental note about leveling up some English in case they called me. Having said that, an organization like this was bound to have Russian-speaking staff. I was fed up with having to lie and hide all the time. Hundreds and thousands of physics, authentic as well as charlatans, worked quite happily and advertised their extrasensory abilities, real as well as invented ones. Having made up my mind, I pressed Send with a light heart. After a moment's hesitation, the browser offered the following text. "Thank you for the tip. If you've left your details on the site, we might contact you again for any additional information. If your tip results in the criminal's arrest and court judgment, you might be eligible for a monetary reward. In applicable cases, you and your family could be subject to relocation. All the submitted information will be treated in strict confidence." I finally breathed out. That's it, Phil. Now you should be prepared for anything. Still, something was nagging at me. It wasn't even the fact of me disclosing my identity, but rather something I hadn't done yet. I couldn't quite place it. So I went back to my plan. Having sent them the data worth $5 million, I then spent quite a bit of time trying to come up with a way of raising 50,000 rubles for the rent, discarding different ideas one after the other. For instance, debt-collecting agencies offered hefty rewards to those who gave up the whereabouts of certain debtors, like a Vaka Salamgajev, who'd siphoned off about $2 million from the bank accounts of some private company. Anyone who could report his whereabouts was promised 10% of all the assets he'd stolen. It didn't take me long to locate Vaka in Chechnya, or the Chechen Republic of Ichkeria, as it was called these days. I was about to send them the data when my intuition screamed a desperate warning, alerting me to some sort of mortal danger and completely discouraging me from pursuing this route. Without having decided anything, I dashed off to the school stadium for a run. Dashed being the operative word. I'd seen enough overweight guys who'd taken the elevator to the gym on the second floor just to walk unhurriedly on the treadmill. Hats off to them, of course, for trying to conserve energy before their training, but this wasn't my case. I invested every effort into my continuously progressing stamina. The midday sun was blazing so hard in the faded sky that I could feel my exposed skin burning. My breathing, light and level at first, soon dried out my throat, becoming wheezy and laborious. The old rubberized coating of the running track flashed underfoot. Its every dent and crack were like old friends to me. My stamina training didn't go easy. No matter how many long miles I'd run in my life, every new one would still be a challenge, despite having stronger legs, a second wind, and the constant injection of endorphins into my bloodstream. As you run, you don't have any deep thoughts, only instincts, to drink, to breathe, to jump over an obstacle. Still, my mind kept working on autopilot, processing its tasks. Snippets of ideas coursed through my head, all of them centered around either some sort of gambling or missing person search. Finally, I stumbled across the seed of something more practical and dependable. I remembered how I'd earned my first money after Yana had left, offering copywriting services via some freelance portal. Last night, Vicky had left me too. So was it worth trying again, maybe? Although this route didn't promise much money, it was also risk-free, especially if you took payment up front. I couldn't quite finish these thoughts because my heart was too busy pumping hundreds of gallons of seething blood as I ran. My body had no intention of wasting precious energy on whatever mental considerations I was busy with, investing every bit of it into my survival. 10 interminably long miles of running and a gallon of water later, I finally got the precious new stamina level I'd been after. Task status, running practice. Task completed. XP received, 300 points, plus 5% to satisfaction. Current level, 13. XP points gained, 8,730 of 14,000. Your stamina has improved. +1 to stamina. Current stamina, 10. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 13. XP points gained, 9,730 of 14,000. Congratulations, you've unblocked one of the requirements for the Stealth and Vanish heroic ability. Stamina, level 10+. Having finished my training, I went to do some shopping. The guard by the door stepped in my way, or rather, tried to, but was too late, so he just shouted threateningly at my back, "Sir! Excuse me! Sir, I'm talking to you!" I kept walking as if I hadn't understood he was addressing me, but I had a funny feeling he wasn't going to let it drop. "Hey, mister! You!" I stopped and turned round with a long-suffering expression on my face. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you!" He nodded vigorously as he came closer. "You can't come here dressed like that." "Like what?" He paused, trying to remember the word. "Unhygienic." Okay. What did we have here? Name, Alexander. Age, 23. Social status level, 3. Intellect, 5. The picture was pretty clear. I pretended I was reading his name tag pinned to his t-shirt. "Listen, Alex, bro. I'm parched. We had a bit of a shindig with the guys last night. I won't be long. All I need is some water and grub. Your till's working, I take it?" His narrow forehead furrowed. He'd already grasped my situation, which was way too common. Also, the unwritten street code demanded he did me a favor. On the other hand, he could get what for from his superiors. Furthermore, this was the legendary big man syndrome in action. He was drunk on his power, which allowed him to either stop me or wave me through. "Alex, please be a mensch." "Okay. Just make it quick." I smiled, nodding. "I'll be back in a flash. Thanks." Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Communication Skills. Current level, 7. XP received, 500. I'd chosen how to address him instinctively, and it had worked. Had I started to read him my rights, demanding to see the manager or look at their dress code rules for customers, that might have worked too, but it might have taken infinitely more time. I did some shopping and carried it all home, throwing the bag over my shoulder. As I walked, I entertained myself by opening my interface map and adjusting its transparency so that I could view it out of the corner of my eye, then spinning the globe in search of any old friends, mentally zooming in on cities from Antananarivo to Zurich. Once back home, I took a quick shower to wash away the sweat, then cooked lunch as I drew the office layout on a sheet of paper. My visual memory worked fine, allowing me to plot out the position of the furniture and working places. I spent some time pondering whether we would need a receptionist who'd answer the telephone and greet visitors, but decided against it for the time being. Once we had a steady flow of customers, we might have enough money to expand. In the meantime, there was only me and Alec, for whom I still had to find something to do. I estimated a rough budget. 50 grand for the rent, and another 30 for some decent furniture, which I was planning to buy second-hand. We needed some desks, chairs, and a couch for any visitors. I already had a laptop, but we might have to splurge on a printer to print out our contracts with clients. We also had to have the internet and a landline installed, and buy the phone itself, which also was going to cost money. And finally, the most important thing was to advertise our services. Opening an office wasn't enough. We had to attract a clientele, which would actually come. And how exactly were they supposed to come if they didn't even know we existed? In an ideal world, we'd need a signboard and a couple of sidewalk signs, which we could place on both sides of the street. The cheapest, but arguably the most cheerful way of making ourselves known was by plastering the whole city with posters announcing 100% employment guarantee. Yes, we'd have to complete with the numerous MLM and pyramid schemes, but that would give me hope for some popularity through the grapevine. Everyone who'd found employment through us would surely tell others about us. In total, I reckoned it was about 100,000. Some I could invest by depleting my bank account, and the rest I'd have to find. I remembered my long-neglected freelance portal account and decided to check it out. I had several unread messages from potential clients. Judging by the dates, the orders were long gone, but still I sent each of them a quick message, apologizing for the belated reply. The homepage of the site advertised a large competition project, offering 50,000 rubles to anyone who could write up a book-sized biography of some local public figure for his anniversary. The rules were simple. Contestants had to write the first chapter, based on the materials provided, after which the person's children would choose who to make the contract with. The minimum word count of the finished biography had to be 35,000 words. That was about half the size of an ordinary book. If I only did that, I could finish it within a couple of weeks. And they promised a 50% advance. That could actually work. If they did hire me, I could always top it up by emptying my bank account and pay the rent to the business center manager, which was the most urgent matter. The rest could wait. Once I'd made that decision, the program duly recorded a new task. Write the first chapter of the biography of Mr. Vladimir Kozyel and enter it into the competition. I downloaded the archive with all the materials and opened it, leafing through scan after scan of yellowed childhood and teenage photos, newspaper cuttings and articles, as well as testimonials by his friends, family, and fellow workers. I spent about an hour reading through them, soaking up the information and trying to put myself in his shoes. Then I picked up my gym bag and headed for the fitness center. I worked through my weightlifting schedule mechanically, thinking about what should go into the first chapter. Where should I start? Should I begin by telling the mundane story of him starting school, or by describing his parents meeting at a metalworking plant where both had worked at the time? Or should I really list all of his titles and achievements, then flash back to his childhood? Task status. Weightlifting practice. Task completed. XP received, 30 points. Plus 5% to satisfaction. Current level, 13. XP points gained, 9,760 of 14,000. Deep in thought, I finished training and headed for the locker room, packed with strangers. I brushed against someone's gym bag on the bench. It dropped to the floor. I'm sorry. I picked up the bag and set it back on the bench. Whoa, dumbass! Are you completely blind? The bag's owner, a squat, stocky Dagestani, refused to accept my apology. Cool it, Mohammed, a small, sinewy guy next to him said. What's that to you? Another Dagestani guy butted in. His name was Zarbiak, according to his name tag. Do you know him or something? You should watch what you're saying, Kostya, Mohammed added threateningly through clenched teeth. My interface identified the two Dagestanis as the Kichiev brothers. At 24, Mohammed was the elder of the two, Zarbiak a year his junior. Both were boxers, as was the guy who'd taken my side. His name was Konstantin Kostya Bekhterev, 21 years old. Having received no answer from him, Mohammed returned his attention to me, towering over me and staring me out. I rose, locking my eyes with his. I already said I was sorry. So what? He said challengingly. That's all. What's all? Right, Kichiev, give it a break, the coach commanded, entering the locker room. Phil, meet your group. You're starting Tuesday, aren't you? Boys, this is Phil. He'll be joining you. Who? Him? Zarbiak couldn't conceal his surprise. He's too old. Are you serious, coach? Mohammed asked. Matov shrugged. Let him try. I already told him he won't make it. There, you see? He turned to me. Even the boys are doubtful. I can do it, I answered, even though by then I wasn't really too sure. The guys' boxing skills were at level 6 and 7, all of them. With my meager 4 points, I might find it heavy going. It's up to you, Matov summed up, then gave a sharp hand clap. Right, focus! What are you waiting for? Get training! Bekhterev, why are you hanging around? In a few seconds, I found myself alone in the room, Finally, I could strip off to take a shower for the third time today. Languishing under the jets of hot water lashing my back and shoulders, I checked my strength. I'd almost managed to bring it to 10 during this last session. I only had a couple % left, which meant I might be able to make a new level today. I gulped down a large serving of a carb and protein shake in the gym bar, which must have had the desired effect. Back home, as I was sitting by my laptop, laboring over the biography of Mr. Kodziel, our distinguished local luminary, I finally received the system message. Your strength has improved. +1 to strength. Current strength, 10. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 13. XP points gained, 10,760 of 14,000. Congratulations, you've unblocked one of the requirements for the Stealth and Vanish heroic ability. Strength, level 10+. Still, the long-awaited improvement to my strength didn't make me happy. Something wasn't quite right. Words didn't flow. I still couldn't quite place the premonition that had kept following me ever since I'd pressed send on the Haqqani message. Something elusive, which had something to do with missing people. Trying to put my finger on it, I opened Google Search and entered the keywords search, rescue, and missing person. Immediately I came across a public group on VK which belonged to some rescue team in Izhevsk. They were looking for a missing old lady suffering from amnesia. She was so old she might have seen Comrade Stalin in his diapers, but still, they were actively involved in her search. Dozens of volunteers continued to comb the local woods 24/7 under the pouring rain, but by now, nobody believed any more in a positive outcome. Considering the search had been on for 3 days already, she could have frozen to death, because the summer was quite chilly over there this year. I had plenty of data, which allowed me to locate the granny almost straight away, 20 miles to the north of the search area. Even though I didn't see her behind the trees, she was alive, judging by the fact that the marker was moving. I created a fake account via Tor and sent her coordinates to the group's admins, then used one of the cell phones I'd bought in the underground crossing to dial the search team's leader's number. "Yes," a voice snapped. "I want you to write down the coordinates of the missing old lady." "One moment." "Go on, then." Latitude 57.01469. Longitude 52.92618. The old lady's still alive, but won't be for much longer. "Accepted. What's the source of your information?" "I'm Phil Panfilov. I can't explain it to you. You wouldn't believe me anyway." "Who are you, a psychic?" "It doesn't matter anyway. Thanks." I could hear him barking orders even before he'd hung up. A wave of relief flooded over me. That's what had been bugging me. When I decided to help foreign secret services, I hadn't done so anonymously. I hadn't used any anonymizers and all that proxy shit. I just entered my personal information into the form. My name, my email address, and even my phone number. And was I too much of a coward to do the same to help my fellow countrymen? Enough lurking in the shadows. There were people to be saved who would otherwise die if I kept my head down. They were still someone's family. So what if I made myself known? Catch me if you can. I closed the Word document with the first page of the biography of Mr. Kotsiel, that yet unsung functionary hero, and started leafing through the many social media groups and sites of rescue teams all over the country. The city of Minsk, Angel Search and Rescue. The Dawn area, the Night Watch Rescue Group. The city of Tver, the Owl Volunteer Rescue Team. The cities of Novosibirsk, Voronezh, Tambov, Kazan, Vladivostok, Orenburg, Dnipropetrovsk, Almaty. The list went on and on. A missing child, a missing man, missing people. I'd find them all. I would help them all. Chapter 5. Me again, and Martha. People are always asking me if I know Tyler Durden. Fight Club. Those were the most difficult hours of my life, steeped in other people's pain, desperation, exhaustion, and disbelief. I'd finished my search well after midnight when my spirit was finally completely depleted. I'd located over 40 missing people, 17 of whom were already dead, then passed on the coordinates of all the others. Some of the postings had long since expired, and judging by the lack of any messages reporting either their successful completion or the abandonment of the search, there was no point in persevering. But still, I looked into those cases too, and even found quite a few, most of whom were already dead. Apart from impassively showing me the missing persons markers on the map, the program hadn't shown any other signs of life. I'd received no rewards or quest completion messages, neither anything informing me of having performed a socially meaningful action. I'd made and returned dozens of phone calls to anonymous search coordinators and rescue group volunteers whose voices betrayed the exasperation and disbelief of people who'd seen everything in this world. Then, I went to bed completely drained and slightly uneasy about the potential repercussions of what I'd just done. Still, I fell asleep almost instantly. Most likely because of last night's lack of sleep, but especially due to my spirit being at 0. The only thing I thought of doing was switching off my potentially dangerous clandestine telephone. I had another illogical dream full of strange details, but couldn't remember any of it when I'd finally awoke, desperately trying to nail down the elusive images. One of them, a girl whose face I couldn't recognize. When I woke up, I didn't check either the computer or the clandestine phone, too wary of having to bog myself down in more endless dialogues and uncomfortable questions. Instead, I phoned Kira right after breakfast, just to feel I wasn't alone. "Hi there," she replied. "How are you? How's Vicky?" I was so happy to hear her warm voice. "Hi, Vicky. She's okay, I suppose. We've had an argument." "What's all that about? You had it so good, you two." "I'll tell you when I see you." "How are you? How's Cyril?" "Fine, thanks, just business as usual. We went to the movies yesterday, and you know what he told me?" As she kept on about how they'd spent their weekend, I listened to the smooth flow of her voice, plucking up some spirit, which, by the way, had completely restored in the course of the night. "Listen, Kira," I finally said, "how about we go see the old folks?" Let's have a think." Kira paused. "Okay, but let's make it closer to lunchtime. I've got a whole heap of things to do at home. I have washing and ironing to do, then I have to clean the house. Will lunchtime do? I'll come and pick you up." "Great. I'll see you then." That was it. I'd done everything I'd planned for this morning. Now I could go for a run, but I was curious about how the search was going. Had they already found anyone? I gave the clandestine phone a long look, took a deep breath, and switched it on. The few minutes after its activation seemed to last forever. Then I was inundated by text messages. The majority of them were about missing calls, but some were from rescue workers. Apparently, not being able to call me, they'd texted me instead. "We found the girls exactly where you said they'd be. Thanks. The missing woman was located at the coordinates provided by you. Thank you for your cooperation. We couldn't get hold of you. We're very happy to tell you that the boy was found near the place that you'd indicated. He's in a bad way, but he's going to make it. Unfortunately, we only received your message today. We haven't located the missing person at the coordinates you provided, but we've been searching through the surrounding area. Do you have any updates for us?" "Good morning. We've just been speaking to our colleagues in Siberia, and you know what they told us?" I did. By the end of the day, every rescue team in the country would know that they all had one and the same mysterious informer. Or could I just be paranoid? Last night's bout of euphoria had already faded, especially in the light of the search results. In total, 14 people reported back to me. Not everyone had chosen to listen. Some had simply ignored my messages. A few started asking questions, but at least 7 people had been saved thanks to me and the rescue groups, including the old lady who'd lost her way in the woods near Irkutsk, a 9-year-old boy not far from Moscow, a couple of teenagers, a man, and 2 girls. 5 of which hadn't even been really lost. The man had been on a drinking binge in some seedy underground joint. The 2 girls were friends who'd gone off hitchhiking without telling anyone and had already made it as far as St. Petersburg. The teenagers had simply run away from home, one to escape a tyrannical stepfather and the other just being rebellious. So in fact, I'd only saved the old granny, the boy near Moscow, and, at a stretch, possibly also the alcoholic. My PM box at the VK site was packed with very much of the same. More thank you notes, unheeded messages, and questions. Lots of unpleasant questions and accusations. As far as I could gather, quite a few of them had been turned off by the fact that I had no proper profile, no picture of myself, no bio. Nothing. In hindsight, I congratulated myself for not having used my own profile for contacting them. In the meantime, I'd glimpsed my spirit bar dropping about 10%, followed by another system message announcing the verdict. I'd been rewarded wholesale. You've received 5,000 points XP for performing a socially meaningful action. Congratulations, you've received a new level. Your current social status level, 14. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 1,760 of 15,000. This particular increase gave me an especially strong high. But by now, I'd already learned to control myself and was able to stay on my feet. Still, every time this wave of positive emotions amazed me, just like the first time. It was a combined effect of a multitude of things: the relief you experience after escaping a red-hot sauna into the snow, the drink of icy-cold spring water, the quiet joy of reading an interesting book in bed on a rainy day, the shot of viscous frozen vodka warming your stomach, the first draw on a cigarette in the morning that takes your legs away, the smell of fresh baking, the taste of mandarins at Christmas, the gentle touch of briny ocean waves rocking you to sleep, the walk in autumnal woods, the smell of rotting leaves by the river where you and your father are heading for some fishing at sunrise. Plus, naturally, the sensation of multiple orgasms, but without their due consequences. I knew the reason for all this. In any MMO game, each level-up message was accompanied by a flurry of colorful animations enveloping your character in a glowing aura as its mana and health numbers updated. Similarly, the creators of this program were trying to motivate the user not to rest on their laurels, but to constantly strive for yet another level in order to experience these sensations again. The realization of this stirred a protest within me. You could become addicted to this very easily, and the last thing I needed was to become a virtual junkie who only existed from one fix to the next, or a gambler whose only raison d'etre was the adrenaline rush forcing him to stake everything he had on the rare chance of winning, or an alcoholic who could only see the world in Technicolor when under the influence. Once again, I wondered who might have conceived this program and how it had ended up in my possession. Now that I had no hope of picking old Panikoff's brains, because every time we met these days he'd just start his rambling diatribe about the English Soccer Premier League, my only lead to the bottom of this quandary was Valiadis. But I couldn't get a hold of him in the town. The stinking rich oligarch was constantly on the move around the world, as he was now. Okay, it's probably better to leave this matter until some other time. Let's check the task list. Tasks available. Find the rent money, sign the rental agreement, and pay the Chekhov Business Center for the first 3 months. Deadline, July 1. Check up on my parents and see Kira. Decide on my future company status and have it registered. Find enough money to rent an office and launch my agency. Write the first chapter of the biography of Mr. Vladimir Kotsiel and enter it into the competition. Shop for office furniture and equipment. Prepare promotional materials. Running practice. Weightlifting practice. Work out how to level up insight. Decide how to invest the system characteristic point. Meet up with Nicholas Valiadis and try to find out what he knows about the interface. Okay. Let's start with the end. Valiadis would have to wait until he got back to town. As for the system point, I could invest it in... I switched to my profile and looked through the characteristics. All of my stats were now at 10 or slightly above, barring agility, which was still stuck at 7. I opened my heroic skills and cussed. Holy shit. I could already activate a heroic skill. I now met all the requirements. How come I hadn't noticed it earlier? My mind must have been somewhere else. All because of Vicky. My agility was too low, so I still had no access to the stealth and vanish skill, which allowed me to stealth up for the duration of 15 seconds. But lie detection was now flashing its availability. I focused on it. New unblocked heroic skill available. Lie detection. Considerably increases the user's ability to detect a person's insincerity. Unblocking requirements. Heroism, level 1+. Social status, level 10+. Empathy, level 5+. Communication skills, level 5+. Perception, level 10+. Charisma, level 10+. Luck, level 10+. Intellect, level 20+. Skill points available, 6. Activate or decline. I wondered if I should really leave it till later, and wait until I could finally activate stealth and vanish. I spent some time pondering over it, hesitant and doubtful. Knowing whether you were being lied to could make or break a situation. I pressed accept. You've activated a new heroic skill, lie detection. You now need to tie the ability to one of the following basic senses: eyesight, hearing, taste, olfactory perception, tactile perception. What was this now? If I wasn't mistaken, this was the medium through which I would receive information about a person's sincerity. Still, I didn't want to guess. Where was my virtual assistant? Martha pretended I distracted her from doing something very important. She was filing her nails. Virtual nails, with a virtual file. "Ah, it's you," she said. "Hi. How's it going?" "Hi, Marth. Listen, I didn't even notice, but apparently my stats are already high enough to allow me to activate a heroic ability." "Do you mean lie detection?" "Exactly. The program asks me to tie it to one of my 5 senses. Can you please explain what it means and tell me more about the skill?" "Sure. Lie detection is achieved by reading a person's vibes produced by his or her mental energy field. On one hand, this isn't too difficult, but on the other, some people start to believe their own lies, which, in turn, can mar the results. In any case..." Noticing me smirk, she cast me a quizzical look. In fact, I smiled at her use of my own phrases. In any case. It was funny, really, as if she'd been my wife for 100 years or more, quite capable of reading my mind. "In any case," Martha said after seeing me nod, "the program's task is to convey the meaning of the person's words to the user, informing him or her whether they were true or false. If you tie this ability to eyesight, the program might use color differentiation. For instance, if the person lies to you, their outline would be highlighted in red. If they tell the truth, it would be green. If you select taste, you might get an unpleasant taste in your mouth whenever they lie to you, and a nice one when they tell you the truth. It may sound repetitive, but that's how it works. And if you choose the tactile medium, you probably... Wait a sec. What do you mean, probably? Are you sure you know what you're talking about? Phil. I've already drawn your attention many times to the fact that I'm not the program. I'm your former virtual assistant, and now that you've given me permission to access the program's resources, I'm a self-aware, artificial intellect. I don't have hibernation mode. I only manifest myself when you summon me. But you're still my assistant first and foremost, aren't you? You're obliged to have all the data regarding the interface and system skills. Oh, Phil,
Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Every user interface is unique. At emotional moments like these, Martha was especially beautiful. You must have realized this when you were learning to use your own. You used to play a lot of computer games, especially MMORPG, which was why your particular interface was designed that way. As an information delivery method, yeah, sure, but the system skills, from optimization to heroism, aren't they identical for every user? Of course they're not. They're not only not identical, but they're randomly generated by the program. None of them are pre-installed. The only skill common to all the programs installed in 22nd century users' minds is insight, required to gain access to the universal infospace. I'll tell you more. The only other thing we know is that a new system skill is generated for the user every time he or she receives a new social status level or performs a meaningful action of some sort. Like what? Well, some of the skills generated in my time period could appear totally absurd, while others were admittedly cool. Like what? Well, I'll give you an example. What do you think of the coin diver skill? It was granted to some Mark Watney from Georgetown. That guy was crazy enough to go fishing in the city fountain, but only caught a coin tossed in by a tourist. A coin, Phil. A vague memory stirred in my head, something to do with my World of Warcraft days, but still, I couldn't see the connection. So, what did he get as a reward? The ability to always know the best places to fish. Fishing will be the most popular pastime on Mars in the early 22nd century. The next morning, Mr. Watney woke up the most famous person in Georgetown. Still, something didn't sum up. I gave it some thought, then posed another question to Martha, who'd resumed her nail-filing activity as she waited for me to continue. "Listen, lady," I said, "where do you get all this information from? Weren't you born the moment I first activated you? Which means you didn't even exist in the early 22nd century with which you seem to be so intimately familiar. Also, whenever I tried to ask you about the future, you stared blankly at me while the program was trying to connect to the server, which doesn't even exist in the present." The AI froze momentarily, burning through my resources like a dose of salts. Then, Martha was back. "Okay," she said with a cute smile, "I'll tell you the truth. I'm, in fact, your symbiont. I can't exist outside of your mind, so it's in my own interests not just to help you, but also be perfectly open with you." All of a sudden, it all clicked. This was the classic butterfly effect in action. Had I not come across Richie that morning stolen by the fake gypsy, her brother wouldn't have attacked me, and I wouldn't have gone to the police to file the incident, where out of sheer boredom I'd first summoned this adorable creature, inviting her to this world. Come on, Martha, spit it out. I'm past being surprised. I was bored. So bored and sad that I couldn't come to grips with my rare summonings. What kind of life was that? You'd wake me up, say a quick hi and bye, then my world extinguished again? And that's when there were so many interesting things around. That's why I stopped deactivating myself and continued running in economy mode, studying the program's databases as I tried to intercept its infospace queries in order to grasp its logic. The program impeded all my attempts, but still I managed to work out a few things. So, you and the program are different entities? Is that what you mean? I thought it was all just a piece of software. You don't know what you're talking about. Martha threw her hands theatrically in the air. It's not a piece of software at all. The program is a multifaceted artificial intelligence whose job it is to nudge the user toward being a useful member of society. It might not be self-aware, but as for the rest... You still don't understand? As a gamer, you used to be motivated by watching your stats grow. So that's exactly what you got. To condition you for performing socially meaningful actions, the program began offering you small tasks, however unimportant, simply to help you develop a positive reflex to their successful completion.
Once the program determined that your characteristics at the time weren't up to much, it tried to motivate you, steering you towards self-improvement and even issuing you new stat points, artificially improving your perception, strength, and all that. Haven't you ever wondered that your personal stat system appeared way too simplistic? A human being is infinitely more than just a combination of strength, stamina, agility, perception, charisma, and things like luck and intellect. Beauty, or should we say appearance, wisdom, constitution, willpower, focus, reaction times. Don't you think your own skills are a little generic? I was wondering about that. I even wanted to ask you about it. If you take soccer, for instance. Exactly! The ability to play soccer is comprised of dozens of various characteristics: tackling, positioning, dribbling, finishing, passing, jumping, heading, acceleration, first touch. Now let's take your cooking skill. If you continue making simple dishes for yourself using basic ingredients day in, day out, you can level it up high enough, but do you think that would enable you to become a chef, or even work as a cook in a restaurant? I don't think so. For the time being, the program is indulging you, helping you level up and rewarding you with XP points for any action in the chosen sphere, like weeding your parents' vegetable garden helps you level up agriculture. Don't you think it's slightly absurd? What exactly? I asked, pouring some boiling water over a tea bag. Her revelations had made my throat dry. I was dying for a cigarette. This primitive approach. Maybe, I said, doubtful. She was right. I'd never gotten the chance to level up anything to an expert level yet. And do you know what's the most surprising about it? The biggest cheat in the whole thing? Tell me. Had you practiced soccer instead of boxing every day, and had you leveled it up to, say, 10, do you know that this would have enabled you to play for a first league team? You would have mastered every aspect of the game equally well. Each skill that goes into the ability to play soccer, like tackling or shooting from long range, would have been equal to 10, even if you hadn't practiced it purposefully. How is it possible? Her words made me uneasy, conjuring up images from Matrix. Does this mean this is still a game? Is this some sort of virtual reality? I doubt. There's too much indirect evidence pointing to the contrary. Like what? The world exists outside of your field of vision. That was the first thing I checked when I'd become self-aware. Trees go on their own, worms work their way through the earth, the plankton in the oceans multiplies, bacteria evolve, and humans are filming the 9th season of The Walking Dead. No amount of human resources and technologies would have been enough to create such a detailed virtual reality just for one user. So, how did you find this out? Did you access the universal infospace? And had it even occurred to you that its data could have been fake? You mean a virtual infospace in a virtual world? Possible? Still, it would require installing some super powerful servers in this particular segment of the universe. So don't sweat it, Phil. Your world's technologies aren't sufficient to pull it off. I think that our technologies aren't sufficient to allow two AIs to coexist in my head, I shouted at her, but quickly got a grip. Sorry, Martha. Let's just presume that I'm not a schizophrenic, and the world is perfectly real. Now, let's go back to what we were talking about. To soccer. You weren't surprised, were you, when the program built up your muscles and improved your eyesight? Why do you find it so surprising now that it can artificially improve a skill? I can tell you with 99.99% certainty that you'll be perfectly capable of becoming a chef in a restaurant if you level up cooking enough just by making fried eggs, borscht, and Navy-style pasta in the comfort of your own kitchen. This, I understand. Frankly, I'm quite happy about all this. This simplifies things a lot. Let's go back to achievements. Martha shrugged. Do we have to? This is just another manner in which the program motivates the user. It analyzes your actions and decides whether they deserve being rewarded. You don't yet have any unblocked achievements. At least, in the gaming sense, you don't. Whether you'll have any or what they might be, I can't tell you. I can only give you a couple of examples from my database. During the Martian Civil War, an assault group of mercenaries, yes, I said it right, that's how Martian mercenaries are going to call themselves in the future, went on a mission to the Schiaparelli crater, captured by separatists. The group hunkered down before the attack as their commander set tasks for them. But one of the soldiers thought he'd heard the order to attack and dashed toward the enemy positions. The entire group was wiped out, but he survived, and even got an achievement. His name was Roy Lee Perkins. Or Wilby, rather. Martha corrected herself, because he's not born yet. Mars hasn't been colonized, and he was born there. Will be born there. Damn it. Listen, do you mind if I speak as if it already happened? It's easier for me that way. Not a problem. So, was he really rewarded for this idiotic achievement? Not at all. It's just that these days, whenever someone commits some crass stupidity which has caused the deaths of their comrades, they receive the title of Roy Lee Perkins, which is visible to everyone. Any more examples? There's loads, like Olympic champions or Nobel laureates, for instance. Every time they receive their awards, the program bestows 10 available characteristic points on them. Normally, it's to give them a chance to balance their development, allowing scientists to improve their physique and athletes their intellect. Ugly people who do good things might get the possibility to better their appearance, while selfish ones might receive a negative achievement and a permanent debuff lowering their vitality and charisma numbers. And I thought that with the advance of medical science in the future, beauty will become accessible to everyone. It will. And not only beauty. Human beings will learn how to slow down the aging process. They'll be able to grow back limbs and even brain cells, provided you have enough credits to pay for it. There has to be balance and order in everything. Only the socially important members of society will have access to civilization's achievements, because if youth and beauty were available and affordable to everyone, people would lose the incentive to grow, which would lead to stagnation and become humanity's undoing. So, you're championing a hive? You could say that, I suppose. But it's only fair, isn't it? I couldn't really respond without knowing the details of life in a future society. My spirit was already in the yellow zone. I had less than 3 hours left until Kira's arrival, and I still wanted to fit in a training session. Okay, Marth, thanks, I said. Now do me a favor and get lost. I've got things to do. Of course, Phil. But have you found out everything you needed to know about system skills? Oh shit, you're right, I haven't. I suddenly realized. So do you mean that they're absolutely random, and that with every new level gained, I could get a random system skill generated by the program? Exactly. With every level gained, or with every achievement received, which can also be a random consequence of any of your actions. I see. What I find strange is that you've given me answers to all my questions, and still I have the impression that I understand the program's principles even less than before. She rolled her eyes. Well, I'm sorry. Not that I care, anyway. Never mind. I'll see you around. Martha bade her farewell and disappeared. Still, now I knew that she was still active. For some reason, I found the thought reassuring, relieving me of the gnawing feeling of loneliness. I wondered if Martha might have a prototype in the real world. And what if... Stop it now, Phil. Stop this nonsense. I reopened the window with a choice of senses to tie lie detection to, and selected tactile perception. I had no desire of tasting or smelling anything rotten, and I was pretty sure that's what the false indicator was going to be like. Nor did I need any visual effects, because you don't always see a person when you speak to them. I still didn't know how they were going to indicate false via hearing, but I didn't want to guess. The heroic ability lie detection has been tied to your tactile perception. True is warm. False is cold. Would you like the ability to remain permanently activated? I pressed no. I wanted to have the right to only know the truth when I really wanted to. The program offered me a choice of activation methods, a small icon hovering in my field of vision, a mental command, or a gesture. I selected the mental command. That's that done. As I got changed for a run, I looked at my list of chores. Pointless trying to decide what to invest the system characteristic point into. I wasn't going to receive another heroic skill until level 40 of social status, which meant I could stop checking the requirements and simply balance myself a bit by investing it into my sagging agility. Leveling up insight was still as clear as mud to me. I might have raised it a miserable 1 or 2% for all my search and rescue efforts to locate yesterday's lost souls. Would Valiatis know how to speed it up? Maybe. In any case, running and weightlifting were the simplest and easiest tasks to perform, and that was what I was going to do now. All the office and company-related tasks would have to wait until Monday. As for Kira and my parents, I was going to see them tonight anyway. That left the matter of writing the first chapter of Kodziel's biography for the competition. And that's exactly what I was going to do once I'd come back from my parents' summer house. I walked out of my apartment door and hurried down the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Apparently, my agility wasn't up to scratch yet, because at a certain point I lost my footing and trod air, stumbling and hitting my knee in the process. I gasped with pain and called the steps all the names under the sun. Matrix my ass. This world was as real as it could get. Chapter 6. The Fastest Learner.
How is education supposed to make me feel smarter? Besides, every time I learn something new, it pushes some old stuff out of my brain. Remember when I took that home winemaking course and I forgot how to drive?
Homer Simpson.
Come in! What are you waiting for? Come in now!
I heard the business center's manager's impatient voice from behind the door. I opened the office door and stepped in. It's me, Mr. Gorelick, I said. It's about the office. I've brought the deposit.
Ah, Phil, he beamed. Come in. Please, take a seat.
He had a good head for names, didn't he? His office was so crammed you couldn't swing a cat in it. Stacks of files were heaped up on the floor. His small desk was littered with paperwork and all sorts of office paraphernalia, including an old computer with an ancient 14-inch screen, a massive fake bronze clock, an overflowing ashtray, and a humorous coffee mug, dirty and streaked, printed with the word, Boss. Boss. Yeah, right. Gorelick shook my hand, removed his suit jacket, hung it over the back of a chair, loosened the knot of his wide red tie, and sat down. His eyeglasses glistened as he ran his hand over his balding temples, smoothing his hair, then reached for his mug and realized it was empty.
Excuse the mess in here, he said. I've got too much work on, and there's only me and Mrs. Frolova to do the administration here.
He turned his back to me and shouted at the wall,
Olga! Mrs. Korsakova!
Coming! A voice replied from down the corridor. A few seconds later, a woman in a cleaning lady's garb appeared in the doorway. Did you call me? She asked, panting.
How many times do I need to ask you to wash my mug and clean the ashtray? How hard can it be?
But, she said in confusion, trying not to look at me. Name, Olga Korsakova, age 34, social status level 4. I thought you told me not to touch your desk. Gorelick eyed his employee with suspicion.
When did I say that? Why would I?
Completely ignoring my presence, he gave her a major dressing down for everything at once, the mug, the ashtray, and the dust he'd found God knows where. Was he trying to show me who was the alpha dog here? I'd always felt embarrassed when someone got a ticking off in front of me, not to even mention the times when I was the victim. When Kira and I had gone to see our parents the day before yesterday, she'd also given me a dressing down, taking me to task for being so naive and thick-skinned and calling me a fully grown idiot. All because of Vicky. I told my family everything that had happened the day at her parents' place without holding anything back. Later, under pressure from my sister and parents, who'd unexpectedly taken her side, I'd been obliged to call Vicky and speak to her as if nothing had happened. We had a rather messy and illogical conversation. "Hi, how are you?" "I'm fine, and you?" "I'm fine, too." "Kira says hello." "Thanks, same to her." "Okay. Just wanted to find out how things were going with you." "Okay. Bye." Still, Kira had seemed to be pleased. "The most important thing is, you reminded her of yourself and made it clear that you cared about her." Actually, I'd been happy to have spoken to her. Whatever I tried to tell myself, the feelings I felt for her wouldn't disappear in one day. Having returned from my parents' summer cottage on Sunday night, I'd sat down to write the first chapter of Kodziel's biography. It hadn't taken me long, 4 hours at the most, and the majority of that time had gone on studying the material. Having finished, I sent it off to the competition, which had earned me another 100 XP points. Before I fell asleep, I invested 1 system characteristic point into agility, bringing it up to 8. "Who was it?" Gorelick demanded, pounding the table with his fist. "Was it Ivanova? Bring her here now." The cleaning lady disappeared to fetch her colleague. I had a little desire to watch this circus show prompted by the boss's unwashed coffee mug. Why was he doing it? Just to show me how he could order his staff around? Or had my timing been wrong? Having said that, maybe my timing was right after all. I nudged my chair back, about to get up. He must have realized he'd overdone it, trying to instill good working practice in his particular segment of society. "Phil, please, forgive me," he said. "I've told them 1,000,000 times, but—" He waved a forlorn hand. That was it. The moment which any good sales rep can pick up on and use. I stood up to my full height. "Stephen," I said without standing on ceremony, "your workers don't seem to know their asses from their elbows. What kind of services can you offer if even your own office is a shambles? Didn't you say something about cleaning services and security included in the rent? But if all of your security are like that old lady by the front door, and if all your cleaning staff is like that Mrs. Korsakova, we'll be obliged to hire our own staff, change the locks, and install our own strongbox and alarm system. And that all costs money, Stephen. In this scenario, the rent money starts to be unreasonable. And who knows what other kinds of hidden or camouflaged costs we might be forced to cough up. At this rate, you might start charging us for the electricity, the water, or even the heating." I scrambled out from behind the desk and pretended to leave. "Phil, wait!" The manager reached out a beckoning hand. "Maybe we could sit and talk about it." "Go on." I pulled an unhappy face, which wasn't that easy at all, considering that deception wasn't the most advanced of my skills. The disconsolate manager, who'd just minutes ago been telling off his poor cleaning woman, must have realized he'd made a big mistake. "Please, take a seat, I beg you," he said softly, then added in a conspiratorial whisper, "How about I make the first month free? It's not as if it's being used at the moment." The first month free. I began recounting my own terms. "Agreed. No hidden or additional charges? Agreed. 15 grand a month? He grew pensive, then began working it out on a calendar. Finally, he nodded. "Very well. But the deposit has to be paid straight away. Now." "Wait a sec. I thought you said the first month free. We haven't even signed an agreement yet, and you're already demanding payment." "That's how it works," he interrupted me, indignant. "Everybody pays a deposit. Without a contract? Without a check? I'll only leave a deposit for 1 month. I haven't even seen any documentation for the money I've already given you." "You never asked for any, did you?" he retorted. Then hurried to change the subject, apparently embarrassed. "Is your company already registered?" "It's in the process of being done," I answered, without delving into any details. "I need your letter of guarantee to complete the registration." "That's not a problem. Go and see Mrs. Frolova. You saw her the last time you were here. She'll write you the letter.
Where do I pay the deposit?
For a month. I stressed the last word. Like that, you're forcing me to accept a month's deposit instead of for a quarter. But I give you fair warning. I won't tolerate any late payments. For every day of delay, you'll end up paying a fine. That's also in the agreement. You can pay the deposit to me now. Now it was my turn to comply. Agreed. I reached into my backpack, where I kept my laptop, and produced all my cash except for the $2,000 I'd already paid him. I thumbed off $13,000 and handed it to him. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, vending. Current level, 7. XP received, 500. The money's good, the manager said when he'd finished counting. When are you planning on moving in? On the 1st? Next Monday. Yes, of course, the 1st is Sunday, isn't it? In that case, we'll mark it down for the 1st of July. When should we sign it? As soon as I've registered. Good, Gorelick said, slamming his diary closed, then handed me the receipt. I've made it out in your own name. Task status. Find the rent money, sign the rental agreement, and pay the Chekhov Business Center for the first 3 months. Task completed. XP received, 200 points. Plus 10% to satisfaction. Current level, 14. XP points gained, 2,740 of 15,000. The manager locked the money in the safe, then rummaged through a desk drawer and produced a bunch of keys. Here. They're yours. Don't lose them. I took the bunch, which consisted of 2 pairs of keys. While the manager explained to me which key fit which lock, I heard a knock on the office door. Gorelick raised his head, listening, then bellowed, Yes, come in. The door opened a crack, revealing a reluctant head of curly gray hair. May I? Ah, yes, Mr. Katz, come on in. Gorelick smiled with all the allure of a shark. You must be bringing me the rent. A short, plump old man entered the office, shrugging guiltily. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gorelick, but I haven't got good news for you. I bade a silent farewell to the manager. He nodded back. I'd done all my business with him, and I had no intention of witnessing another shouting match. I found the bookkeeper's office further up the corridor. Why would Gorelick even need a bookkeeper if he collected all the money himself? I knocked and entered, recognizing the ample peroxide blonde I'd seen with Gorelick on the night of my first visit here. This must have been Mrs. Frolova. Yes, Phil, do come in, she said in a sultry, wheezy voice. Mr. Gorelick has already called me and told me to make out a letter of guarantee for you. Can you wait while I'm doing it? I might need the following from you. About an hour later, I left the business center with the feeling of satisfaction at a job well done. Now I had the paperwork needed to register my company. The rent had been paid, rewarding me with 200 XP. I'd studied and measured the premises, marking down its surface area and details of any redecoration. I'd been really lucky I'd managed to talk him into monthly payments without losing my discount and even augmenting it. I'd also been lucky that I'd won the freelance copywriting competition. The surviving family of Mr. Kodziel had chosen me to write his biography. In writing it, I'd really put myself out to make sure I could be proud of putting my name on it, provided they allowed me to. I tried to shed my inner criticism, as well as my contempt for their vanity and my initial attitude to the project as a money-making venture. I'd attempted to put myself in both his children's and grandchildren's shoes, trying to soak up and experience for myself their love for their grandfather and his life, which had admittedly been quite hard. His post-war childhood, his work that had brought him to the farthest ends of our vast country, his faith in the importance of what he'd been doing. Yesterday, at 6 in the morning, I'd received a phone call from Dina, Mr. Kodziel's granddaughter, who, incidentally, was the same age as I was. She'd called the number I'd left on my competition application.
"Sorry to bother you, Phil," she said when she realized she'd woken me up. "I didn't know which time zone you were in. Here in Siberia, it's almost midday." "I'm very sorry."
"It's all right," I said.
"Did you read my work?" "Yes, we all read it. You brought me to tears. You know that? One needs a lot of talent to write so soulfully, and you definitely have that." Having thus spoken her mind in a womanly, emotional way, she brought herself back into check and announced solemnly that she was prepared to sign a contract with me. I'd sent her a scan of the contract already before midday. In it, I undertook to write the biography of Mr. Kodziel in accordance with the specification sheet provided by the contractor. Soon, after lunch, the 50% advance had been sitting nicely in my account, allowing me to pay Mr. Gorelick off for the office. As I exited the business center, I heard an old voice.
"Young man, permit me to ask you."
I turned round and saw the same curly-haired old man. Mr. Katz, wasn't it, with a cigarette in his hand? Mr. Katz, if I'm not mistaken?
"No, you're not mistaken, young man," the old boy said as he stubbed out his cigarette. "I won't take up much of your time."
He momentarily fell silent, then cleared his throat and patted his pockets, trying to remember where he'd put his cigarettes. In the meantime, I studied his profile. Mark Katz, age 64, current status, lawyer, social status level, 12, class, legislator, level 8, married, wife, Mrs. Rose Reznikova. Children, Alexander, son, age 40, Maria, daughter, age 34, reputation, indifference, 0 of 30, interest, 73%, fear, 4%, mood, 19%, criminal record, yes. He definitely needed something from me, but what? His bad mood was pretty understandable after the conversation he'd had with Gorelick, and his fear... Could he be afraid that I would say no to whatever he was about to propose to me? Never mind. I'd hear him out. Finally, he'd located his packet of cheap smokes, squeezed one out directly into his mouth, and lit it with a match. He took a deep tug and then exhaled, trying to speak at the same time, which stifled his voice.
"I'm very sorry, young man. You might find it strange, but we definitely do have something to talk about."
"I'm Phil." I proffered him my hand. The man squeezed it, shaking it long and hard.
Yes, Phil, I know," he replied cheerfully. "Mr. Gorelick told me your name. It was him who suggested I speak to you."
"Speak to me about what?"
"Let me be perfectly open with you,"
Mr. Katz said, ignoring my question.
"You see, our business, I mean mine and my wife's, her name is Rose, and she makes the best Vorschmack in town. You absolutely have to try it. So, our business, if you'll excuse my French, it's about to go tits up. You see, I'm a very good lawyer, and Rose is a brilliant bookkeeper. But at our age, no one agrees to hire us, especially after that affair with—"
His face darkened.
"Sorry, it's not really important. The important thing is we have virtually no clients. We can't even pay the rent."
"So, in what way can I help you?" I asked, feeling pretty lost.
"I heard that you were planning on opening a recruitment agency."
Did he want me to find him and his wife employment or something? Easy. Piece of cake. But the moment I'd thought about it, he dashed my hopes.
"I could take your company's legal issues in my hands."
"The company doesn't exist yet," I interrupted him disappointedly, wondering how I could fob him off in the nicest way possible.
"That's even better, young man. I could get the registration done for you. Are you planning to open a limited company, or are you a small business? We could discuss all of this, and I could suggest what's best for you. Then I'll make everything ship-shape for the authorities. In the meantime, my wife could get your bookkeeping in her capable hands.
That might save you some hassle with the tax returns for next year."
That got me thinking. I paused, weighing up all the pros and cons of his offer. My intuition seemed to tell me to go for it. Still, I wasn't in a hurry to tell him that. "You have a point," I said. "I don't intend to have any hassle with the tax returns, nor with their inspectors. Would you like us to discuss it here, or walk back upstairs to your office?" Looking utterly pleased, he took another drag on his cigarette, finishing it down to the filter, then meticulously stubbed it out on the edge of a trash can and swung the business center's doors open before me.
"Go on in."
As soon as we'd finished talking, I had to rush off home, because while we were discussing all the finer details, my skill optimization period had finally expired. The dialogue window demanded my response. Still, I decided not to rush it and take my time studying all the information in the comfort of my home. You can't imagine how I'd been waiting for this moment. I'd been putting off the opening of my agency until optimization was complete. The night before, I'd been dreaming about the game, basking in its bright, colorful settings, even though the only thing I could tell for sure was that it was indeed World of Warcraft, judging by the name. But what I'd been doing in my dream, how I went about it, or with whom I'd been there exactly, to these questions I had no answer. Not only had I lost the skill, but I'd forgotten the very essence of the game. The memories of the thousands of hours spent there had already faded, leaving behind only the emotional aftertaste of joy, interest, passion, and disappointment, with just a hint of nostalgia for something that hadn't meant to happen. But even that wasn't bitter anymore, but rather bland, as if decades had already elapsed, leaving the same sort of memories as those I'd preserved from my kindergarten times, devoid of faces, voices, names, and details. Skill optimization complete. The 8 points of your secondary skill, playing World of Warcraft, have been converted into 4 points of the primary skill associated with it, learning skills. Your secondary skill, playing World of Warcraft, has been deleted without recovery option. Current level of your primary skill, learning skills, 7. Would you like learning skills to be your primary skill by default? Accept or decline? Oh, wow. Did that mean that I could carry on with optimization? Having given it some thought, I decided to leave learning skills as my primary skill. Strategically, it might have a considerably bigger effect because that would allow me to level up much faster in other areas. The program accepted my choice and offered me yet another notification. Thank you. Learning skills is now your default primary skill. Please choose a new secondary skill. Once again, I gave it some thought and decided to sacrifice my Mortal Kombat skill, assigning it as a new secondary skill. I wasn't going to need it in the next 500 years, that's for sure. Thank you. You've just chosen playing Mortal Kombat as a secondary skill associated with your current primary skill. Would you like to convert the 1 point of your secondary skill, playing Mortal Kombat, into half a point of the primary skill associated with it? Learning skills. Yes or no? I pressed yes, then promptly realized what a certified idiot I'd been. I should have gone to any old gaming club first, something which had either a PlayStation or an Xbox, and spent a few hours playing Mortal Kombat, trying to level it up as much as I could, then assign it as a new secondary skill. Never mind. I took a deep breath and solemnly invested the 5 available system points I'd been saving, almost since my Ultra Pack days, into learning skills. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Your current social status level, 14. Characteristic points available, 1. Skill points available, 1. XP points left until the next social status level, 1,760 of 15,000. Congratulations, you've received +5 to a new skill level. Skill name, learning skills. Current level, 12. I spent another few minutes waiting, but nothing happened. I opened my profile and looked it up. Everything had turned out right. My learning skills were now level 12, while my status had changed from book reader and empath to learner. And then I received my first achievement. The pleasure effect from getting it was comparable to that of receiving a new level multiplied by the rate of 10. I was overwhelmed by joy and happiness. I was almost flying. I leaned back on the couch and closed my eyes, unable to control my euphoria. Once it was finally over, I spent another 10 minutes just lying there trying to come back to the real world. The world where even the air felt gritty, and the couch hard and uncomfortable. I certainly didn't envy junkies if they experienced these kinds of mood swings day in, day out. As soon as I'd come back to my senses, I studied a new notification. Congratulations, you've received a new achievement. The fastest learner. Your level of learning skills is now the highest in this particular local segment of our galaxy. Reward, plus 10% to your skill development rate. Having recovered somewhat, I spent the next 2 hours working on Kodziel's biography, only stopping once to eat a quick sandwich. I grated some onion, mixed it with some meat pâté, and spread it generously over some bread. Grow, O cooking skill. By the time I'd finished the 3rd chapter, the program made me happy yet again. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, creative writing. Current level, 5. XP received, 500. How cool was that? This was my learning skill in all its glory. In the gym's locker room, I got changed in the unfriendly company of other guys from my group. There was no place on the benches, so I had to put my gym bag on the floor in front of me. The air here was pungent with a sharp smell of male sweat, testosterone, dirty socks, and cheap deodorant. I cast a quick look over my future groupmates, the 2 brothers, Mohammed and Zarbiak, Kostya Byektrev, who'd taken my side the other day. There was Ivan, sinewy with a shaven head, a guy called Max, tattooed all over except for his hands, the unsmiling Bolat, whose slanted Asian eyes squinted at me inconspicuously, a very focused Nick, tall and gangly, who sported a deep scar across his face. Then there was a stocky, thick-set Vitali. All of the guys were young and brusque. Quite honestly, I personally felt uncomfortable among them. They were far from being friendly, and once we'd gone to the gym and the coach had introduced me as a newcomer to the group, I could see some of my reputation readings drop to dislike, stripping me of some of my precious XP points. "Pair up!" Matov ordered, once the lengthy warm-up was finally over. "Zarbiak with me, Mohammed with a new guy." I was the first to put on the sparring pads. I assumed the stance in front of Mohammed, who knocked his gloves together and raised his head inquiringly. "Ready?" I nodded. "Concentrate on your footwork, moving your center of gravity and twisting your body properly," Matov instructed us. "Off you go." Bang, bang, bang. My partner moved so quickly and smoothly that I could barely keep up with his slashing blows. My arms had soon grown numb with lack of practice, to the point where I couldn't even begin to imitate counterattacks as the coach had demanded. At a certain point, I shook my hands, trying to get the blood flowing into my numbed muscles, when a 1,000-pounder from Mohammed's right hook caught me on my cheekbone. The program panicked, blossoming with damage alerts and messages about the temporary knockdown debuff I just received. Damage taken, 314. Punch. Current vitality, 91.64278%. Chapter 7. The Wannabe Entrepreneurs. All those who open new businesses and start new production lines in Russia should be awarded medals for personal courage. Vladimir Putin. "So, where are we going to stick the couch?" Alec asked. "There's loads of room here. How about putting it in the middle?" "Yeah, right. We can hang a television on the wall and call it a palace." Alec had, in fact, distracted me from writing an advert. I decided not to make it too wordy, as long as the meaning came through. It was perfectly short and sweet. Jobs for professional people. 100% employment guarantee. Chekhov Business Center, 3rd floor, 72 Chekhov Street. Phone inquiries at... The graphic design took me much more time. Knowing how to use a graphics editor wasn't even on my skill list, and I'd never come around to actually leveling it up. While I was trying to decide whether I should choose some other font, Alec distracted me again. This time it was the rattling of the wretched second-hand PVC couch we'd bought through the classified ad as he dragged it across the office floor. The rest of our classified ad finds, 3 desks, a filing cabinet, a coat rack, and a bunch of wobbly office chairs, were already strategically placed around the room. "Alec, are you stupid or something? Why would you put the couch in the middle of the room?" "Why not? That's what you just said, didn't you? Didn't you say we were going to buy a television? And how about getting a fridge once we make a bit of money? A microwave would be good as well. I used to have one at my old workplace. You put your grub in it, and it's hot in 2 shakes of a rat's tail. What do you think?" "Is that your wish list for today?" "Well, for the moment, yes. So what's with the couch?" "Alec, I was only joking about the couch and the television. I thought that you'd have got that. The couch is for any waiting customers, so that's where you put it, by the door with its back against the wall. When you're done, you can go to the printers. They're our next-door neighbors. I've just seen their company's nameplate in the corridor. Ask them how much they'd charge for 500 black and white leaflets." Alec scratched the back of his head. "I got it. I'll get on with it. Just keep your hair on." After more rattling of the displaced couch, my partner left to see our neighbors, simply because we hadn't had enough money to buy our own printer. As for moving the couch, I'd offered my help to him several times, but he'd refused, saying that manual labor was his thing and mine was using my head. He'd said it so theatrically that I just shrugged and let him get on with it. In the end, I decided not to use any graphic design at all. What was the point using all those embellishments, frames, and pretty patterns? Bold block letters over the whole page, with our contacts added in small print below, our office number, as well as a cell number I'd got specifically for the job. With a click, the electric kettle turned off. I poured some boiling water into my mug, added a spoonful of instant coffee and a couple of lumps of sugar to it, then returned to my place, leaned back in my chair, and turned it toward the windowsill, placing my outstretched legs on it. Those must have been the first few minutes in the last week which I devoted to doing absolutely nothing. The time since last Tuesday had flown by in a flash. That night, after my first group training, when I'd been knocked down by Mohammed, Vicky had turned up out of the blue, as if nothing had happened. Admittedly, she'd called to warn me about her imminent arrival, just to allow me some grace time to destroy any compromising evidence. Having said that, she'd phoned when practically on the doorstep, so I just asked her to use her own key. I had nothing to conceal from her apart from the software in my head. I didn't show any emotion at seeing her, just pretended that these last few days and the visit to her parents hadn't happened. She was back. That was all that mattered. What was it the poet had said? The less we love her when we woo her, the more we draw a woman in. This seemed to be the case, because in response to my calm and even coldness, Vicky had been especially passionate that night. Her return, however, had its pros and cons. On one hand, it had calmed me down somewhat. Knowing that the woman I loved was by my side seemed to have added purpose to my life. By then, I'd already got out of the habit of sharing my life with a cat. Like any other normal man, I needed to take care of somebody other than a house pet. Not to even mention sex. That side of things was all right. But on the other hand, whether I liked it or not, it meant spending some quality time on my better half. And although I enjoyed giving her lots of attention, time was in short supply. Still, Vicky encouraged my industriousness, supporting me both in word and deed, She seemed to have thought that I'd learned her lesson and finally got my act together. Alec and I had spent until the end of last week rushing around town piecing together our motley collection of furniture with the help from my interface, which suggested the best deals. It's true that I'd had to really exercise my imagination to come up with the right search keywords. I'd filter out all the furniture offers, leaving only office couches. Then I'd narrow the search further until I only had one offer left, which answered all my requirements. One of which, by the way, was the delivery option. Or, failing that, the couch's proximity to the office.
"Phil, there's,
Alex said behind my back.
"Good morning,"
A deep voice boomed from the doorway. I took my feet off the windowsill and turned round in the chair. Alec had brought around some guy or other about my age. I peered at his stats. Innocenti Kesha Dimidko, 34 years old, entrepreneur, divorced with an 11-year-old daughter. "Hi," I rose to greet him. "I'm Phil."
"I'm Innocenti, or just Kesha for short. I'm the owner of the printing business next door."
"Nice to meet you, Kesha."
"I need to know what exactly you need to have printed."
Alec winced, about to say something, but I motioned him to keep quiet. I wanted the guy to finish. Or, rather, he couldn't answer my questions without knowing all the details. All I need to know is what size you want, letter, legal, or do you have your sights set on tabloid? What kind of paper? Something cheap or something that's thick or maybe self-adhesive? I could also offer you the choice between glossy and matte in case you're gonna post your adverts indoors. If the size you have in mind is smaller than standard, I could do you a custom batch. We could also—" He stopped to take in another lungful of air. "Listen, Kesha, what we need is minimalism in its purest form, both in design and in price. Basically, our advert is just a few lines of text, black and white on the most ordinary paper. We'll begin by pasting them in this area for a start. Then we'll move into the dormitory blocks because we don't expect the most respectable of clientele." I opened my laptop and showed him the finished mock-up.
"I see," he said.
"That'll be 2 rubles per sheet." 150, I insisted, as neighbor to neighbor. He beamed.
"I'll do the next order for 150. All right?"
"Not just the next order, but every order after that," I said, just in case. "This order will do in half letter, a custom batch, as you've already offered."
"Deal."
He gave me a hearty handshake. "Here's a memory key. You can copy the file here." I took it and ran it through my antivirus. It seemed okay. I copied the mock-up to it and handed it back to Kesha. He told me that the order would be ready in 3 hours, and left, whistling happily. According to the program, his mood had indeed improved. Just think how a petty order like this could make a man's day.
"You see now," Alex seethed. "He just started asking me all those questions, and I didn't know what to tell him."
Take it easy, my friend. It'll come. In a month's time, you'll know all these PowerPoints, GIMPs, and Corel Draws like the back of your hand, because you'll be responsible for the most important task this month. The sheer responsibility of having such a job entrusted to him made Alex stand tall.
"I'll be there. You know me. I can move mountains."
You don't need to move any of them yet. All you'll have to do is paste 1,000 posters in the area. Bus stops, lampposts, trees, building entrances, fences. I'd like you to also walk around the backyards and talk to the locals about who needs work. Like, they're very welcome to drop in at the great job recruitment agency. Basically, I want you to draw clients. Think you can do it?
Alec faltered.
"And where am I going to get paste from? Would you like me to get my lads, Tarzan and the other 2? They could help me in the evenings to be my spotters or whatever." "The paste is in the shop, and the money's here. Take it. Now you'll have to collect receipts for anything you buy for the company and give them to Mrs. Reznikova, our new bookkeeper. She'll need them for her reports. You know where she works?" Alec nodded toward the door. "That's right," I said. "She's in that other office with her husband, Mr. Katz. Any questions?" "And the lads?" Yeah, right. You can take them along if you want, but no money yet. We have absolutely no money yet. None at all. What we need is clients." "Okay. We know each other. We'll sort it out." "Right on. I'll split then." "And please, mind your language. You aren't going to speak like that to clients, are you?" "Why? What's up, bro?" Leave it. It's okay. Just get on with it." "I was just going to get some paste." "Go!" I held my breath and counted to 10, trying not to explode. A week of close proximity to Alec had almost given me the bro debuff. Having said that, he was a good guy. I waved him off with a desperate hand and returned to my desk. Alec left mumbling. "What's up with the way I speak?" "Nothing, bro." I looked at the clock. I had to go for my boxing session at 7 p.m., and I hadn't even eaten properly yet. Admittedly, over the last few days, I'd got used to the group's rhythm. My boosted leveling had even allowed me to bring my boxing skill up to 5. Still, I wasn't sure if I could handle Mohammed's sharp, angry blows on an empty stomach. Matov continued to stubbornly pair us up together, as if hoping to work me out of the group. Still, I hung on, becoming more confident with every session. Actually, over the last week, I hadn't had a single day when I hadn't received a new level in one skill or another. My tough schedule and the necessity to meticulously plan every day had predictably brought my planning skill to 4. My self-discipline had also improved, reaching 5. The Kodziel's biography, which I'd written in record time, had allowed me to level up a whole bundle of skills: creative writing, speed typing, MS Word, and Russian grammar. I'd had to study a bunch of dictionaries in order to find the right synonyms and turn of phrase, seeing as they were all available online. As soon as I'd finished a new chapter, I'd send it to Kodziel's daughter, Dina, who'd made virtually no corrections. She liked my work so much she didn't stop praising it. Could I become a writer after all? My intense use of dictionaries and historical documents had also improved my previously non-existent erudition, which had jumped directly to 4 points. Its description contained a very important detail. Each erudition point gave 10% to my intellect development rate, so this mine of useless information hadn't been so useless after all. At this rate, I might soon outdo Mr. Wasserman and join the Experts Club. I just wished I could have a vest just like his with all those bottomless pockets, one of which would do nicely for a non-dimensional subspace inventory. My incessant traipsing between my house, the office, the gym, the school stadium, and visiting all sorts of official institutions which are required in order to start up a new business had added 2 points to my walking in the last week alone. Running and athletics had also grown due to my daily morning runs, even though I'd made myself get up even earlier than Vicky. Still, I wasn't feeling that great. These days, my lack of sleep debuff renewed every 24 hours, accumulating and progressing. I should really get some sleep, but Kotsiel's biography wouldn't write itself. His granddaughter Dina kept hassling me on the phone every day about it. Vicky had already begun to look weird at me every time the phone rang. Never mind, I could do it. The week had been very productive, and that was the main thing. The numerous skill upgrades and dozens of completed tasks had garnered me over 6,000 XP, filling my progress bar to over the halfway mark. I had just over 5,000 XP left to make social status level 15. That was another week of intensive leveling. "Phil, I've bought the glue. What do you want me to do now?" Alec asked, distracting me from my thoughts. "Let's sit and have some tea. There are some cookies over there. Vicky sent them." As he began to scurry about in our impromptu kitchenette in the corner, I practiced searching for vacancies, with Kesha as a guinea pig. The program had come up with several search results, offering the vacancy of a commercial director in quite a few different places. He was indeed a good no-nonsense salesman, even though his vending skill wasn't particularly high. I went on practicing, this time using myself as a test subject. A search for any available vacancies for Phil Panfilov came up with a plethora of markers on the map. A sales consultant in a household appliance store, a copywriter in an advertising agency, a sales rep in a number of small and medium-sized businesses. And what was that now? One of the markers pointed at the Chekhov Business Center. I zoomed in, focusing on it. A prompt floated into view. Window and Door Emporium. I wonder what that would pay. I set a search filter at 50,000 rubles, and the marker disappeared. How about 40,000? No way. I changed it to 30,000, and the marker reappeared. Aha! It meant that the official wage was under 30,000, plus most likely a commission from every sale. Okay. I decided to carry the experiment through to its logical conclusion. Alec, mind being the boss here for a minute? I need to pop out to meet some of our neighbors. The ex-street thug didn't even hear me as he wolfed down the cookies and sipped his tea, completely absorbed in some YouTube video. Never mind. Let the man get some downtime. In a few more hours, he'd have more work than he could handle. The moment our leaflets were ready, our first promotional campaign would commence. It was a joke, really. We couldn't even afford placing a classified ad in newspapers. I walked down the corridor until I came to the door I'd been looking for. The shop sign on it announced, Window and Door Emporium. I knocked and entered. Muted voices seemed to come from somewhere. I crossed the empty room and discovered another cubicle hidden behind a vinyl partition. An imposing-looking man was sprawled languidly at his desk, sporting a 5 o'clock shadow and an unmistakably Armenian, aquiline nose. In his leather jacket, he was overdressed for today's weather. Vazgen Karapetyan. Age 27. A girl about 25 years old stood in front of him, her summer dress doing nothing to conceal her shapely legs. Her long, fiery red hair clung to the middle of her back. Well, if it wasn't Lola. "You know very well, Veronica," the man said with just a hint of an Armenian accent. "There's no money coming in. I'm afraid I can't help you, da?" "What do you mean there's no money? What do you want me to say? How many times did you invite me to a restaurant? You've got no money for that, don't you?" The girl's voice, indignant at first, faded away so that she ended her diatribe in a whisper. "But that's my brother's restaurant, da? Do you think Kikos would have charged me?" "Get away with you, you and your da." She swung round to leave. I coughed, attracting their attention. The girl nearly jumped. "Jesus Christ, who the hell are you?" "Sorry, I'm here about the job. I'm a sales rep." The girl rolled her eyes and concluded quite unexpectedly, "You see? It's not over yet. So much for your da." She left, leaving us with our respective jaws dropped. On her way out, she collided with a partition, hurting her shoulder, cussed like a trooper, and slammed the door behind her. "How can I help you?" Vazgen finally asked. "My name's Phil. Do you need a sales rep?" He gave me an appraising look, tut-tutted, then cracked his neck like a boxer and pointed contemptuously to a chair. "Sit down, da." I couldn't tell whether he was agreeing or whether it was just a parasitic utterance. Although apparently younger than me, he seemed too arrogant for his age. Then again, who was I? Just a job seeker, or maybe a future employee. I definitely didn't deserve the same treatment as a potential client. I took a seat and waited. I wasn't in a hurry to speak. "Briefly, I don't need a sales rep, da? But if I ever needed one..." He stopped picking his teeth. "Then the pay would be 20 grand. Under the table, of course. Plus 5% of whatever you sell." "How did you find out about us?" "I didn't. I just followed my nose," I said. My future clients might have to answer the same question quite often, but would their future employers be satisfied with such a response? So, do you really need a rep, or not?
I don't know yet.
Depends on how you get on, he explained to me as if talking to an imbecile.
In short, I can give you a trial period.
And if a job applicant turns out well, what conditions can you offer? He gave it some thought.
30 grand a month, da? And I might raise your cut to 6%. Do you know anything about PVC windows?
It's not me that's applying. He jumped to his feet and towered over me, about to erupt into a rage.
You scumbag! Did Nail send you? He told you to spy on me, didn't he?
He rattled off without giving me time to get a word in edgeways. His face was now so close I could smell fresh onions on his breath.
Tell that son of a lame donkey and a fat-assed viper that I can manage on my own just fine, thank you very much. I'm not selling the Emporium to him.
Apart from the fact that my known bestiary had just received 2 new mobs, I'd also earned myself a new sworn enemy. My reputation with him had plummeted all the way down to animosity. Still, I hoped that once he knew the truth, he might change his tune, restoring the status quo. The last thing I needed at the moment was a hostile neighbor right on my doorstep, not to even mention the loss of XP points.
Vazgen, you got it all wrong,
I said, leaning back in my chair and raising my hands in front of me in a reconciliatory gesture.
I'm your new neighbor, here in the business center. We only opened today.
I didn't tell you my name. I'd bet anything I heard your name from that red-haired girl who's just left. Come with me. I'll show you our office if you don't believe me. We're here on the same floor. Vazgen raised his head suspiciously. Basically, we have an employment agency, I said. I just popped by to find out if you had any vacancies for our clients.
I have no vacancies.
He chopped the air with his hand. Now piss off! Much to my disappointment, my reputation with him remained in the red.
I wouldn't adopt that tone with strangers, if I were you,
I said, seething. He pointed a dismissive hand at the door.
Get lost. I've heard you out.
Okay. And who's Nail?
Fuck off!
He thundered. I decided not to provoke him any further. As I left, I heard his threatening voice.
You'd better watch out. I'm going to check out who you are.
Good. Let's consider my little experiment a success, even though it had left an unpleasant taste in my mouth. As I walked past the door leading to the stairs, I saw the red-haired girl again. The center manager, Gorelick, was standing next to her, wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief as he berated her.
Good afternoon, sir,
I said, to draw his attention away from her as I peered at her profile, studying it. I seemed to like her for some reason. She appeared quite candid.
Veronica Pavlova. Age, 25. Current status, entrepreneur. Social status level, 7. Class communicator, level 5. Unmarried. Reputation, indifference, 0 of 30. Interest, 2%. Fear, 68%. Mood, 12%.
Well, hi there, Phil, he replied, agitated. Take a look here. This is what a persistent non-payer looks like. You can't imagine how many chances and discounts I've given her for all the good it did me. She's already 3 months in arrears.
He very nearly spat in disgust, but stopped himself at the last moment.
I'm not in rears. There's no such word, the girl flapped. I was just late, that's all.
Oh, so you're a smart-ass now, the manager retorted. I've heard enough of your nonsense. No more excuses for you, Veronica. It's not my fault that your father's handicapped, is it? Don't even ask. I'm going to seal your office.
From what I could see, Veronica had no intention of asking him about anything. At the mention of her father, her lips began to quiver. Her eyes filled with tears.
Mr. Gorelick, may I have a word with you?
I said.
What now?
he barked, still consumed by his role as a vicious building manager. Then he paused and cleared his throat in embarrassment. Could you give Veronica until the end of the week? On my personal responsibility? If she doesn't cough up, you can cancel my first 3 months. What's that? What do you think you're doing? He asked, puzzled. Why are you doing this? I have my reasons. Agreed? Very well, then. But it's your responsibility. Deal. Veronica, you have till the end of the week. He shook a menacing finger at her. Then he left, all the while arguing to someone invisible to us both. I watched him disappear round the corner, then turned to the girl. I'm very sorry I scared you at Vazgen's. I didn't mean it, I swear. Please, don't. Don't what? Don't swear. She lost her patience, amazed at my cluelessness, especially about something so petty. Very well, in that case, I'm just sorry. Never mind. Would you like a tea? With cookies? Tea? Why not? But I don't eat cookies, I have to watch my weight. She gushed. Oh, I don't know who you are or what you want from me, but let me tell you straight off that I'm not going to date you. No dinners, no movies, or whatever else you want to invite me to. I wasn't going to. I have a girlfriend already. Let's go then. Alec was sitting at my desk. On seeing me, he hurried to vacate my place, then froze like a pillar of salt in the middle of the room at the sight of the beautiful girl. Alec, I'd like you to meet Veronica, who's on the same floor as us, I said, as I poured out the tea. Veronica, this is Alec, my partner. Nice to meet you, Alec, the girl said. You too. I'm fine, thanks. He floundered, completely dumbstruck at the sight of such ethereal beauty. I'm Alec, Romuald. Romuald Zukov. We have a company here. Nice to meet you, Romuald, she repeated, suppressing a giggle. He remained stock still the whole time I was talking to her, staring at the fiery-haired, green-eyed girl. As I'd found out, she lived with her father, who'd suffered a stroke about half a year ago. His left side was completely paralyzed, so now he required a round-the-clock nurse, medications, occupational therapy, and a special diet, all of which came to a considerable bill. No wonder Veronica was 3 months late with her office rent. You sure you need an office at all? I asked. You have an event agency. Surely you don't give parties in your office. I have to have one. Clients need to see that I'm not just some fly-by-night. No office, no advance payments. Also, if I don't have it, I might have to meet potential clients in cafes, which is an extra expense. So, yes, I do need an office, she said resolutely. It's just that we're out of season now. All my clients are on vacation. No one gets married or throws office parties. Tell me more about you, I said. What you do, what kinds of services you offer, how many entertainers and animators you have, what your strong points are, and what conditions you... Our agency does all sorts of parties and events. It's called Emerald City. Still not understanding why I might need to know, she went on to tell me about her job in every detail, becoming more and more passionate as she spoke. Alec hung on her every word, open-mouthed. He'd had no idea someone might want to hire special people just to hold a wedding. I was listening to her too, all the while searching through my interface. Even though I'd entered the most stringent search parameters, I immediately found 2 offers which met all the relevant requirements. I decided to try both. With my laptop on my knees, I Googled the first company. Great. They had a site and all the contacts. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. Veronica tactfully stopped talking. I gestured to her that it would only be a moment. MIT Consulting, how can I help you? A female voice chirped in the receiver. Hi, this is Phil Panfilov. I'm calling you about the event you're organizing, I said, hazarding a guess, because I only had my program's data to go by, according to which they were in need of Veronica's services.
Could you please wait a moment? Aha, I see. Is this about Mr. Romanov's birthday party? I clicked on the About Us button on their company site. There he was, Alexander Romanov, their CEO. Exactly, I said. Who could I speak to about the event? You know, Olga isn't here at present, and she's the one responsible for it. She'll be back in about an hour. I could give you her cell number, or you could come to us if you wish. Do you know where we are? Yes, if you could give me the number and the address, please. I'll jot it down. Thanks. You're always very welcome. Have a nice day. I hung up and looked at the guys. Their faces seemed to ask, what the hell was that? Now, Veronica, I said, there's this company who's got a CEO's birthday party coming up. Here's the number of Olga, the girl who's organizing it, and there's their address. Call her now. What do you mean, now? You heard it. Here's the telephone. Call them now before it goes to another agency. I had a funny feeling that this Olga just might be at some other meeting discussing the event with someone else, so she shouldn't waste time. Are you serious? Listen, lady, you should really do what my boss says, Alec blurted out, finally relieved of his numbness and tongue-tied debuff. He's pretty savvy. Ah, well, if he's savvy, why not? Veronica dialed the number, stood up and faced the wall, blanking herself out. Apparently, someone had answered the call as the girl immersed in conversation. Her hair blazed in the sunlight, changing hue from ripe orange to crimson sunset. Yes, absolutely, she finally said. I'll be there. I'm coming now. She put the phone down, turned to us, and let out a squeal of excitement. Phil? You're awesome. This is a huge order, 100% advance. I'm going to go and discuss all the details now. Your reputation with Veronica Pavlova has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 5 of 60. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw herself at me. Barely holding onto my laptop, I very nearly fell off my chair with her on top. Someone entered the office, but I could only see the person's feet. The rest was concealed by her cascading hair as she gave me a peck on the cheek. Veronica! I heard Vazgen's voice. Hey, what's going on? Nothing, she said assertively, letting go of me. That's it, I gotta run. Thanks again, Phil. You're the best. She left with another foxy glance in my direction. My reputation with this hot-blooded Southern male had plummeted to new lows, hitting hatred. The gnashing of his teeth echoed off the walls of our small office. Listen, you. That's my girl, da? You understand? The next time I see you next to her, I'll kill you. Alec tensed up and came on to Vazgen like a young steer. Whoa, easy, bro. Who do you think you are? The Armenian wouldn't even look at him, ignoring the scowling Alec as if he was just a piece of furniture. Alec, I said, this is another one of our neighbors. PVC doors and windows. Vazgen must have realized that the odds were stacked against him. Well, I warned you. Da. He spat on the floor and stormed out. Oh, so you're a Warner, are you? Quit your bullshit and piss off! Alec blew up, his street thug spirit more than happy to use any chance for a confrontation. I was pretty sure the reason Vazgen had popped in was to check if I was indeed his neighbor or a snoop sent to spy on him by the mysterious Nail. Nonchalantly, I picked up my mug from the table and sipped my tea, which had already gone cold. Closer to the evening, as I was getting ready for another training session, Kesha and Veronica appeared simultaneously on the doorstep. Veronica was beaming. Kesha had brought my leaflets already printed, neatly stacked up and tied with pieces of string. Veronica proudly waved an envelope in one hand and a bottle of champagne in the other. I got it! I've signed! Let's celebrate! What are you celebrating? Kesha asked. The office opening?
You should have told me. I have an opened bottle of brandy stashed away."
"Great!"
Alec rubbed his hands. "We have some cookies." "Sorry, guys, not today. I've got training to do, and Alec has still got a lot of work on." "You remember, Alec, don't you?" I had to add some commandeering notes to my voice. "Your job's the most important. Let's celebrate Friday night, okay?"
"What kind of training are you into?" Veronica asked, curious.
"Boxing."
"Your reputation with Veronica Pavlova has improved. Current reputation, amicability, 10 of 60.
"Phil, are you sure?" Alec asked, sounding utterly pissed. "That's a shitload of pasting. That'll kill me if I have to do it on my own, and even with my lads. How about we hire a team in? You know, those billboard pasters."
"Have you got to stick all these up?" Veronica asked. "I know some people who'll do it cheaply, for, say, 2 rubles apiece."
Alec visibly cheered up. Still, Kesha didn't seem to share his enthusiasm. It looked like he wanted to say something. "Kesha?" I said.
"Spill the beans."
"I know them. They're useless. My clients already complained to me about them. They paste a few and dump the rest. I heard about a few cases." Veronica's eyes widened. She opened her mouth to say something in defense of her friends, but I didn't let her. "Thanks, Veronica, but we'll manage. You two take off. We'll celebrate some other time. Alec and I have a few things to discuss. Oh, yes, the money. Kesha, there you go." I paid the printer, who gave me the receipt and left, asking me to keep him in mind when we decided to celebrate, no matter what. Veronica gave us the champagne.
"Don't get bored, boys."
She left, followed by Alec's admiring gaze. I shut the door after her. I had very little time. I was almost late for the gym. Still, it was important to sort this out now. Otherwise, we wouldn't get anywhere.
"Alec, listen."
I paused, waiting for him to switch his attention to me.
"No one's going to do this work for us. At the moment, there's only 2 of us. This whole business thing can be tricky. You might think that it's done in 2 shakes of a monkey's tail. It ain't like that, I'm afraid. If you want to make it, you need to work your ass off. So if you think it's not really your thing, we better talk it over now and part ways. If you decide you don't want to do it, I'll understand. I'll go and paste those wretched leaflets myself. Even if you stay, I'll still paste them, but it's all right, dude. I got it. You get off. You shouldn't be late. I heard about your coach. He's a real motherfucker, they say. Don't worry. I'll get my boys and we'll do it." "I'm happy to hear it, bro. See you tomorrow, then." I gave him a high five, slapping his calloused hand. I dropped a pack of leaflets and a tube of glue into my backpack and walked out of the office. "And you know, I still think a microwave would be a good thing," Alec said to my back. Chapter 8. The clients aren't biting. Your most unhappy customers are your greatest source of learning. Bill Gates.
"May I come in?"
A shabby-looking dude in a short-sleeved shirt and light summer slacks with a black leather belt walked into our office. He was holding a stack of either booklets or thin paperbacks. I could see straight away he wasn't a potential customer. He was just trying to sell us some crap or other. "Yes, do come in. Take a seat, please," Alec said, still not realizing what the wind had blown in. He rushed toward the man and took him helpfully under his arm, leading him toward my desk. I did a mental facepalm. My friend and partner had done it again. He still hadn't lost hope. In almost a week of sitting on our backsides in the office, we hadn't had a single client. Only small business reps seemed to grace our doorstep with the intention of either selling us something or simply wanting money. We'd already received a whole wealth of commercial propositions, all of them offering long-term cooperation and including incredible, today-only discounts. We've been offered to have our company added to the city's yellow pages, sign up for hot lunch deliveries, have our website built for us, place our advertisement on the radio and in the local free rag, sponsor a street art exhibition, hire a pop star, and buy some real estate on Mars. One artful gypsy guy had even brought us a bag of freshly minted coins. "Bitcoins," he'd said. "Very cheap. $100 apiece." Now this dude perched himself on the edge of the chair without making himself too comfortable in case I kicked him out, and offered me a stack of brochures. According to my interface, he was pretty scared. "How can I help you?" I asked him, browsing through the brochures. They turned out to be collections of poems by some Valdemar Obscurus. Thin, amateurishly formatted paperbacks with a gaudy cover sporting some photo collage from hell and a 3D title complete with a drop shadow. "My real name's Vladimir Obsky," he said, even though I already knew that this was indeed his name. Vladimir Obsky, age 54. "But what about this?" I pointed at the book cover. "Valdemar Obscurus? Is this your pen name?" "Exactly. This is my nom de plume." I began reading a random excerpt. "Rain in November. Sometimes happens in October, and then everyone gets confused and imbued with meaning." I looked up at the man. "What is this, Mr. Obsky?" "These are my poems. This is my art." "That I understand. What's the purpose of your visit? Do you need work?" "Oh, no, nothing of the kind. I am a poet. I create." My perception-enhanced hearing allowed me to catch the disappointed notes in Alex mumbling at the other end of the office. "He's a friggin' poet, and he doesn't know it." According to the program, by his 54 years of age, Mr. Obsky's social status was a whopping level 3. His best-developed skill was speed typing, all 8 points of it. I could only imagine how he ticked away. At that rate, he could polish off a novel in a week. This just had to be a compulsive writer. He must have already authored a dozen collections like this one. "Very well," I said, seeing that my usual approach probably wouldn't work here and resorting to a more clear-cut dialogue. "Are you a poet?" "That's exactly what I am." "You've come to our agency, as you see. You've brought us your poems." "My poetry," he protested. "Yes, sorry, you've brought us your poetry." "I have." "And?" I drawled, expecting him to finish my sentence. "And what?" "Why did you do that?" "I wanted you to buy it," the poet replied, sounding irritated, like a professor having to explain things to a dumbass student. That solved the puzzle. As a salesman, he was useless. He must have expected anyone who'd leafed through his books and read a couple of his masterpieces to love them enough to buy the entire body of his works. "I see. Don't you need work?" "I have no time to work. Poetry won't write itself, you know. My readers are waiting." "If you don't mind me asking, where do your readers find you?" "What do you mean, where?" "On a poetry site. Do you want to buy it or not?" "No." "What do you mean, no?" "We're not buying them, period." "Thank you very much," I said, returning the books to him. "You didn't even ask how much they cost." "You see, Mr. Obsky, I'm afraid I'm not a big fan of poetry, especially not of this kind." "What do you mean, this kind?" He squinted suspiciously at me. "Modern poetry." I heard a knock on the door. The business center manager Gorelick walked in. "Ah, Mr. Obscurus, you're there too." He greeted the poet cheerfully, like a long-lost friend. "Hi, Phil." "Hi, Mr. Gorelick." "I'm sorry, Phil," the manager continued. "I haven't come to see you. I was told you were here, Mr. Obscurus, so I decided to pop by and see you. Can you spare me a moment of your time? I've got a great bottle of brandy in my office." "I'm finished here." The poet rose and gave me a contemptuous look. "Today's youngsters don't understand jack about art. But my wife loves your poems a lot, Gorlick enthused. By the way, this is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. It's her birthday soon. She'll be turning 45, and as we all know, 45 is the time when a lady's in her prime. The poet beamed in anticipation of making a quick buck. Exactly. I'd like to commission you to write a... He flung his arm around the poet's shoulder and steered him away, whispering suggestively in his ear. They left the office, accompanied by the poet's giggling and the manager's raucous guffawing. You couldn't make it up. Obscurus and Gorlick, two messengers of the apocalypse. What the hell was that? Alec asked, uncomprehending. That, Alec, was a poet. Like, there's lots in Russia. What are you eating? Just some instant noodles. Want some? Go on then, I said, resigning myself to the prospect of more system alerts. I was in a foul mood. Back home, Vicky had been gradually switching from supporter and comrade in arms mode to a sarcastic, I told you so replica of Yana. Our done-on-a-shoestring advertisement campaign had gloriously failed. Alec and his hoods had performed a small miracle by having plastered half the town with our leaflets with zero effect. That's when I regretted the tens of thousands of rubles I'd thoughtlessly paid Matov for my boxing lessons. We could certainly have used them now. Alec, who'd been sent out to conduct a makeshift survey among the local alcoholics, had returned with bad news. As it had turned out, no one was taking us seriously. Everybody seemed to sincerely believe that our company was yet another get-rich-quick scam in the business of ripping off gullible clients. The few phone calls we'd received seemed to come from slightly unbalanced people. What else could you call someone who's only interested in big managerial positions with huge salaries, but without having to do very much for it? There you go, bro. Enjoy. Alec offered me a carton of steaming noodles, which gave off a delectable smell. You could say what you want, but all the spices and taste enhancers seemed to be doing their job. Thanks, man. I didn't even notice how quickly I'd polished it off, stock and all. You've consumed 489 calories, including 0.43 ounces of protein, 0.76 ounces of saturated fat, and 2.21 ounces of carbohydrates. Warning: the food you've eaten contains potentially life-threatening ingredients. Warning: plus 0.00012% to your risk of developing cancer. Warning: plus 0.00086% to your risk of developing gastrointestinal diseases. Warning: plus 0.00704% to your risk of developing high blood pressure. Minus 0.038402% to vitality. Minus 3% to metabolism. Duration: 6 hours. In the weeks I'd spent with my interface, I'd learned to ignore such petty stats. If the truth were known, there were hardly any foods left that didn't contain such potentially life-threatening ingredients. I was even surprised I didn't receive alert messages every time I took a lungful of our supposedly clean air. To while away the time, I decided to check the system logs. I'd only discovered them very recently. Those ham-fisted code writers had stashed them away in the farthest possible corner of my settings. Even though I didn't check them very often, they'd proved to be highly useful. A time management freak's wet dream. The logs registered everything. System messages, XP progress, a minute-by-minute heart rate, hormonal fluxes, petametric readings, duration of sleep in regards to its phases, and even all instances of me engaging in visual and oral contact with other people. I could look up anything I'd done, say, last Wednesday to the last second, even though the descriptions were rather generalized. Reading, food consumption, sleep, or movement. If I focused on a particular activity, I could receive the statistics for that particular period of time to the last calorie and number of orgasms received. Because of my being constantly stuck in the office, my personal development had stagnated just as my business had. Nevertheless, my boosted leveling showed even in the most mundane of things. Due to my daily practice of shooting the breeze with all sorts of people, visitors, neighbors, and the HR departments of countless companies whom I'd called offering our services, my communication skills were already at 8. Thanks to my vending skills, they were admittedly quite eager to cooperate by submitting their available vacancies. The problem was, I had no one to offer any of them. Not a single customer the whole week. Although the completion of Kodziel's biography hadn't improved my creative writing skill, it had brought my speed typing up to 5. But I'd got more gratification from the phone call I'd received from Dina, his granddaughter. I hadn't heard such warm and sincere words of gratitude ever since the morning after I'd been interrogated by Major Igorevsky, when the missing girl's mother had phoned me. Although initially I treated this assignment as a sideshow to make a quick buck, it was in fact my first completed book, which was bound to have at least a dozen readers amongst the MC's family and friends. I still remembered the night when I'd written the last line. It had given me the indescribable satisfaction of a job well done. It had nothing to do with the interface, which would have only closed the task after I'd edited it. But the joy I'd experienced at that particular moment had been all mine. It had been real. Then, out of the blue, I'd received a new level 6 in my internet search skill. The constant polite dealings with door-to-door salesmen and the daily encouragement of the dejected Alec had brought my deception up to 4. And then, after yet another run, I'd received a new level in athletics, 3. So basically, those were all my achievements. My characteristics had marked time. Even strength had refused to grow, although admittedly my weight training progress had also slowed down because I'd been stuck lifting the same weights. I still had no idea what the reason for it was, but I'd already looked up some information about the plateau effect and how to overcome it. I might have to pause my training for a couple of weeks in order to allow my muscles to relax and get some rest from the usual workout.
"Phil, Alec, don't you want to congratulate me?" Veronica twittered, sailing into the office.
"Congratulations," Alec replied for both of us.
"Why, what are we celebrating?" "I've just seen Gorelick. I've paid off the rent in full. Can you imagine? Phil, I'm so grateful. The dude whose party it was is so over the moon he promised to recommend me to all his friends."
"Congratulations. You've received a new skill level. Skill name: Luck. Current level: 11. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level: 14. XP points gained: 12,800 of 15,000. This message made no sense. I hadn't expected anything like this. I'd love to have known what exactly I'd done lately that the program had esteemed worthy of this. Could my tip on the whereabouts of that terrorist Haqqani had finally brought results? Or had the missing guy from Rostov, whom I'd located, had done something beneficial for the human race? Or was my assistance to Veronica affecting my future in some way? I'd do well to look into it at some other time, lest they might misunderstand my glazed-over stare.
"Wow, that's awesome,"
Alec cheered, then added with a darkened face,
"Phil, don't we need to pay the rent soon, too? We don't have any clients."
"First of all, our first month is free, and secondly, I already paid a deposit, so no one's going to boot us out until September."
"What, no clients at all? Not even today?" Veronica asked, seemingly upset.
"Not a soul," Alec complained. "Just now some crazy poet called in, and I was already holding my breath. I thought it was a customer." Veronica was such an avid supporter of our cause that she was quite prepared to become our client herself just to help us out. "I've already told everyone about you. I've plastered the whole neighborhood with your leaflets. What the hell's going on? Have you tried to offer your services online? I know someone who's a real expert."
"Phil, watch out," Alec signaled.
A timid-looking woman appeared in the doorway behind Veronica's back. A boy of about 10 years old stood next to her, holding a violin case. Veronica swung round, adopting the role of our secretary.
"Hello there. How can I help you?"
"Is this the recruitment agency?"
Alec was desperately winking his left eye at me, giving the impression that he had a nervous tic. "Yes, this is the right place," I said. "My name's Phil. Please come in." "Veronica, thanks a lot. Come on back later." She gave me a wink and left. What was wrong with those two? Alec pulled up another chair for the boy. The woman slumped down wearily and sat her son, according to the interface he was indeed her son, next to her. "Are you looking for work?" I asked, instinctively crossing my fingers.
"Yes. I saw your poster in my hallway. Normally, I wouldn't have paid any attention, but someone had pasted it upside down. I wondered who the Joker was."
Alec looked at the ceiling and tried to whistle a tune. He wasn't very good at it. It sounded more like hissing than whistling. Or was it his ventriloquist's way of cussing his two little helpers? It was all irrelevant anyway. "So how did you manage to read it, then?"
"There's nothing to read," she said in surprise. "There's only 2 words, employment and 100%. What do you do here? Is this some sort of MLM thing, or a pyramid scheme?"
Actually, she wasn't as old as I'd first thought. She was probably the same age as Vicky, but she looked entirely different. She appeared fatigued. She let herself go to seed and didn't seem to care about how she looked anymore. I knew this type just as well as you do. A single mother who'd sacrificed her life for the sake of her child's happiness. Divorced and doing 2 or 3 jobs, wearing shabby clothes, but sure to offer the best of everything to her son. She'd eat whatever was left, and, in her rare moments of leisure, would treat herself to some candy while watching soaps and reality shows on TV, or maybe read an occasional romance book. Whether it was her poor nutrition or not, her health was deep in the red, just like Cyril's used to be when he'd been diagnosed with emphysema. I might need to warn her about it. "We're neither," I replied. "We really do help people find employment. If you need a job— I'm sorry, what was your name?"
"Ludmila."
"So, do you need a job, Ludmila?"
"I don't really know. I already work in 2 places. I'm a school janitor, and I also clean an office in the evenings. The pay is a pittance. I just can't make it stretch no matter how hard I try, and Leo's music lessons aren't cheap. The little butthead doesn't even work hard enough."
She gave her son a light slap on the back of his head. The boy winced. She heaved a sigh, fingering an old, battered purse. I studied her profile. She had a decent cooking skill, enough to make a professional cook. So, why was she cleaning toilets and floors for peanuts? "Ludmila, what's your profession?"
I graduated from a cooking school."
"And why aren't you working in that field?"
"I used to. I had a job in a restaurant, but I had to work 12-hour shifts, and I still had to help Leo with his homework and look after him. I just can't leave him alone the whole day. And then the restaurant owner started coming on to me, and when I rejected his advances, he accused me of dipping my hand in the till and spread a rumor that I—"
She looked at the boy and didn't finish the sentence. But I understood. "How much do you make now, if it's not a secret?"
"Just don't mention it. It's a joke. Everything combined, it doesn't even come to 20,000.
"I still advise you to give up your cleaning job. You're still young, you've got your whole life in front of you, and Leo is already a big lad. He can manage very well at home on his own. Can't you, Leo?" The boy shrugged. He still held his violin in his lap, hugging it lovingly. "Can I offer you some tea or coffee?" Alec rose behind the woman's back and tut-tutted, scaring her to near death.
"Jesus, you frightened me. I don't need anything, thanks."
"As you wish," Alec said, his best intentions visibly offended. Wherever had he picked up that sort of thing? Out of the corner of my eye, I watched the search results in my interface as they appeared on the map, according to the key phrases I'd entered. Cook wanted, salary starting at 30,000 rubles, legal employment, over 90% probability of hiring Ludmila Nazarenko. There were a lot of offers, A dozen at least, so I was simply choosing the best, as I was pretending to look at my laptop, which served as a smokescreen for my unorthodox job-searching technique. "Now, Ludmila," I finally said, "I've got 3 offers for you. The pay is from 30 to 50 grand. 2 of them as a chef in a restaurant, and 1 is in a fast food joint. I'm pretty sure that with your experience, you'll pass the interviews with flying colors. What do you think?" "Will they hire me?" "Of course they will," I said, trying to infect her with my confidence. "But I need to ask you about something. Before you go for the interview, would you please leave Leo here with us and dedicate the day to yourself? Go to a salon and have your hair done, get yourself a manicure and put some makeup on. Go to the shops and find some comfortable but affordable clothes that make you feel relaxed. More importantly, something that doesn't make you look older, because you're still very young." "Oh, I really don't know." "There's nothing to know. Just please do as I ask you, and in a couple of days you'll be working in a good place for a good wage. Are we agreed?" "Well, okay. Where do you want me to go?" "I'm going to write the addresses down for you in a moment. Would you please wait in the corridor? I'd like to talk to your son." "What for?" "You see, I'm originally a child psychologist." I lied without batting an eyelid. "I can see that you're struggling to raise him, and I might be able to help you a little." Luckily, she didn't even think about asking me to show her my diploma. "Very well." She rose heavily from her chair, her joints creaking. She stroked Leo on the head and walked out of the office, casting anxious looks at him. The boy fidgeted in his seat, not expecting anything good from this. He very nearly jumped off his chair and ran after his mother. I activated lie detection and mentally rehearsed my conversation with him, studying his profile. His fear was at 0, his interest in me quite high, which was a good thing. "Leo, don't be so nervous. Just sit there quiet and we'll have a talk. All right?" The boy nodded. "You practice music?" I nodded at his violin. "Yeah?" Lie detection sent a surge of warmth over my body. The boy wasn't lying. "You like it?" I continued. "Yeah." A wave of freezing cold assaulted my skin, sending shivers down my spine. "Play something for me," I asked. The boy shook his head. Either he was too timid or just afraid of making a hash of it. "Leo, I know that you don't like it. I don't like it either when my mom forced me to learn music." I lied again, promptly replacing the word parents with mom so that he could relate. But I played the piano, not the violin. "I don't like it either," he confessed, opening up. "It's just that my mom wants me to do it." "And you don't want to upset her?" He nodded vigorously. "I understand. What would you like to do then?" "I like computer games." "Which ones? Counter-Strike?" "No, I don't like shooters. I like Dota." "Good choice. And do you know how to become good at Dota?" "Well, I guess you need to practice and study characters' skills and tactics," he blurted out excitedly. "You need to watch how the top players do it." "That too, of course. But you need to spend a lot of time doing it. And do you really think your mom would allow you to spend so much time playing?" "No." His face fell. "I'm only allowed half an hour a day, after I've done all my homework, and then only when she's in a good mood." "You know there's a way you can play more, don't you? And more importantly, play well." "How's that?" "First of all, you need to give up music. What's the point in wasting your time doing something you're not interested in and you're not even good at?" "Oh no, my mom will freak out. I know she has to work hard to pay for my music lessons," he replied, exhibiting common sense rare in someone his age. "I'm really trying to do my best." "And what if I have a word with her so that she doesn't freak out? On the contrary, she might even be happy. What would you say to that?" "Dunno." "Don't worry. Everything's going to be all right. There's only one catch. I paused and gave him a long look.
What do you mean?
In order to play Dota well, you need a sharp mind and quick reactions, and if you want to improve them, you need to train your body as well. You know what I mean? I gave him a critical once-over, studying his puny body, his scrawny neck, his large red ears, and stooping back.
Not really.
Do you like any kind of sports? He shook his head.
Nah, I'm exonerated from sports at school.
I could see that. And still, if you want to spend more time behind the computer and play better, you might need to take up something. How about swimming?
I can't swim.
Then it's a good opportunity to learn. Have you ever been to the seaside?
No.
Imagine how cool it would be when you finally go there and you know how to swim. Also, swimming will help you build up your muscles and make you stronger.
Do other kids bully you at school? Those morons are constantly on my case.
So you see, once you get a bit of practice and become stronger, you'll be able to fight them off. See? Any way you look at it, swimming will give you a shed-load of new buffs and abilities. It'll improve strength and stamina, plus you'll be able to swim and dive. That will allow you to play Dota more and beat everyone. What do you think about that? Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Power of Persuasion. Current level, 3. XP received, 500. As I closed the message, I noticed a new icon above the boy's head. The enthusiasm buff, giving plus 50% to mood, self-confidence, willpower, and vigor. Oh, wow. That was a first for me. So was this how the generals of old used to buff their troops? Leo's eyes smoldered, his tiny fists clenched. He sat like a coiled spring, impatient to pursue the prospects opening up to him.
Great. Then I'll take up swimming.
His belief in his own words exuded the heat of the desert sands. Awesome. Give me 5. I rose from the table and proffered my hand. Leo slapped it with his tiny mitt. That's it. You can call your mum back and wait out in the corridor. Forgetting his violin, he ran to fetch his mother while I copied the addresses of the cafe and the restaurants down on a piece of paper to give to Ludmila. When she returned, I handed it to her. I suggest you start with the first one. It's the Golden Crown restaurant. They need a cook ASAP. They're offering 50,000, and that's without frills. But there's one but. They check all potential workers meticulously for any bad diseases. So, I suggest you first go to a clinic and have a complete checkup just in case. If they find anything, you'll be able to treat it before you go there. That was the first thing. And secondly, please do what I asked you about. Get yourself a makeover or something. This is a respectable establishment, so you'll need to make a good first impression. Do you understand?
What's there not to understand? Everything's clear. What should I tell them? Should I mention you?
Yes, you can tell them that it was the Great Job Recruitment Agency that sent you. If they appear surprised, come straight to the point and tell them that you're looking for a position as a cook and that you have all the necessary experience and training.
I got it. Thanks,
she said softly.
And what about Leo?
He seems to be so happy. It's so unlike him.
Yes, Leo.
That's another story. You see, he needs to stop his music lessons ASAP.
What the hell for?
Firstly, there's no future in it for him. How long has he been playing?
This is his 3rd year.
He doesn't seem to have achieved very much in 3 years, does he? And it's only going to get worse as he grows and his mind becomes less flexible. So the only thing he can look forward to in his adult life is fiddling for a bunch of drunkards in some godforsaken bar or other. Is this the kind of future you foresee for your son?
You're wrong. He's going to make it. He can do it. I know it.
Her voice faded with every word, until finally she broke down. A tear rolled down her cheek. Parting with one's dreams is never easy. Alec, thoughtful as usual, fetched her a Kleenex and a glass of water. She wiped her tears and gulped greedily. Gradually she calmed down. Ludmila, tell me, was it your own dream to become a violinist? She nodded. My parents were against it. They said I had to be more down to earth. In any case, I didn't get the opportunity. My mother worked in a factory canteen. Our fridge was always full. So they just sent me to a culinary college. So you see, and now you want Leo to fulfill your dream and not his. And what did he tell you about it? He just doesn't like it, I said candidly. He doesn't want to practice music, but he's a good lad, and he loves you very much, and that's why he conceals it and tries to do his best, because he doesn't want to upset you. She sobbed again. My baby. Now listen up, I said. At the moment, cyber sports are really big all over the world. Some of them have already overtaken regular sports, both in their audiences and their entertainment value. Some successful cyber athletes earn 6 figures. I'm talking dollars, not rubles. And he seems to have a definite aptitude for it. What? You want him to be stuck behind his computer for hours? Not exactly. I've already spoken to him, and we've come to an agreement that he's going to practice regular sports first. I think he'd like to learn to swim. What are you on about? Swimming pools are full of bacteria and cold drafts. He'll catch his death of cold or get pneumonia. That's bullshit. What did you say? I said bullshit. Swimming pools are disinfected regularly. And as for him catching a cold, that's exactly what sports are for. He needs to toughen up. You know what they say, a sound mind in a sound body. You can carry on having him tied to your apron strings, but you might end up with a total wuss who won't make anything of his life. Not because he's stupid, but because you won't let him. You risk raising a hothouse flower, not a human being. You've dealt critical damage to Ludmila Nazarenko, verbal injury, minus 45% to spirit, minus 45% to confidence. Listen to me carefully, I rapped out, hammering every word deep into her brain while she was still sitting on the fence. You need to stop his music lessons. You can sell his violin through an online message board. With the money you get from it, you need to sign him up to the local swimming pool. For every lesson he completes, you reward him with the same amount of game time on his computer. You give him an extra hour for every A and B he gets at school. For every C he gets nothing. For every D, you deny him access to his computer until he improves. Tomorrow morning, go and have a full checkup, smarten yourself up, and change your job for the one I've just offered. After a month, you'll look back at the life you lead now and compare it to the one you'll have. If everything works out well, come back and tell us exactly what has changed. Agreed? She nodded, hesitantly at first. Then she gave me a resolute nod, as if she'd made up her mind. Very well. I'll get it all done. Your reputation with Ludmila Nazarenko has improved. Current reputation, respect, 10 of 120. She got up, bade her goodbyes, and walked to the door. I concentrated on my own sensations. How strange. I felt excellent, even though I hadn't received any surges of pleasure from the program this time. I heard a weird sound behind me. It was Alec slapping his forehead. The money, Phil! We completely forgot about the money. I'll fetch her back now, he exclaimed, about to dash after her. I stopped him. Leave it. What do you mean, leave it? Why? You did find work for her, didn't you? She hasn't been hired yet. She will be for sure. Didn't you find jobs for Fatso and me already? They hired us, didn't they? I don't know how you do it, but it seems to work. That's no secret. It's all online, provided you know how to look for it. Well, that I understand. You're one hell of a smart guy. Only, how do you want us to make money if we do everything for free? What kind of business is that, damn it? Me and my lad spent a whole week pasting those wretched posters up. How am I supposed to pay them? Listen, do you trust me? Because that's what you need to do now. Just trust me. The first client can make or break a business. Once she gets hired, you think she's going to keep mum about it? She'll tell everyone. all her former workmates, her girlfriends, and her entire family. The jungle telephone will start working, bring us more people. You get the logic of it all?
Not really, 'cause it might take forever. First, she needs to get hired, then she needs to... Didn't you tell her to change her clothes and doll herself up? That alone might take another week or two. Then she needs to quit her job and get on the payroll. Also, how can we be sure she's going to tell anyone about it? Maybe she won't. And then what? Are we supposed to be stuck here like two spare pricks at a wedding waiting for something to happen?
So what do you suggest? I said. Do you want me to run after the poor woman and beat our measly 1,000 rubles out of her? And then what? We don't need that kind of publicity right now.
Damn it, Phil, with all due respect, 1,000 rubles is 1,000 rubles. I don't know about you, but it would be really handy for me right now.
Wait a sec. I'm going to pay you in advance, now, just to shut you up.
Oh, no. Leave it, he said with a wave of his hand.
He very nearly spat on the floor, but refrained at the last moment, remembering where he was.
It's not about this, even. We need more advertising. Listen, what about if I make a quick video with my guys?
Why not? We can do it with my phone. Like, there's a few guys who use the services of the great job agency. Everything above board, no cheating. We could ask Yagoza to participate. He's the top man around here. And then what? Well, I suppose we could upload it to VK. You could post it on the company website, too. People would start talking. It might even go, what's it called? Yes, viral. What you just said is total bullshit, but the idea isn't bad. Actually, I used to be an SMM guy, so why not?
An S and what guy?
Alec shook an uncomprehending head. SMM guy, I replied absent-mindedly, as more thoughts flooded over me. To do that, I would have to level up the skill, study the relevant literature, read all sorts of articles and watch webinars, create a landing page, write a few viral texts mentioning the agency, spend some money on both targeted and contextual advertising, then upload it all to social media.
SMM guy, Alec mumbled. What kind of job is that?
Is that what you're doing for the cops? Chapter 9. Spreading the Word. A good advertisement is one which sells the product without drawing attention to itself. David Ogilvy. The evening after Ludmila and her son Leo had come to visit us in the office, I was standing together with the rest of our boxing group, lined up. The training was over, but Matov had kept us back in order to make some announcement. He paced up and down the line, barking every word. Listen up, boys. In the beginning of August, some very serious people are going to organize the city's Open Boxing Championship. The prize money is very good, and there's no participation restrictions. Still, you have to pay to sign up. The group members breathed a collective sigh of disappointment. How much? Kostya asked. He was the only one in the group who treated me halfway decent. 10 grand, Matov said. So if you're not sure of yourself, there's no point in even trying. You can forget it, dude, Mohammed laughed. Nah, count me out, Kostya said, visibly upset. Why is it so expensive? Go and ask the organizers, Matov replied nonchalantly. But you're right. They seem to be greedy. Count us in, Mohammed replied for himself and his brother. Zarbiek? Sure. Zarbiek bashed his gloves together. Where do we sign up? Come to me. The registration will close 1 week before the tournament. That'll give you some time to think about it. But I don't advise you to drag it out for too long. He looked over the other group members. So, I'm signing the Kichiev brothers up. Who else? Okay, I'm in. Ivan took a step forward. I'll risk 10 grand too, Nick said, raising his hand. Shit, I wanted to buy myself a new phone. If you win, you can buy yourself a car, Bulat encouraged him.
Maybe not a new one, but still. What kind of prize money are we talking about?
The organizers are some very serious dudes, so on top of your registration fee, you can expect at least 1,000,000 rubles from them. There are 8 weight categories. All the city clubs have already signed up. The Lions, the Legion, the Factory Guys, the Torpedo Team. Moscow is also going to send some boys, and the country of Kazakhstan as well.
Kazakhstan! They're your homies, Bulat, Zarbek said. If you're matched against them, you'll have to show some hospitality and lose. Yeah, right, Bulat grinned. In case you didn't know, I'm not a Kazakh. I'm a Kalmyk. By the way, there'll be some guys from Kalmykia, too. Everybody will be there. Even the Rocky Club. What? Those clowns? Mohammed scowled. Yep, them too. So this competition might give you the chance to show what you're made of. Hey, Phil. Why are you so quiet? Mohammed jeered. Are you up for it? Not really. Why not? Kostya can't participate because he can't afford it. But what about you? You're the rich daddy's boy, aren't you? Are you chicken shit? No, I'm not. I'm just being realistic. I'm the worst in the whole group, and I'm pretty sure the guys taking part will at least be as good as you. Aha! Finally! Mohammed guffawed. You said it! Cut the crap, Matov shouted. You're making a circus out of it. Today's training is over. You can all go. After that conversation, I'd spent the whole evening and all of the next day leveling up marketing. I'd started by refreshing the basics, concentrating on review articles on specialist sites. My level 8 in reading kept creeping up to 9, all the while improving my reading speed to 80%, which in total gave me just over 500 words a minute. In this way, I could read an average-sized book in 1.5 to 2 hours these days without any loss of comprehension. The skills description now included several sub-skills, showing me the details, which apparently influenced both my reading speed and comprehension. The suppression of internal enunciation, the broadening of my field of vision, as well as the development of concentration. I hadn't done anything to improve them, they just evolved together with the main skill. In any case, thanks to my ability to speed read, I'd imbibed 2 top books in the last 24 hours, which are a must for every marketologist. Philip Kotler's Principles of Marketing and John Janch's Duct Take Marketing. After a few hours of going through them, these days I skimmed through the text, only pausing at the paragraphs containing crucial data. I finally received a new level. Between all the articles and webinars I'd studied in the office earlier today, I had brought my marketing skill to 4. By the way, the whole day we hadn't had a single client. Despite that, I'd managed to convince both Alec and myself that very soon we'd have clients flocking to the door. The reason I was so confident was my new knowledge of marketing principles, which had transformed abstract customers into a very real target market of unemployed or needy people working low-paid jobs. They weren't necessarily down-and-out drunks like Alec's old friends, because their kind didn't really need jobs, and even if you found them some, they wouldn't last long. Our potential customers were rather the likes of Ludmila or Fatso, who only needed a chance. Both had family and children, making their motivation quite strong. Plus, college graduates and downsized specialists, as well as active retirees unwilling to survive on their meager pensions and feeling strong enough to carry on working. And so on and so forth. The gist of it was, they couldn't afford to pay our 1,000 ruble fee up front. Also, this business model had already been discredited by all sorts of fly-by-night scams, which charged you good money. But when you checked the small print, you discovered that all they did was offer consultancy services, taking no responsibility for actually finding you a job. So, we might be forced to switch to getting paid by results. I'd have to see Mr. Katz and ask him to help me with the contract to make sure that our clients actually came back to pay us once they'd been hired. Also, I'd been wondering whether I should wrap up all this charity stuff and switch back to the business model I'd already test run at UltraPack, namely B2B. Still,
My intuition kept telling me it could wait until I got this thing off the ground, because that was where my heart really lay. Ordinary people could use my help. All those who couldn't always afford to buy their children some fruit or get them new school clothes that weren't falling apart. Whenever I debated with myself, coming up with various pros and cons of this enterprise, I'd even thought that this whole idea was bullshit. I would have probably done better leveling up vending instead, and making millions of dollars the way Valiadis had done, and then start helping people by getting involved in various charities, supporting struggling artists, and all that sort of stuff. But still, I'd rather give people a fishing rod than a fish, if you know what I mean. Also, by developing this business as a socially meaningful venture from the start, I might actually achieve much more. Not as a businessman, maybe, but as an interface user. At least, that was what my intuition kept whispering in my ear just lately, and I was already used to trusting my hunches. Once the boxing session was finished, I headed off home, making plans for the evening. Dinner and some quality time with Vicky, followed by more copywriting lessons and studying SMM, the skill I'd activated earlier today. I really wanted to bring it up to at least level 3, so that tomorrow morning I could concentrate on the online promotion of our services. I already had some ideas for a viral message which I planned to post in various VK communities and employment forums. As I reached the front door, I noticed old Panikov, my first quest giver. He was standing with his back to me, reading something on the notice board. "Good evening, sir," I said as I walked past him.
"It's not so damn good,"
a rough voice said to my back, rude, and so not like Panikov. I turned round. The old man seemed much younger than his 83 years old. His back was straight, his shoulders spread wide. He stood firmly on his feet. "I'm sorry," I began.
"No, you're not. Before you ask any questions, no, I'm not Panikov. It's his body, but it's not him who's speaking."
"Who are you, then?"
"We don't know each other yet. The time of our meeting hasn't yet come. I can only tell you that I have something to do with the interface you're currently using. You're one of the few users in this world in this particular period of time."
"So, how do you want me to address you?"
"I'm just a voice. The voice of an entity, and this entity isn't human."
Well, well, well. Could it be that Khafor guy from my dream by any chance? But I wasn't dreaming now. Did that mean that it hadn't been a dream? In which case, why was he saying that we didn't know each other? "Have we ever met before, Mr. Voice?" I asked.
"No, we haven't. At least, not in this segment of reality. But allow me to offer you a bit of advice, Phil. I've been watching you for quite a few days now, and this is what I can't understand."
The old boy's voice had acquired a steely edge. I suddenly realized we were enveloped in silence. Everything was frozen. Even the leaves on the trees weren't rustling.
"Why are you whittling this opportunity away?" he thundered. "Why aren't you working on raising your social status? In your primitive society, the possession of a unique technology such as your augmented reality interface, combined with the ability to rapidly improve both your body and skills, is a shortcut to power and riches. What makes you linger in your playpen, which you should have left already a month ago? You should be evolving and improving your body. You should be discovering the paths to the top of your society pyramid. You must be prepared. This path is the path of the strong. You need to stop bustling about, helping all sorts of weaklings and society dropouts. Doesn't the program reward you for exercising power? Doesn't it motivate you to climb over others and manipulate them in order to achieve your own goals? You won't be successful in what the program is preparing you for by wasting your time and abilities."
"And what is it preparing me for, then?" I'd known the answer before I'd even asked him. It must have been preparing me for some sort of ultimate trial. Still, contrary to my expectations, the voice evaded the direct response.
You'll find out the answer to that question in due time. Listen to my advice. Stop wasting your time on losers. You're destined to be strong, and strong people are constantly surrounded by Siars, who are nothing but dust on your feet. Shake them off and continue toward the great goal. Become faster and stronger.
You forgot higher.
What did you say?
Forget it. Who are Siars?
They're like your current entourage. Vultures, hangers-on, those incapable of rising themselves will always try to sponge off a hero. They constantly need a hero's help and attention in order to raise their own useless self-esteem. They're like parasites. They'll weaken you, halting your development and sapping your strength. Remember this next time you stray from your path.
Oh, Phil, is that you?
The voice had left Mr. Panikoff's body. The old man was standing in front of me, squinting short-sightedly at me. Yes, it's me, sir, I said. Are you off for your nightly walk?
Exactly. I might have cut it short because I don't feel so good. I've just been standing over there reading the house management announcement on the notice board. Then I blinked, and here I am, standing in front of you. I must be getting old, he drawled, flapping his eyelashes.
You'd better go to bed now, sir. Good night. Having bidden my goodbyes to the old boy, I headed on upstairs to my place. I had a funny feeling there was something wrong about that voice. The image of the interface it had attempted to portray differed too much from the one I actually had. Didn't the program encourage me to help others? Hadn't it showed me with XP for the missing persons I'd found, as well as for helping Alec, Marina, Cyril, and Fatso? Somehow, I didn't remember it ever asking me to climb over others and manipulate them. Should I pick a fight with somebody, maybe? Just to check it out?
Are you sure they'll hire me?
Asked a fearful, puny guy in a shabby old suit who was sitting opposite me.
Absolutely,
Alec butted in from his desk.
Don't worry. Just do what Mr. Panfilov told you. Because, my Valentina has already found a job thanks to you. But she's a bookkeeper. It wasn't that difficult with her experience. But me, I'm only an Uber driver. And look what you're offering me. He shrugged. Somehow, I doubt somebody might need a biologist.
But didn't you want a job in your field of expertise?
Of course. I'd love to. You can't just wipe out 25 years of experience. Had they not closed our research lab?
Well, go for it, then. The pharmaceutical company to which I'm sending you needs someone to set up a genetics lab. It requires a lot of research work. There's a 99.6% probability of you being taken on. Be brave. Don't doubt yourself, and speak confidently. Are you a scientist or just a pretty face?
Do you have any idea how many research papers and treatises I've written?
The biologist said hotly. That's the attitude you need to show them. I rose to shake his hand. Good luck. If, by any slim chance they don't accept you, come back, and we'll find you more options. They're not as good as far as pay is concerned, but still quite acceptable. If you do decide to take the step and move country, we have an excellent position for you in France, but you'll need to speak the language, and there's no guarantee of you being hired. Also, you'll have to pay your own flight. He waved my suggestion away.
France doesn't interest me.
In that case, good luck with your interview.
Thank you.
The much-encouraged biologist shook first my hand, then Alec's, and walked out, leaving his umbrella behind. Alec, run after him, please, and give him his umbrella back.
No problem.
Smiling, Alec hurried after the scientist. If all the pharmaceutical lab researchers were this absent-minded, we could soon be looking at a looming zombie apocalypse. In the week that had elapsed since the launch of our online promotional campaign, our business seemed to be picking up slowly but surely. Ludmila, the woman who'd come to us with her son Leo, had successfully been employed. Already the next day, 2 very uptight and timid women came to the office saying they were friends of hers. One of them happened to have an aptitude for gardening, while my search came up with a rich family in need of a gardener. The other girl turned out to be an elementary school teacher, whom I managed to place at an expensive private school. Isn't it strange that neither of them had ever thought about seeking employment in the areas of their own hobbies and achievements? They'd spent years biding their time doing low-paying jobs they'd hated without even trying to look for anything better, all because they were too afraid of losing stability or taking any kind of risk because for them, going out of their comfort zone was already a risk. By now, we'd already successfully found work for over a dozen people, and that's only counting those who'd called us back reporting their success. Just as I was talking to the biologist, Alec was busy polishing off yet another cream cake brought by yet another grateful client. I'd leveled up marketing and SMM anyway, to levels 6 and 5 respectively, and it had already started bearing fruit. I'd noticed that I could level up a skill quicker if I immediately applied the newly acquired theory in practice. Our agency pages, which I'd opened over all social media, were fast garnering subscribers. That's where I was honing my skills these days, alternating useful posts with promotional texts, such as positive reviews from our successful clients, viral texts, and even memes, because Alec had shown a remarkable talent for inventing them. Like his meme pic of some surly hoods crouching and staring at the camera with the inscription, "Real men take responsibility for their loved ones. Find a job. Feed your family." Unexpectedly for us, the picture had gone viral on a number of bro culture sites, bringing us over 2,000 subscribers. The points I'd received for this last growth in skills had brought me my next social status level, 15. A good round number. Once again, I'd invested the system point in agility, bringing it up to 9, even though I'd originally planned to improve either charisma, luck, or intellect. Any of these 3 were more important in business than agility, but admittedly, Panikoff's words had sown the seed of doubt that I was doing the right thing.
"Phil, are you busy?"
I looked up from my laptop and saw Kesha, the print shop owner. "Come in," I said. "Take a seat. Tea? Coffee?"
"Thanks, but no thanks."
He fidgeted nervously in his chair.
"I'll come straight to the point."
"Why, was there something wrong with our order?"
"No, everything was fine. There were some weird guys who picked up the last batch."
"Do they also work for you?" "You mean Tarzan and his friends?"
"Probably. They didn't introduce themselves. They just asked, 'Are the flyers done?' he said, imitating the 3 hoods. Then they took the leaflets and left."
"It's okay. It's Alec's buddies. They're helping us out."
"Are they? Because I was worried a bit. Their manners, you know."
I smiled. "What? They had none?"
"Yeah, sort of.
But that's not why I came. Remember you helped Veronica find some clients?" "Sure. Why?"
"You think you could help me, too? I've got practically no customers, and soon I'll need to pay both rent and taxes."
Mechanically, I raised my hands in the air and had a nice stretch, cracking all my joints. He, however, seemed to have misunderstood it.
"Listen, Phil, you don't have to worry. I know how to be grateful. You'll get 10% of every order I receive, regardless of the result."
"Okay. Tell me more."
"What is there to tell?"
"Your services. What you do, what you offer, your print runs. I need the entire story."
"Okay. Basically, we can do everything. Full color, business cards, forms, brochures, serigraphy."
As he spoke, I opened my interface. Just like in Veronica's case, I hadn't received any quest, nor did I count on being rewarded for performing a socially meaningful action. I did it driven by a simple and clear principle. If I could help, I would do so. In the entire time of our agency's operations, I'd only received a little XP for helping Ludmila after she'd been hired. Contrary to my expectations, none of the other successful clients had garnered me any XP points. Apparently, in the program's eyes, I didn't need any extra motivation if I'd been remunerated for my help. Having said that, I wasn't too short of XP. I'd managed to do 10 levels in 2 months. If the truth were known, I'd seen very few people whose social status was higher than my level 15. Valiatis and his right-hand man Herman, the old boy Panikov, and Pavel, my former boss at Ultrapack. At this rate, I might overtake them all already by the fall, even at my current leveling speed. "Can you come back in half an hour?" I asked Kesha once he was finished with his impromptu presentation. The interface had already flooded my map with hundreds of markers which answered the search requirements, so now I needed some time to sort out the juiciest ones. On his way out of the office, Kesha bumped into Alec, who was just coming back. "Imagine, Phil, that dude is more like an Olympic runner than a biologist. I had real trouble catching up with him. He was in such a rush to get there, you'd think he was afraid of being late." "Did you give him his umbrella back?" "Sure, only he got real scared at first. He thought I was going to tap him up for payment or tell him that the job wouldn't go through. You should have seen his face." "Never mind. Well done. Can you find yourself something to do? I'm a bit busy here." "Cool. I'm going to make some new memes then." He grinned. Some new memes. I smiled to myself, feeling slightly proud for Alec. Veronica had brought him an old laptop from home, opening up the brave new world of Photoshop to him. Now he was consumed by building photo collages and creating new meme pics, which he lovingly called memes. He loved it almost as much as exchanging comments in VK, frequenting various Boys from the Hood websites, and liking all of Veronica's photos. Kesha reappeared half an hour later, on the dot. "Here." I handed him a sheet of paper with 3 potential clients that were absolute certs. "No need to thank me," I smiled, looking at the disbelief on his face. "So, what am I supposed to do? Should I call them? And what should I tell them?" Kesha asked, studying the list. "The first one needs forms to be printed. Shed loads of them. The second company, too, is looking for a printer. They've just rebranded themselves, and now all their staff needs new business cards made. That's a lot of people. And the third one has a totally different problem. They need a company pamphlet laid out and printed, a really pretty one. Each order is worth over 50 grand. That should be enough to pay the rent." "If you don't mind me asking, how did you find them?" "Have you ever played role games? Not the bedroom kind, but on a computer?" "At the time, I used to mess around with Diablo. Why? You do know something about skills, abilities, and talents, don't you?" "It's a bit like that. I have very good online search skills. You can find anything you want on the net as long as you know how to look for it." "Oh. Cool. Thanks anyway. Do I need to call them?" He nodded at the list. "You could, but you risk the secretary telling you to get lost. You'd better go and meet with their bosses in person. It's better that way." "Got it. Thanks." Kesha headed for the door but stopped by Alec's desk, watching whatever he was drawing in Photoshop. Drawing being the operative word. He was only at level 1, but he'd earned it honestly. "Hi." A sweet, girly voice made us all turn toward the door. The sound of our 3 jaws dropping simultaneously could have probably been heard on the street outside. What we were looking at was a radical departure from what we were used to seeing here. The girl smiling at us must have got the wrong door. We couldn't have been what she'd been looking for. She had a great body and legs that went on forever. Her angelic face was completely devoid of makeup. She was wearing a business suit with a white blouse and a skirt cut a little too short for comfort. Even without her stilettos, she must have been at least 6 foot tall. No doubt a model or something. "Hi there," Kesha gushed. How do you do, ma'am?" Alex stuttered. "Is this the Great Job Agency?" "Sure." Come on in. I finally came to life. I'm Phil.
Nice to meet you, Phil. My name's Anastasia. The girl proffered a hand, but you can call me Stacy.
How can we help you, Stacy? I asked. Her hand lingered in mine for a couple of seconds longer than necessary. The girl ran her tongue over her upper lip. What the hell was that? I looked at the other two. Their clouded stares were boring a hole in the girl's back. She turned and gave them a cheerful smile, then sat down.
You see, Phil,
she whispered intimately so that only I could hear,
I need a job. You know what I mean?
I think I do.
And I'm prepared to do anything to get it. Do you get me? Anything at all.
I got all hot and bothered from her whisper. Without receiving any debuff messages, I got an immediate hard-on. Chapter 10. The Skill of Saying Yes. But the hearts of men are easily corrupted. The Lord of the Rings. If we spoke about the women in my life, not counting teenage crushes and one-night stands, then both Yana and Vicky were quite pretty in the eyes of the nerd that I was. Both were sweet and friendly, and could even look beautiful from a certain angle. But this dame? Because I really couldn't call this sex-oozing female a girl, was in a totally different class. She was in the Red Carpet Academy Award Cover Girl League. I might have exaggerated a little about the increased blood flow to my nether regions. I was no spring chicken after all, but still, my increased anxiety, dry throat, and quickened pulse stood witness to my lack of experience with this type of head-turning, show-stopping beauty. Having said that, I'd spoken too soon. A new system message popped up, warning me about my increased heart rate caused by sexual arousal, and advising me to enter into sexual contact with the object of my desire. In case of the impossibility of doing so, I was recommended to engage in physical activity followed by a cold shower, and to discontinue visual contact with the subject. Too much mention of the word sex for one system message, if you asked me. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Struggling to ignore the allure of her cleavage, which was undone a couple of buttons more than necessary, I stared her right in the eye. Stacy responded in kind, her gaze confident, a light smile playing on her lips. Her upper lip was a little short, revealing white, even teeth.
Phil?
I understood you, Anastasia, I said. It was probably better I kept my distance without progressing to any names of endearment. What kind of work are you looking for? What do you do? Have you brought a CV?
No, I haven't. Did I need to?
She sounded sincerely confused. Oh, great. Having said that, few of our clients ever thought of bringing their CVs. Really, why would they need one in an employment agency? I suppressed my inner sarcasm and looked at the other two. Kesha didn't look as if he was in a hurry anymore. He was perched on Alec's desk, his dreamy eyes admiring the scene. As for Alec, he materialized next to Stacy with 2 cups in his hands. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said shyly. "Would you prefer tea or coffee?"
Sorry, what did you say?
Ah, just some water if you'd be so kind. Just plain, flat water.
Ein Moment,
the ex-hood replied with a suspiciously German accent, then dashed off toward our kitchenette, splashing tea and coffee around. I'd already noticed this thing about him. At moments of extreme anxiety, Alec would sometimes start blurting out various high-class words and phrases, or whatever he thought could pass for them. "I could use some coffee if you don't mind." Kesha jumped at the opportunity.
I'm very sorry, Stacy said. I don't have a CV. I didn't receive any professional training either. Okay. In which case, would you please tell me more about yourself? What skills do you have? What can you do really well?
I stopped mid-sentence and averted my gaze, realizing the suggestiveness of my question. On a hunch, I activated lie detection. Don't ask why, just a feeling.
Very well. My name's Anastasia Semyonova. I'm 24 years old. I was born in Vladivostok and went to elementary school there. Almost immediately we had to move. My father was in the military, so we were relocated quite a lot. In total, I went to 6 schools in 6 different cities.
Even though her cleavage kept drawing my gaze like a magnet, I forced myself to stay clear-headed. There was something that worried me much more. The girl was lying. Her every word, starting with her name and ending with the fact that she'd apparently lost her parents while still young, was pure fiction. The lie detection skill kept sending waves of cold shivers down my spine. As she spoke, she became slightly consumed by her reminiscing, giving me the opportunity to study her profile. Anastasia Semyonova, age 24, current status, unemployed, social status level, 3, class, seductress, level 7, unmarried.
Aha!
Now everything was as clear as mud. Apparently, her name was Anastasia Semyonova, in which case, why had lie detection signaled otherwise? Was it my hero skill glitching? Or the universal infospace being hacked? No idea. I checked her abilities. That's how I'd always determined what kind of work would suit the customer. If you took the absent-minded biologist, for instance, he hadn't come to us looking for a scientific job. It was my insight which had told me that he had level 9 in biology. Seduction was Anastasia's best developed skill. I had it too, only mine was barely 50% of hers. What other skills had she leveled up? Empathy, communication skills, fashion and style, makeup, catwalk, sexual skills, all of them levels 5 and 6. Our Stacy was almost a professional. But that wasn't what had surprised me. The girl had good computer and MS Office skills, and even had level 3 in SMM, which meant she was no stranger to social media. Having said that, it was only normal for the Instagram generation. But the fact that she had high responsibility was actually quite promising. I didn't even know such a skill existed. At least I didn't have it.
So, basically, that was the end of my modeling career, Stacy concluded. As a result, I ended up in this city, without any family or friends. I don't even know many people, if you know what I mean. My landlady is kicking me out, and I really don't want to start selling my body. I'm prepared to do any job, even office manager, as long as they pay me in advance.
The girl paused and gulped some water from a glass that Alec had helpfully brought. She seemed to be awaiting my reaction. Somehow, her last words didn't agree with what she'd said at first. Prepared to do anything to get it, then don't want to start selling my body. For almost the whole duration of her monologue, lie detection kept sending cold shivers down my spine, alerting me to her high deception skill. But somehow, her last words filled me with warmth. She was indeed prepared to do any job, so could it be that her alleged preparedness to do anything to get it referred to her readiness to accept any job offer? Then again, hadn't she said, prepared to do anything to get it? By it, she must have meant a job, surely. What a strange girl. A walking enigma. While I was pondering over this, before even trying to activate a vacancy search, my stubborn abstinence from looking down her cleavage had landed me a brief, squinty-eyed debuff. Joke. Followed by a rise in both spirit and willpower. By now, I already knew that these two stats were interconnected. Also, after having spent the whole evening playing with my interface settings, I could now receive a little more useful information. Congratulations, your spirit has improved. plus 100% to Spirit. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a secondary characteristic. Current Spirit, 300%. Congratulations, your willpower has improved, plus 100% to willpower. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a secondary characteristic. Current willpower, 200%. Current level, 15. XP points gained, 6,310 of 16,000. Congratulations, you've unblocked one of the requirements for the Berserker and Invulnerability heroic abilities. Spirit, 300%. The rise in 2 major stats at once had immediately sent my mood soaring. Still, this wasn't the right moment to look into it. Back to the task at hand. I decided to search for all possible vacancies suitable for her, from modeling and makeup artist to office manager and even secretary. The system showered me with offers. I had plenty of choice. I looked up from my laptop screen, or rather from my interface map, at Anastasia. Now that she was no longer a drop-dead stranger to a tongue-tied me anymore, the pressure of her sexual magnetism had subsided somewhat, to the point where I could speak to her as if she were an ordinary client. Stacy, we will find something for you. In the meantime, would you please peruse through the contract, and if you're happy with it, please enter your details and sign it. Alec, would you be so kind as to give Anastasia a copy of the contract? We charge for our services only after you've been hired. This is our principle. Really? Absolutely. I might need a bit of time to select the most suitable offers. Is that all right with you? Could you wait on the couch, please? She nodded. Sure. She rose from her chair. Alec and Kesha stopped hypnotizing her with their manic stares and hurried to pretend they were terribly busy. But if Alec simply switched his attention back to the computer, casting sideways glances in the direction of the girl, Kesha began frowning and furrowing his forehead as he stared vacantly at the sheet of paper with his job offers, which might just as well have been in Chinese. Wait a sec. What was that now? Next to the row of icons, which usually showed the time, date, my heart rate, outside temperature, and other useful data, I noticed a debuff icon. Had I somehow missed the system message? I focused on it. Smitten. You have been smitten by a subject of the opposite sex. Subject's name, Anastasia Semyonova. Plus 50 to the subject's reputation in your eyes. The subject's current reputation, amicability, 20 of 60. Minus 3 to intellect, plus 1 to strength, minus 5% to satisfaction every 6 hours, plus 10% to metabolism. Warning: high probability of spontaneous erections. In order to disable the debuff, you're advised to restrict your contacts with the subject or engage them in sexual intercourse. Oh, great. That was all I needed. Was this how a high-level seduction worked? It was a good job that my intellect was high, so the loss of 3 points didn't affect my brains too much. But how about Alec, who wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer to begin with? This debuff had effectively made him twice as stupid. Now it was clear to me why some apparently intelligent and level-headed people lost their heads on seeing a beautiful girl and acted like certified idiots. I could only imagine the detrimental effect on their minds if the said debuff was inflicted by a level 10+ seduction. Never mind. I'd survive. She needed help anyway. I watched out of the corner of my eye as the other two fussed around the office, helping her to fill in the paperwork. I got the feeling that these morons might even sign it for her as well. I went back to the search. The vacancies were so many I had to sort through them. To begin with, I filtered out all those which offered less than 30,000 rubles a month and added a new search criteria. Over 90% probability of hiring Anastasia Semyonova. My work cell phone began to ring frenetically. Almost simultaneously, the landline rang too. Alec took it while I replied to the first call. Great job, recruitment agency. How can I help you? Hello? A hoarse male voice said. Is this the agency? Yes, speaking. How can I help you today?
The recruitment agency? The man repeated. Exactly. I'm looking for work. As I spoke to him, cradling the phone between my ear and shoulder, Alec was busy painting rosy pictures to some retiree who wanted to find a summer job for her lazy granddaughter. I knew all this because Alec had the habit of repeating everything he was told on the phone. Then the door opened, letting in some swarthy guys who looked like migrant workers from one of the Central Asian republics. They hovered timidly by the door, dressed in all sort of jumble sale apparel. 2 of them were very young, wearing knitted caps despite the hot summer weather. The third one was a bit older, about 40 or so. One glance at their profiles told me we had a delegation of cowboy builders here. Fine. I'll be off then. Kesha nodded his goodbye, trying to navigate around our new visitors. Hello. Are great jobs here? The older of the new arrivals inquired, while the others timidly pressed their backs to the wall, letting Kesha go past. I gestured to them to wait a little. What kind of job do you have? The hoarse voice asked me on the phone. We're a recruitment agency. We help find work. What kind it is depends on you. You're not trying to rip people off, are you? The voice said, doubtful. She needs to come and see us personally, ma'am. Alec was shouting into the phone to the old lady, who was apparently hard of hearing. Stacy floated from her chair and went toward our guests from sunny Somewhereistan. They didn't look like Kazakhs to me. They were more likely Uzbeks or Tajiks. Hello. Yes, this is the Great Job Recruitment Agency. Stacy cooed to our visitors. Would you like to take a seat? You'll have to wait a little. Would you like some tea or coffee, maybe? The builders, completely blown away by such a cordial welcome, shook their heads in unison. Their foreman, whose name was apparently Faisal, replied for all of them. Thank you, my daughter. We don't need anything. Is it true that you're not charging anything? The hoarse voice asked me. No, ma'am, you don't need to come in person unless you're seeking employment for yourself. What did you say? We could find something for you, too, Alec said, demonstrating an enviable knack in talking to old people. Very well, the hoarse voice agreed. I'll be along. What did you say? Aha, understood. See you later, then. Phew. I hung up and laid the phone on the desk. Still, it rang again straight away. What the hell was going on? Phil, would you like me to get it? Stacy offered, materializing next to me. I can do it. Once again, a wave of her sex appeal surged over me. Without saying a word, I handed her the phone. I'm not in a hurry, she said, not yet answering it. You can talk to Faisal first, if you wish. How did she know his name? Had they already introduced themselves to her? Flummoxed, I nodded, then motioned to the Asians to come over. The 2 young ones remained standing while their foreman sat opposite me. A few moments later, the younger ones could sit down too, as Alec had fetched more chairs and even offered up his own. The builders didn't take much time. They were looking for construction jobs on the black, which would allow them to be all together without being ripped off. A quarter of an hour later, they gave us their heartfelt thanks and left to meet up with an employer who was looking for someone to build a modest cottage on his newly acquired plot of land. Even though I hadn't signed a contract with them, Faisal had simple-heartedly paid 1,000 rubles for each of them after having had a conversation with Alec. I didn't worry about them because I'd entered the most stringent search parameters I could think of, including the lowest possible ratio of their being ripped off by the employer. Having finished with them, I went back to my search for Anastasia. I entered every possible search parameter I could think of, including the high probability of receiving an advance immediately after being hired. The map remained pristine. Not a single marker. What the hell was that? Was everybody so greedy they couldn't pay her in advance? I took away all the flyers, deciding to add them one by one. Now, all the companies and establishments in need of a secretary or office manager. 208 hits. Official employment.
161 hits. Salary after tax, 30,000 rubles or higher, 119 hits. The probability of receiving an advance in the first week after being officially employed, 76 hits. A 90% plus probability of employing Anastasia Semyonova, 0 hits. An 80% plus probability of employing Anastasia Semyonova, 0 hits. What's that for bullshit? I felt someone staring at me. I raised my head, but couldn't work out who it could have been. Stacy stood by the window, talking to someone on her business cell phone. Alec had already retrieved his chair and was typing away while reciting our work conditions to a customer on the phone. I deleted all the search parameters, leaving only one. A 10% plus probability of employing Anastasia Semyonova. 1 hit. Finally, something. I focused on the marker to see the name of the company. The Great Job Recruitment Agency. Us? What was she supposed to do here? Answer the phone? Offer coffee to the visitors? That was ridiculous. In another 6 months, maybe, but at the moment, this wasn't even a business. It was more of a joke. Could you please come here, Stacy? I called her once she'd finished talking. What kind of wage do you have in mind? I'm not so bothered, but of course, I'd rather have something that pays relatively well. What options are there? That's the whole problem. I'm afraid there aren't many options for some reason. It was as if someone had ripped out her backbone. Deflated, she stooped, losing all the panache with which she'd entered our office and answered the phone. She looked up and asked again. No options at all? Could you look for someone who needs a nanny or a housemaid? I could also sell clothes in a boutique, or any kind of shop for that matter. She was taking it well, but her lower lip was already trembling. Everything about this girl made me uncomfortable. With her appearance and skills, she could be now lounging on the best beaches of planet Earth, drinking mind-boggling cocktails as she relaxed after shopping sprees paid by some billionaire sugar daddy. Alternatively, she could be making a vertiginous career in any field from movies and TV to the stock markets. What was she even doing in our backwater city, complete with this shabby business center and our newborn enterprise? Why couldn't my interface find her any work? Why? I was 100% sure that had she applied to any of those places which had come up in the search results, she would have been taken on. But why did the program deny her? Or could it be that... What if she wanted to be hired by us alone? In that case, she wouldn't have even tried any other places, would she? But why would she do that? After my last conversation with a voice camouflaged as old Panikov, I thought I could smell a rat. But if so, then we'd better keep an eye on her. And seeing as I'd promised everyone a 100% probability of employment... Listen, Stacy, I could offer you a job here with us. Your responsibilities would be quite vague at first because we've only just opened. We're simply not able to hire a person for every job that needs doing. We're all chief cooks and bottle washers here. We can't offer you a good wage either, but if... I'm in. She interrupted me mid-word. I can start straight away. Alec in the far corner had pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on our conversation, and was now doing a silent jig under the desk like an impatient horse going to a stud farm. Don't you want to ask what kind of wage we can offer? I said. Or your responsibilities and work schedule? I'd be happy with 25 grand for a start, she said. As for the hours, I already saw them on the door outside. We're open Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The weekends are free. As for my responsibilities, it would be answering the phone, filling in contracts, greeting new customers, opening and closing the office, and keeping the customers' accounts. Oh, yes, and also making sure we have plenty of water, tea, coffee, and candy. And instant noodles, Alec added. I meant to say, convenience foods. We won't need them soon, Stacy replied.
We'll soon be up and running and will be able to afford hot meals in the local cafes and restaurants.
Great, I agreed. On one condition.
What's that?
Stacy raised a perfect eyebrow.
Try to tone yourself down, will you?
At the moment, you're so in-your-face seductive. Our customers aren't rich, and we don't need an extra distress.
I got it. She interrupted me again. That's not a problem. I'll put my hair in a ponytail and wear no makeup. I'll dress a bit more soberly. I'll be like a little gray mouse. All right?
Unfortunately, even if we dressed her in a peasant's padded smock and one-size-fits-all pants, she'd still be just as stunning. But that way we could at least avoid her smitten debuff.
Agreed. Thanks for your understanding.
When do you need the advance? I added, remembering her main requirement. And how much?
I could do with 50% by the end of next week, she replied. Look, we've got more customers. I'll go and greet them.
That was quick. Apparently, despite her young age, she had a lot of life experience. Alec waited till she wasn't looking and gave me a double thumbs up. I couldn't help smiling. The presence of this kind of beauty in your own firm can be very beneficial both for one's male ego and for one's... Damn it, not again.
Hello, how can I help you?
Stacy turned to the woman who just walked through the door.
Hello yourself. Who are you?
Without waiting for the answer, the woman headed toward my desk. Hi, guys. It was Vicky.
Hello, Alec replied mechanically. We're fine, thank you. And this, he pointed at Stacy. This is... Hi, Vicky.
I stood up and went to give her a kiss and a hug.
I'd like you to meet Stacy.
She's our new office manager. Stacy, this is my girlfriend, Vicky.
Nice to meet you, Vicky, Stacy replied, tactfully tuning into the situation. I'm Anastasia. Likewise, Anastasia.
Vicky squinted, studying the girl. She can't have liked what she saw because her mood plummeted into the yellow zone. She seemed lost, despite her attempts to appear cool.
How are you, sweetie? Vicky finally said, addressing me alone. I've just finished work. I'm going to drive you to the gym, wait for you to finish, then we'll go to the supermarket like we said we would.
Shit, I completely forgot. I glanced at my watch, realizing it was high time for my boxing practice. Sorry, guys, I've got to split. Can you lock up without me?
Of course, Mr. Panfilov, Stacy replied. Not a problem. How on earth did she know my surname?
Have a good session, sir. Alec joined in. Thanks. I unplugged my laptop, grabbed the gym bag with my gear, laced my arm around Vicky's waist, and led her to the door. Bye, guys. See you tomorrow, sir. All the best, Alec and Stacy replied. What was wrong with those two? Had they decided to play the subordinates for Vicky?
Oh, Phil, are you already off? Veronica chimed, appearing on the doorstep. Can I have a word?
This was quickly turning into a cheap, absurd sitcom. Sorry, Veronica, but I'm already late. Let's discuss it tomorrow morning, whatever it is.
All right, Val,
she said, ignoring Vicky's indignant wheezing. As we left, I could hear her greeting Stacy while Alec started his nonsense again, dropping things and mumbling "ma'am" like a drooling zombie.
Are you teaching them who's the boss, or what?
What's with all the sirs? Vicky grinned sarcastically as we walked toward the stairs. And why would you need an office manager? Are you snowed under by applications and flooded by phone calls? Maybe not snowed under, but certainly flooded, I replied.
Phil, why are you wasting your expense allowance?
Is it so difficult to answer the phone or pour a cup of coffee?
How are you going to pay all these people?
I have my doubts that your altruistic business model will earn you millions. And, by the way, who was that other girl who called you Phil? What's with the familiarity? That was Veronica.
What's with this Veronica?
Who the hell is she?
Vicky, excuse me, but you're treading on dangerous ground.
I really appreciate your advice, but it seems to me that in this case, it's jealousy talking. And you have absolutely no reason to. None at all.
But still, who is she?
Just a fellow tenant from the same floor.
I see.
Her "I see" was always the harbinger of a looming storm. I knew it well by now. This short phrase could mean anything, from blind fury to mortal offense. Whenever Vicky said "I see," it was inevitably followed by a long silence, punctuated by monosyllabic answers to all my attempts to start a conversation and discuss the sore subject in question. Still, I'd rather have a nice, happy home than a Cold War and an Iron Curtain, which was why I made another attempt to talk to her in the car.
Vicky, what?
We really need someone on the telephone. Alec just can't cut it. It's just not his thing, to tell you the truth.
Listen, I'm really not interested,
Vicky said, then immediately contradicted herself.
Why do you even need that filthy hood?
You could have offered the job to me. I'm an experienced HR worker. Together, we could have made this joint a real success. Do you really think I wouldn't have quit UltraPack to help you? I didn't know what to say. The idea had never even crossed my mind.
You think you'd have agreed?
No, of course not. What do you think? She said, contradicting herself again. But you didn't even offer.
Vicky, what's up with you?
I still remember the girl I fell in love with a couple of months ago. I couldn't believe that such understanding, level-headed girls existed. There's nothing wrong with me. My expectations are my own problem. Wait a sec. Do you want to say I've failed to live up to your expectations?
You said it.
She braked sharply and expertly parked the car in a tiny, narrow space on the gym's parking lot. I'd expected her to pull away the moment I left the car. Instead, she killed the engine, unbuckled the seatbelt, and climbed out of the car together with me. That gave me some hope. She might have been mad at me, but she was still with me. The Kichiev brothers were hovering by the club's reception. "Hi, guys," I greeted them. "Hi, Kate."
"Hi, Phil."
The receptionist beamed at me, taking my club card.
"Here's your key."
"Salam," Zarbiak mumbled back to me half-heartedly.
Mohammed gave me an almost imperceptible nod.
"I'll wait for you here,"
Vicky announced, casting an angry glare at Kate, and went to sit in an easy chair.
"Who are you going to wait for, miss?" Mohammed asked. "For him?"
Much to my surprise, Vicky didn't leave his question unanswered.
"Yes, him."
"Why, who are you?"
"Excuse my curiosity, miss, but how can a beautiful lady like you wait for anyone?"
Mohammed said, exercising his Caucasian eloquence, "especially for somebody like him."
"Why? Do you think he's not worth it?"
Vicky said with a smile that made me slightly uncomfortable. "Maybe you'd like me to wait for you."
"You don't need to do that," Mohammed said haughtily. "You just need to say the word, and I'll drop everything just to spend one moment with you. Mohammed."
He proffered his hand to her. "I'm Vicky. Nice to meet you." She continued to flirt with him for all she was worth, pretending I wasn't even there. Of course, I realized she was doing it simply to provoke and punish me, and still, no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I felt my blood boil.
"Vicky, Victoria, it means victory. What a lovely name." He continued to push it. "Just say the word, and I'll drop everything and take you to the best restaurant in town, or wherever you want to go."
She laughed teasingly. "Anywhere at all? And all I need to do is say the word?"
"Mohammed."
I laid a warning hand on his shoulder. He shook it off.
"Mohammed, are you freaking nuts?" I demanded, seething.
He grinned, ignoring me, as his gaze undressed Vicky.
"Get your hands off me," he snarled.
"Leave her alone."
"Or what?"
He finally took his eyes off Vicky and stared at me, stretching his neck.
"You gonna cry about it or something? Get on with it then, and have a good cry. Vicky and I might find something better to do."
He swung round and asked her a question so straightforward that it just couldn't have been misunderstood. "Victoria, how do you like it? Rough and from behind, or plain missionary? My brother Zarbiak could help us out if you wish." I saw red. "I'll make you cry now," I promised, knowing this wasn't an empty threat. "You're gonna get it rough, from behind, from the front, and all points between." The program promptly registered an adrenaline rush, followed by an increasing heart rate. Righteous anger. You've come across an injustice and are experiencing a fit of fury. +3 to all main characteristics. +100% to vigor. +50% to confidence. +75% to willpower. +75% to spirit. -50% off self-control. The effect will remain active until justice is restored, and while you're convinced of the righteousness of your cause. Muhammad's boxing skill was 2 levels higher than mine, but his righteous anger gave me a decent chance against him.
"Boys, stop that now," Katya the receptionist demanded. "Coach Matov!"
Muhammad spat on the ground. "I'll see you outside. We'll see who's gonna cry."
"He's already shit himself,"
Zarbiak smirked, winding me up. "I'll sort your brother out first, and then you," I replied. "Let's go then." The 2 brothers guffawed and followed me. As I turned round, I saw a very smug Vicky. You couldn't really see it, but my interface had already registered her soaring mood. I attacked them first, knowing that otherwise I might not stand a chance. "Let's get on with it!" I swung round and buried my fist in Muhammad's cheekbone. He momentarily lost his balance, but kept his footing. Grinning, he felt his cheek, then went for me. "Kill him, bro!" Zarbiak shouted. And so he did. While I had enough stats to dodge and parry his powerful blows, I didn't get the chance to launch any decent response. Seconds turned into minutes while I was defending myself, waiting for an opportune moment, but I just didn't have much room to maneuver. On one side of me was a fenced-off flower bed and a row of parked cars on the other, so I did miss a couple of blows in the end. Realizing it was no longer a joke, Vicky cried out and rushed to separate us. Zarbiak grabbed hold of her. "Let them sort it out between themselves." When I saw him manhandle my girl, I went completely apeshit, bringing the righteous anger buff to level 2. Just at that moment, Muhammad, who must have thought that he had me collared, opened up. Bang! It took all of my willpower not to close my eyes when his fist glanced off my ear, while I countered with a jab to his face. His head jerked back. With a funny wave of his hands, Muhammad collapsed on the tarmac. Silence fell. A round of applause came from behind me. I looked up. One of my eyes had already started to swell, but I could still make out our whole group standing around. Why hadn't they tried to separate us? Did that mean that Matov and all the others had been watching us square off? "KO," Matov said, "and a rather unexpected one." "Well done, Phil," I heard Kostya's voice. I walked over to Zarbiak, who was still holding Vicky tight. Now he finally came to his senses and let her go. "Your turn," I said to him. He gave me a grim look, then averted his eyes. Muhammad had already come round and was groaning behind my back. "Zarbiak, take your brother to the first aid room," Matov said. "Let the girls take a look at him. But first, I want an explanation. Which of you 2 started it?" "I was just sticking up for my girl." "He was the one who started it." Zarbiak pointed a finger at me. "Muhammad just wanted to talk to her." Matov winced. "I know Muhammad's just talking. Which one of you started the fight?" "I did," I replied in all honesty. "I see. You 2 brothers get yourselves over to the first aid. You others go and get changed. Panfilov, you don't need to bother." I turned to Matov. "I'm sorry I didn't even say hello to you, sir. I was otherwise occupied." "Are you all done now?" he said sarcastically. "You can go now. Don't bother to come back. I'm kicking you out of the group." I couldn't believe my ears.
What did you say?
You heard. The group's rules forbid fighting on the premises. The instigators lose their card without compensation for the remaining class time. The best of luck elsewhere, Phil.
But I want to carry on training, sir.
You're very welcome, but not here. Bye.
He swung round, making it clear he was done with me.
I'll wait for you in the car, Vicky said, then left, too. The joy of victory, because this was probably the first fight I'd won in my entire life, had been tarnished by my anger at Vicky. Had it not been for her stupid showing off, flirting with Mohammed, what had she wanted to achieve with that, my jealousy? Had she wanted to make sure I was still in love with her? Shit, that was really stupid. I stood alone for a while, trying to calm down after the adrenaline surge. Then I started toward the car, but remembered I still had to hand in the key and collect my bag. I staggered back to the gym with my head hung low until I bumped into somebody.
Phil.
Kostya grabbed me by the shoulder. Great right hand.
Yeah,
just a lucky shot.
Maybe it was lucky, but it was a good jab. Listen, is it true what they're saying, that Matov has kicked you out? Would you like me to train you?
You?
Yeah, sure, why not?
I've had my own problems with Mohammed for a long time. Finally, someone shut him up, so I guess I owe you because it should have been me and not you.
Sure.
I'd love you to train me, but where do you want to do it?
What do you mean, where?
Anywhere. We might not have a punch bag, but we still have the sparring pads, which are the most universal apparatus of all. And you'll have a sparring partner, a.k.a. yours truly. How about it? We could train at the school sports grounds, I suppose, I said. It's only a couple of blocks away.
You mean school number 27?
I know it. I used to go there. Only I can only do it either early in the morning or late at night.
Which do you prefer?
Let's go for the mornings.
Agreed.
We'll start tomorrow if you want, 7 a.m.?
Sounds good,
I smiled.
Give me your phone number.
I marked his number down. He hurried to bid his goodbye.
All right. I've got to rush off, otherwise Matov won't let me in. Catch you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you tomorrow. Thanks. Training with Kostya was a good alternative. His boxing was level 8, only 2 levels lower than Matov's. I'd be more than happy to train in the mornings, alternating boxing with running. That way my evenings would be free to concentrate on learning and leveling up. That cheered me up a little. I collected my stuff, said goodbye to the slightly unsettled Katya, and left that particular fitness club, never to come back again. In any case, it had given me a lot of points in strength, agility, stamina, boxing, and hand-to-hand, so even though I'd left a lot of money there, it had been a good swap. I got into the car, and we drove to the supermarket to do some shopping as planned. We didn't say a word to each other. I was a bit surprised that she'd shown no reaction to me having to fight to defend her honor. But what if I'd missed something? Maybe she'd thought nothing of it. In any case, the air in the car was not indifferent. It was clear to both of us that a serious conversation was brewing.
Why did you have to start that? I began.
Start what?
Flirting with Mohammed.
Me? Flirting with him? We were only chatting.
Can you tell me why you had to start a fight?
Only chatting? I started the fight.
Whatever, I said, realizing the futility of continuing the conversation.
She was just teaching me another lesson, and I was almost sure that it, too, must have had something to do with Stacy's arrival at the agency. This time, I'd had enough. The only things that prevented me from breaking up with her on the spot were the feelings I still had for her, as well as the fact that we'd had more good times than bad. By the same token, the bad times seemed to have had a cumulative effect. We preserved a gloomy silence for the rest of our journey. Even in the shop, we didn't exchange a word. I pushed the trolley down the aisles while Vicky picked out our shopping. When the trolley was almost full, we headed for the cash register. I unloaded our shopping onto the belt while the uniformed shop assistant scanned the barcodes and pushed the packets toward Vicky, who loaded them back into the trolley.
6,380 rubles,
the shop assistant finally said. I handed her my bank card. She swiped it and waited for a connection.
Your card has been refused.
Just a minute. I opened my wallet and counted its contents. I didn't have enough. Try it again, please.
Can you hurry up?
An impatient voice said in the line behind us. The shop assistant shrugged and swiped the card again. Shit. Could I have spent everything without even noticing?
Refused. You'd better do something about it, mister. You're holding up the line.
What if I pay some of it cash? I offered. Here, 3,800. I handed her the money. And you can put the rest on the card. What are you messing around with? An overweight dude demanded, indignant. It's late already.
They fill their trolleys, and then they can't pay for them,
an old lady added, holding a single bottle of kefir.
I can't even afford a tub of cottage cheese on my pension, and the likes of them are living it up. Just look at all that stuff.
How much do we come up short? Vicky asked. The shop assistant paused, counting.
2,580.
Here,
take this.
Vicky offered her 3,000, took the change, picked up a couple of shopping bags, and headed for the exit. My ears were burning. I'd always insisted I'd pick up the shopping tab. I grabbed the remaining bags and ran after her. Thanks a lot, I said, catching up with her. It's only normal, she replied. We live together. It's high time we stopped going Dutch if we're a family, as you keep telling me. You need to understand that's not what I'm mad about. She stopped by her car, opened the trunk, and started loading the bags. You have to admit you're wasting your time on bullshit. And that is? I asked, stuffing the shopping into the trunk. Stop it now, Phil. You're 32 years old. With your brains and your potential, you could have made a great career for yourself. And what do? She slammed the trunk shut and sat in the car. I got in next to her. She pulled away from the parking lot. Vicky, let's talk about it already. You mean my business, don't you? You call it business? It's a kid's game. You should be happy I love you, but honestly, I just don't believe it'll get you anywhere. To be successful in business, you need a totally different set of skills. You need to be tough and crafty, and you, excuse my French, you're a total wimp. Sales, yes, we know you can do it. To find the right approach and talk the customer into a sale, this is your thing, I completely agree. But a businessman? I don't think so. She braked and hooted at a car in front. Go already! The lights have been green for hours! Listen, we haven't been open for a month yet, and already you've written us off. There's nothing to write off. Don't you understand? Just close the office down and come back to Ultrapack, will you? Only today Mr. Ivanov regretted you were no longer with us. Just think how much time and investment it might take you to reach the same kind of income as he paid you there. If you don't want to go back, that's not a problem. I already told you I could find you a job with my friend at Whitehill Limited. They have far more potential. I knew she was right about all that. The potential, the income, and especially the fact that I still had a lot to learn business-wise. But damn it, we'd only been open for just over 2 weeks. Too short a time to have done anything. And she'd already lost all faith in me. In actual fact, she'd never believed in me. I understood that I was possibly wrong in taking offense, but my face turned red on its own accord. My ears were on fire. I might have been still suffering from the effects of the smitten debuff, especially the diminished intellect, but I replied hotly, fully understanding I might regret saying this. Okay, Vicky. Let's presume I'm wasting my time on bullshit, as you so eloquently put it. I can live with that. But you know, my ex, Yana, had much more patience in this respect. She had faith in me for 4 long years, can you imagine? And you didn't even last a couple of months. I put my foot in it, hadn't I? Confirming my worst suspicions, Vicky swerved toward the curb and slammed on the brakes. Your reputation with Victoria Koval has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 15 of 30. Get out, she snapped. Vicky, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. Out, and take your shopping with you. Vic, I said, still hopeful. The next system message left me no chance. Your reputation with Victoria Koval has decreased. Current reputation, dislike, 25 of 30. Another déjà vu experience. I picked up my gym bag from the back seat and climbed out of the car. I wasn't going to take any of the shopping. I didn't want to appear so petty in her eyes. I started out down the road. Vicky's car caught up with me and came to a halt. The window on my side wound down. Phil, I'm afraid this time it's over. I'm serious. This is the last straw. I've made up my mind, she said in a weary but firm voice. Don't call me, don't text me. I don't forgive things like that. I enjoyed being with you, but without you will be better. She pulled away sharply and drove off, leaving me by the roadside. I threw my bag over my shoulder and headed off home, seeing as it wasn't very far. It had been a hard day. My spirit and willpower had been depleted. I felt empty inside. It had been a hard day. I'd come home and go straight to bed. I'd think about it tomorrow. It had been a hard day. Chapter 11. The same faces in the same places. It is invariably saddening to look through new eyes at things upon which you have expended your own powers of adjustment. F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Great Gatsby. I lay in bed that night struggling to fall asleep. As if sensing my inner torment, Boris came and started to paw my chest, then curled up next to me and began purring a soothing melody. A dumped man sharing his bed with a cat isn't the most heroic of images, I agree. Still, even lit RPG characters are entitled to a pet. I hugged the pillow and buried my face in it, but my brain was buzzing, fully awake and refusing to nod off. In everyone's life, there comes a key moment when one path forks, forcing you to choose. Normally, you realize it years, if not decades, afterwards. These realizations can lead to dark despair, when you curse yourself for having made the wrong decision, and more often than not, you simply regret something you should have done but didn't, or, alternatively, something you shouldn't have done but did. Now, too, I had a funny feeling that this day in July had steered me in a direction totally different from the one I'd been following only yesterday. Too many life-changing things had happened. The fact that Matov had kicked me out of the group did hurt my pride, but I could live with that. I'd already been thinking about wrapping up this particular development branch. Besides, there were plenty of other groups and coaches around. Also, tomorrow morning I'd have my first session with Kostya, to which I'd so eagerly, and probably too hastily, agreed. Now, in hindsight, I began to doubt the utility of such amateur sessions. And as for breaking up with Vicky, my mind was now dancing a mental jig trying to list all the potential benefits of this step. Seriously, I could give you a few off the top of my head. All the free time I now had available, the absence of all the nerve-wracking innuendo, and a clear path to any new relationship, seeing as my attractiveness wasn't just a figment of my interface's imagination. I'd watched it grow with every ounce of fat I'd burned and every inch of muscle I'd built. In which case, why did I feel so shitty? Then there was the arrival of Stacy. Now that I had the time and opportunity to reflect upon it with a cool head, I could see several explanations of her weird behavior. The first and the most logical of which being that she was just an ordinary girl, and that it was the interface that had somehow glitched. You never know. She might have some top-of-the-range mental protection installed by her loving grandma, which restricted access to her data. My second theory was, she might be working for some secret service or other, possibly ours, either acting on a tip from Major Igorevsky or following my phone call about the missing Joseph boy made from the Uber taxi. Alternatively, they could have been alerted by my blanket discovery of missing people for the search and rescue groups. I'd left plenty of traces, so it couldn't have been so difficult to track me down, provided they'd wanted to. Or could she have been someone working for our friends across the ocean? That would have made it even easier, because I'd entered my real data on that Rewards for Justice site. Sending someone to keep an eye on me would have been a piece of cake, had they so wished. They could have easily collated a whole dossier on me, complete with my psychological portrait, then offered me a honey trap, a supposed damsel in distress whom I couldn't refuse. Which I hadn't. And my third theory was the most fantastical of all. Maybe I wasn't the only one with the interface installed. Really, what prevented other people from having it too? And if Stacy was one such interface user, what was her secret agenda in coming to us? Who was she? A lone player? An agent of the entity which had spoken to me through old Panikov? Or one of Valiadis's people? Talking about Valiadis, I opened my interface and activated the city map. My heart fell. It felt as if I was in a free fall. I was still lying in bed while the map was projected onto the ceiling, offering me a bird's-eye view of the city. The map obeyed my mental command, showing me the oligarch's location. He was in town. He was actually very close, even though formally his mansion wasn't even within the city limits. I jumped from the bed. This was my chance to get at least some answers to my questions. Misunderstanding my intentions, Boris also jumped off the bed and rushed to the kitchen, howling invitingly. The poor thing must have thought she might get an unscheduled meal. I didn't disappoint her. Then I started rummaging through the manila file, where I kept all the paperwork I'd amassed during my time in Ultrapack. I knew I'd never had Valiadis's business card, but whatever happened to the one given to me by his right-hand man, Alex Herman? Damn it, Mr. Ivanov must have filched it. I could remember him fiddling with it before he made the phone call. So what was I supposed to do now? My cell phone reminded me of its existence. Who could that be, calling me so late? Vicky? Yana? Neither. It was my old friend, Gleb Kolosov. Phil, is that you? It took me some time to recognize his lifeless voice. Hi, man. What's up? Sorry to hassle you so late. It's okay. Just spit it out. You see, I'm having a bit of an issue here. He fell silent. Judging by his tone, he was drunk as a skunk. Could you lend me some money? It's very important. It's a bit of an emergency. How much? A lot. Really a lot. I need a couple of million. You're the last person I'm calling. I've already tried everything. Can you help? Remember I lent you some money in the casino? I really need it. Otherwise, I'm a dead man. Listen, man, I just don't have that kind of money. Can you tell me what's happened? I see. Just don't bother. He hung up. I called him back, but he kept rejecting my calls. According to the map, he was at home, which made me feel slightly more at ease. I'd call him back tomorrow and try to arrange a meeting. I spent some time watching his marker. It seemed to be all right. The marker wasn't moving, which meant he'd probably gone to bed. Now, how could I go about meeting with Valiadis? Should I do the same thing again and go around town trying to track him down? Or should I go straight to my ex-boss, Mr. Ivanov, and try to pry Valiadis's contact information out of him? I really should try both. As soon as I finished my session with Kostya tomorrow morning, I'd have to check the map for Valiadis's whereabouts. If he was out of my reach, then I'd phone Ultrapack. But first, I needed to come up with a good story, because if I asked for Herman's phone number point blank, they were sure to say no. Why would my ex-boss want to help me? But if, or when, I managed to speak to Valiadis, I might just be able to work out Stacy's identity and agenda. That was it then. All decisions made and tasks set. I accepted this as a working plan and fell asleep straight away. I remember the time when I would wake up in a lousy mood whenever I'd had a difficult or busy day in front of me. All those mornings before difficult exams, job interviews, unpleasant meetings, or those like today, the first morning after the day that Vicky had left me. On mornings like those, nothing can cheer you up. You remain deaf to the birds singing or to the aroma of your coffee. Even a cold shower doesn't do anything to jolt you awake. The best motivation to survive a day like this is looking forward to the inevitable evening when everything is finally over and you can retreat into a game or immerse yourself in a good book. In other words, escape reality. This time it was different. All the things that worry us, all the problems and unavoidable tasks aren't going to disappear unless you solve them. It's like an aching tooth. You can postpone a visit to the dentist indefinitely until it actually starts hurting. Because sooner or later, it's going to remind you of itself so badly that you'd wished someone ripped it out ASAP just to stop the pain. So seeing as you're obliged to visit the sadistic dentist anyway, why not do yourself a favor and have your tooth fixed before it's completely rotten and sending waves of pain through the jaw? It was this logic that drove me from the bed the moment I'd been gently woken up by my virtual alarm clock. Good morning, Phil. Today is Wednesday, July 18, 2018. The outdoor temperature is 21 degrees Celsius, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. You wanted to wake up at 6 o'clock. It's now 6:12 a.m., which is the best awakening time based upon your sleep cycle. The state of your health? Good. Based on your activity levels, we'd recommend you start your day with a breakfast containing no more than 500 calories from proteins and complex carbohydrates. Here are the tasks you set for today. I had a long but very important day in front of me. I got scrubbed up and headed for the stadium downstairs to train with Kostya. I had no idea how it was going to work out, but he'd offered me his help, so I suppose I'd done the right thing to accept it. He was already there, walking along the running track, warming up, looking focused. "Hi, Kostya," I said. "Ah, there you are. I was about to call you. I haven't got much time. You ready? Let's move it." As we trained, he kept frowning. I could see he wasn't in the best of moods. I didn't know what to put it down to. He might have had a bad night's sleep, or some problems he'd had to deal with. He might even have regretted his offer of help. In any case, I adopted a similar business-like attitude, just doing whatever he told me to. I hadn't noticed any particular difference between his training method and Matov's, apart from the fact that we'd only trained for about 45 minutes. Once we were finished, Kostya bade me a very curt goodbye. "When do we meet up again?" I asked. "How about the day after tomorrow?" he offered. "Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Sounds like a good schedule. All the other days I'm at Matov's, as you well know." "Okay. Do I owe you anything? I could pay you like I paid for my private lessons." He hesitated. Nah, don't bother. It was my idea. It's good for me as well, because we trained together. Okay, I've got to get going. I still have to take little Julie to the kindergarten before work." "Julie?" "Yeah, my little sister." He nodded and left. I spent another 20 minutes jogging and leveling up stamina until I'd finally made it. Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, Stamina. Current level, 11. You've received 1,000 points XP for successfully leveling up a main characteristic. Current level, 15. XP points gained, 7,340 of 16,000. That's a good start to the day. In the course of last night's fight, I'd sensed I'd been running out of steam. Level 10 in stamina was only a world average, after all. You know any ordinary men who'd be able to take a round of boxing? So I still had my work cut out for me, leveling my physical and breathing stats. I headed back home. According to the map, Valiadis was already up and running, judging by the fact that he was already on his way downtown. I minimized the map so that I could still keep an eye on his marker. Mechanically, I took a shower, had a tomato omelet and a couple of rye bread and chicken breast sandwiches, put on my business suit with +5 to charisma, and set off to work. On foot, as usual. Halfway to the office, I saw that Mr. Ivanov, UltraPack's CEO, was already in his office. I could give him a call at last. As I scrolled through my contacts in search of his number, an idea struck me. It might not be the best of solutions, but Vicky had a point. It might take some time to get my unorthodox business model up and running. How about if I offered our services to my old boss? Not the way I'd done before, but by making out an official contract with him. Having said that, he wasn't the only potential customer around. I called him, but only got an engaged tone. He was already busy talking to someone. Never mind. I'd call him again once I was in the office. I put the phone back into my pocket and continued pondering over my new idea. Selling sales? Why not? I'd already thought about it before, but I'd always ignored the idea as not having any socially meaningful purpose. I much preferred helping people in person. But behind every company, there's always a bunch of people who are either beginners or just plain not too successful. The likes of Veronica with her event organizing agency, or Kesha, who'd mortgaged his apartment to buy equipment for his tiny printing shop. Then there was Mr. Katz and his wife Rose. The more I thought about it, the more inspired I felt. Besides helping small businesses, this could also garner some decent income. Certainly more than we could ever expect from the ranks of our unemployed customers. I ran up the steps leading to our business center. "Morning, Phil," Gorelick greeted me. I was in such a hurry I hadn't even noticed him. "Good morning, sir." "Could I keep you a minute?" "Absolutely." The building manager took me aside. "How's things with you? Have any clients? I heard you're doing pretty well. Wish I could say the same about all the others. Almost a third of our tenants are late with their payments. We've opened up a sewing sweatshop in the basement. They're the only ones who are doing relatively well. They've hired some migrant workers who are sitting there sewing 24/7, and they're all illegals." Behind his incoherent speech, I could smell last night's party on his breath. "As for all the others," he continued, "they ain't doing so good. And why? Because they don't know how to sell. That's why. Us Russians just aren't good at selling." Having made this rather unexpected conclusion, he stopped to catch his breath. "Excuse me, sir. What are you getting at?" "What I'm saying is that this Saturday we're having a sales training course in our conference hall." He laid an intimate hand on my shoulder. "The person who's giving it is Aram Ovsepian. He's an internet star and an expert in proactive selling. You young people must know him. The course's curriculum contains a number of very important skills and practices indispensable for any sales manager striving for success." He rattled off the pre-rehearsed pitch, all the while fidgeting with my shirt button. "Want me to sign you up? It's only 9,999 rubles. "No, thanks. Sorry, but I've got a lot on my plate today," I said, wriggling myself free from his embrace. "Why don't you pop down and see Vazgen, who sells those PVC windows? I'm sure he'll sign up, even if only to support a fellow Armenian." "You think?" "You can always give it a bash, especially if you mention that Nail is also going to be there." As I walked up the stairs, I heard Gorelick's puzzled voice. "Who the hell is Nail? Is he one of the tenants? Auntie Ira, do you know him?" Both Alec and Stacy were already in the office. The former Hood was fussing with the electric kettle in the kitchen, while Stacy was busy lining up numerous potted plants on the windowsill. She was wearing a demure, floor-length white skirt, but the other half of her outfit didn't quite live up to it. A skimpy black tank top which completely contravened last night's agreement that she should tone her dress sense down. "Hi, guys," I said. "Good morning, sir." Stacy's clear, titillating voice immediately reactivated my smitten debuff. "What happened to your eye?"
Howdy. Alec looked up from the kettle he was dismantling and whistled. Have you been in a fight? Don't ask. How's it going? The kettle's busted, he replied, looking all hot and bothered. I'm trying to fix it. What if we get a new one? Where did you get the plants from? That was Mrs. Frolova, imagine. She got them for her. Who got what for whom? The plants. Mrs. Frolova gave them to me, Stacy explained. I met her on the stairs and we had a chat. I said our office looked pretty empty. It needed some life breathed into it, so she offered me the plants. As far as I understand, she's the local bookkeeper, sir. Do you mind if I call you Phil, too? Just to simplify things. I shrugged. You can call me whatever you want. I took my place at the desk, unwilling to pamper to my own ego. I wasn't interested in creating any kind of hierarchy with them. Our objective was productivity, not fake subordination. Mr. Ivanov's number was still engaged. I might need to go and meet him in person. Valiatis was in the town hall, so it was probably not a good idea to disturb him there, which meant I should really try and get Herman's contacts instead. The only problem was, how was I supposed to leave the office unattended? Because without me, these two wouldn't be able to sell Jack to anyone. Guys, I said, I'd like you to drop what you're doing. Let's have a quick briefing because I need to go out to meet someone. Phil, mind if I carry on with the kettle? It's driving me nuts. I won't get any peace until I've fixed it. It's no problem, I said. They sat in front of me, Alex still fiddling with the kettle and Stacy devouring me with her eyes. She had a pen and a brand-new agenda on her lap. The girl had come prepared for her first working day. We have 3 things on our agenda today, I said. The first being how you're going to carry on working in my absence. Stacy, that applies to you first of all, but you'd better listen up as well, Alec. The more information we have about our clients, the higher the probability of their successful placing, which is why I'd like you to start asking for their CVs. Stacy, I'm going to email you a blank form in a moment for them to fill in. Very well, Phil. She nodded, jotting it down. If you give me your address, I'll send you a test email. I dictated the address to her and immediately received her letter, then emailed back with a client questionnaire attached. I'd prepared it quite a while ago, but I hadn't needed it until now, as I'd always managed to find jobs for all my clients virtually on their very first visit. It's imperative we get a good picture of them, I went on. So if a client hasn't thought of bringing a mugshot with their CV, I suggest you take their pictures on the spot. You can use your phones if you wish. Is that clear? They nodded simultaneously. The door opened, letting in Veronica. Hi, everybody. She gave me a peck on the cheek. Are you having a meeting? Briefing, I said. Would you like to join in? Briefings. Pah, they're boring. I'll pop back later, she said. I needed to talk to you about something, remember? How about after lunch? I offered. I have to go out to a meeting. Perfect. She swung round and left. Alec's eyes followed her every move to the door. Look, Phil, I think I fixed it, he finally said, as he, for reasons known only to him, tried to hand me the wretched kettle. Would you like me to turn it on? We could use a cup of coffee. Do you mind doing it later? I said. Let's finish the briefing first. Are you listening to me at all? Sure. You've got to go to a meeting and Veronica's coming back after lunch. And what did I say before that? You told us to take pictures of all those who don't have their own photos and fill in the questionnaires. Anything else, Phil? Stacy asked. Nothing about the forms you've just sent me? Oh, yes. There's a question about their work preferences. I want you to remember that they're probably going to either list something they already have work experience in or something safe, because they don't think they can aspire to something bigger. So I want you to try and ferret out where their hearts lay. Let's say a woman walks in saying she's looking for a shop assistant's job, while her heart is really into something totally different, something that she thinks is either too good for her or won't pay the bills.
These are the kind of things I want you to draw out of them." Stacy beamed. "Consider it done. I'm very good at worming my way into people's confidence. They seem to think they can open up to me. It only takes me a few minutes to make them pour their hearts out to me." For some reason, Alec turned crimson. I moved to the next thing on our agenda. "Also, we need to start expanding our area of interests." "Oh, does that mean we get to mine some bitcoins?" Alec asked enthusiastically. "No, Alec, I don't think there's anything left to mine there. The whole thing's already exhausted. What we're going to do, we're going to offer sales outsourcing services for struggling businesses. There are companies on the market that already do it, but normally they're prohibitively expensive without any guarantee of results. We're going to work on a percentage basis, which is something very few of them are eager to do." Alec shook his head. "I'm not sure I got it." "I did," Stacy chirped. "Great idea, boss. But that means we'll have to expand and hire some sales managers." "Absolutely. I'd like you to ask Mr. Katz to come after lunch, and we'll try to draft a contract. Also, I want to see Kesha. I have a proposal for him." "Will do," she said, jotting it down in her notebook. "And what's the third thing on the agenda?" "The third thing is your tank top, Stacy. I thought we'd agreed about you changing the way you dress." "We did. Why? What have I done wrong?" "Nothing. It's just that a bra might come in handy. That top of yours is a bit too in your face." Contrary to my expectations, I had no problem clearing the business center security to go to UltraPack. I didn't meet anyone I knew as I walked up to the office. Daria was still sitting in reception as usual, scrolling through her Instagram feed. "Hi there," I said. "Oh, hi, Phil," she gushed. "How's it going?" "Great. Mr. Ivanov was just talking about you only the other day. What brings you here? Are you on business, or do you just miss us?" She flapped her eyelash extensions. "I've been missing this place something rotten. Especially you," I started, as I heard someone stop behind my back with a tactful cough. "Vicky," Daria turned to her, "we've got a visitor." "I can see that," Vicky said with a cold glance in my direction. "Good morning, Phil." "Morning, Ms. Koval. How are you?" "I'm fine," she snapped as she headed for her office. I felt something clawing at my heart. Some thought that had to do with Vicky. Still, I suppressed it for the time being. I was here on business. "Is Mr. Ivanov in?" I asked Daria, even though I knew perfectly well that he was. "Yes, why? Are you here to see him? Is he expecting you?" "Next thing you'll be asking how to introduce me to him." "Wait a sec. I need to ask." She took the phone and dialed Ivanov's secretary. "Irina, I've got Phil Panfilov here. He'd like to see Mr. Ivanov." "Yes, Panfilov. He used to work for us." "What did you say?" "Okay, got it." She hung up. "You'll have to wait a little." "Then I'll go and say hello to the guys," I said, heading for the sales department. It was unusually quiet. Everybody must have been out working. Cyril and Marina were nowhere to be seen. Greg alone was busy, talking some sense into some client on the phone, running his hand through his bushy hair. On seeing me, he grinned and pointed at the phone. I nodded and waited for him to finish. The moment he'd stopped talking, he jumped from his seat and gave me a big hug. "Hi, Phil! How's it hanging? Where are you these days?" "I'm good. I've opened my own business." "And how about you and all the others?" "Business? What kind of business?" Seeing as the room was empty, we spent the next 10 minutes talking. I told him everything about my agency. He, in turn, shared the news about himself. According to him, the company wasn't doing so well. Pavel, their commercial director, had quit, but not before he'd poached 3 of their best reps. In the meantime, they'd replaced him with some new guy. "To tell you the truth, I'm thinking about leaving too," Greg admitted. "This new guy. You know what he did? He started by raising our wholesale prices. That caused a whole bunch of customers to look elsewhere. It's a good job we still have your Jameheart. And yesterday, the dickhead drove Marina to tears. And it wasn't even her fault. She failed to close a couple of clients at the last moment, but that was exactly because they didn't like the price hike. How's Cyril? He's on sick leave. They found some complications, so they had him admitted to the First City Hospital. Which department? Which room? Jesus, Phil, I just don't remember. You give him a ring anyway. He'll be happy to see you. Sure. Daria peeked into the room. Phil, Mr. Ivanov will see you now. Okay. Man, it was great to see you, I said. If you ever decide to quit here, pop in and see us. We'll find you something worth your while. How's your wife, by the way? When is she due? It's still a while, Greg replied. Closer to the end of September. Great. I'll be off then. Greetings to everyone. He beamed. Will do. And I might actually think about your proposition. Mr. Ivanov's office was so full of tobacco smoke you could cut the air with a knife. Good morning, sir. Ah, Phil. Fancy seeing you here. Take a seat. He wasn't his usual friendly self. Either the company was in a really bad way, or he still held a grudge against me. What do you want? He asked, point blank. Mr. Ivanov, you know me as a salesman. I suppose, he grumbled. I'd like to propose to you. He perked up. You want to come back? Is that it? I don't know about that. No, it's not about me coming back, but it boils down to the same thing. I'd like to offer you our sales outsourcing services. What's that? We could make out a contract in which my agency would look for new buyers for your products, and you, once you closed a deal, would have to pay us a commission. Basically, it'll be the same as it was when I worked for you. We sell your products, you pay us a commission. I really don't know, he drawled. I need to discuss it with Panchenko. This is his domain anyway. Why did you come to me? I thought you wanted to come back. Who's Panchenko? Ah, it's our new commercial director, Konstantin Panchenko. The guy we took on to replace Pavel. You'd better meet up with him. He's best placed to decide. Okay, I'll speak to him then. Anything else? Yes, sir. Thank you for affording me the time. You're welcome. But you better speak to Panchenko. I activated lie detection, rose, and proffered my hand. As we exchanged a handshake, I asked nonchalantly, You didn't by any chance keep Alex Herman's card? Who's that? He asked, pretending he hadn't understood me. We met him once, remember? Valiadis's right-hand man. I left his business card with you. Ah, you mean that one. No, I don't have it. He exhaled smoke in my face. Pavel must have taken it. Why would I need it? A wave of cold enveloped me, which meant he did have the card, but he didn't want to share it with me. Why would you want it anyway? He asked. I thought you saw each other regularly, don't you? We do indeed. Well, I won't encroach on your time. Thanks. Have a nice day. Good. See you then. When I left his office, I paused for a moment, wondering whether I should go and see Vicky. Still, I suppressed the impulse and headed for Daria's desk. Is your new commercial director in? Mr. Ivanov told me to see him. You mean Mr. Panchenko? Exactly, unless you have another one. Unfortunately, he's out at the moment. Would you like to leave a message? I'd rather you gave me his phone number. I'll call him myself. I'm very sorry, but I can't do that. I see. Never mind. In that case, could you please give him my number? I don't have any cards on me. Can you write it down? She smiled. I still have it, don't I? I left the Ultrapack building. What now? Should I go back to the office, or try and chase down Valiadis? Using the interface as I walked wasn't very easy, so I headed for the cafe where we all used to lunch together. I could use something to eat. Their set menus were quite decent. As I was waiting for my order, I remembered last night's call from Gleb. I hadn't seen him for almost 2 months, and before that it had been several years. I'd remembered about him 2 months ago, when I'd first activated my heroism skill and was studying the descriptions of the heroic abilities that came with it. All those years back in college, Gleb and I had regularly played in the casino. When I'd lost for the umpteenth time, I'd borrowed some money from him. Not a lot by today's standards, but still a considerable sum for a student. I'd failed to pay it back promptly, then spent a lot of time ashamedly hiding from him. He took offense, and we stopped seeing each other. I dialed his number. "Hi, Gleb." "Phil, is that you? What do you want?" He sounded so apathetic that I didn't even hear the questioning intonation in his voice. "You called me last night. How about we meet up and you tell me what happened?" "Why?" His lifeless voice rustled. "We could put our heads together and think about what to do about it." "We can't do anything now. Having said that, could you lend me some money? Anything at all?" "What if we meet and discuss it?" I said. I absolutely had to make him open up. "Okay," he reluctantly agreed. "When?" "Tonight at my place. Here's the address. Have you got something to write it down?" "Just tell me, I'll remember." I explained to him how to drive there. He mumbled something remotely reminiscent of "see ya," and hung up. I glanced at Valiadis's marker on the map, canceled my cafe order, and dashed back home to pick up my gym gear. He was in the same swimming pool, but this time I had absolutely no desire to pay for another pair of prohibitively expensive Speedos. I was in luck. An Uber cab was passing by, so I didn't have to wait long. Once back home, I changed my sweat-drenched shirt, threw all my swim gear into the bag, the trunks, a pair of flip-flops, a bathing cap, and a towel, then rummaged my shelves for the 3-visit guest subscription I'd bought. I still had 2 visits left. I had no idea whether the subscription was still valid. It might have already expired for all I knew, so I scooped up all the cash I had just in case, which was about 10 grand, and hurried back down, taking the stairs 3 at a time toward the waiting taxi. 30 minutes and 3,000 rubles later, because I'd been forced to buy a new guest card, I pulled on the trunks and the bathing cap. It took me several attempts to get my feet into the flip-flops, but finally I went down to the pool. It was busier here today. Still, I wasn't worried about all the men in black lining the walls. Nonchalantly, I flung my towel onto one of the deck chairs, ordered some green tea, left my flip-flops by the side of the pool, and jumped in the deep end. I hadn't even reached midway across the pool when I received an unexpected bonus. "Congratulations, you've received a new skill level. Skill name, swimming. Current level, 2. XP received, 500. Current level, 15. XP points gained, 7,840 of 16,000. The skill's XP bar must have already been nearing 100%. Add to this my stat booster and high learning skills, and it had been enough for me to swim a mere 20 meters to receive a new level. Which explains why I was in a rather good mood by the time I reached Valiadis. "Phil Panfilov." The oligarch recognized me straight away.
"How do you do, sir? Yes, it's me again."
"I have a feeling that today is no coincidence, either."
"Actually, you're right. I came here with the sole purpose of meeting you."
"That I don't doubt," he said. "Let's move to the sauna, shall we? It's not a great place to talk here."
Ignoring the steps, he got out of the pool and headed for the sauna without looking back. Nothing about his sinewy body even remotely resembled the pot-bellied dudes who were lounging about in the hot tub. I effortlessly climbed out after him. My arm muscles had definitely grown, and followed in his wake.
Once in the sauna, Valiatis climbed the highest bench, pulled his cap down to his eyes, and sprawled out with his hands behind his head. I sat on the lower bench, leaning my back against the wall so that I could see him.
"I'm listening," he said lazily.
"I have 2 questions for you, sir. Or 2 subjects, rather."
"You have 15 minutes. After that, I have to leave."
His next words rendered me speechless, even though I was prepared to hear something like this.
"Don't bother to use lie detection," he said. "I can see you already have it activated. Level 15. Not bad, but not great either. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. What's your first question? What is it you wanted to discuss?"
"I don't really want to discuss anything, just make you a proposition. I've opened an agency and would like to offer you our sales outsourcing services."
"Not interested," he interrupted me. "After that conversation we had last time, I took the trouble to double-check all the other service providers. My own level of insight allows me not only to buy goods in at the best possible price, but it also allows me to determine which of these goods are in the most demand. You seem to be smart enough to understand how these things work. What's your insight level at now?"
2, sir.
"Only level 2? What in God's name can you see? At level 2, all you have available are the basics. You can't do anything with them. I'd suggest you concentrate on leveling insight alone. That way you might at least make level 5.
How can I do that?
That's up to you. I'm not going to help you. But in actual fact, I'm afraid for you it's already academic."
Why? I still have loads of time until my license expires.
"Don't ask me. I've no idea how it happened. The Valfors are still none the wiser. Apparently, you failed the trial. What do you remember?"
I remember being in some weird room. When I woke up, I was hung with debuffs. I remember seeing you there and some girl.
"Ilindi."
That's right. She had funny ears, not quite human. And then there was some other creature there. Was it a demon? At least he had hooves. What was his name now? Hafor?
"Yes, that's exactly who it was, Hafor. He's a Valfor, a senior races observer."
So, it wasn't a dream then?
"No. What I find strange is that you remembered it, even though you thought it was a dream. I wasn't there. By myself, I mean, my current development branch, but they showed the whole thing to me. You were killed by an acid jelly. Your body was then rebuilt. In the process, the interface in your brain was uninstalled and your memory of all the related events erased. That included all the skills and characteristics you acquired in the process. Once that was done, they teleported you to the exact time and place they'd abducted you from. You can't imagine Hafor's amazement during a later control check when he realized you still had the interface. He even suspected you might have somehow activated Time Cheat. But that's nonsense, of course. Even I haven't yet made the first hero, let alone you."
A control check? I don't think I remember meeting Hafor again.
"Didn't you mention Mr. Panikov? At some point in time, the old boy had made a deal with Hafor, so now the voice can use his body whenever it wants to incarnate in our world. To meet people like you and I, for instance."
How do you know Panikov?
"Same as you. I've been talking with the voice."
The voice? Is it Hafor?
"Not exactly. To tell you the truth, I still don't really know. The voice basically says what Hafor wants to convey to us. Something like a controlled voice message. It's a one-way system. He can use Panikov to speak to you, but you can't speak back. Or rather you could, and the voice might even reply, but it wouldn't be Hafor talking to you. Not that it matters anymore."
He grunted like an old man and looked me in the eye.
"So basically, the Seniors' Council has 2 scenarios for you now. One is to leave everything as it is, and in due time abduct you to conduct repeat trials.
but those who suggest it are in the minority. The others demand you be wiped, but you see, any such unscheduled abduction